Hey guys, Matt Park here from Grip. We are so excited to formally introduce to you the official Jawa Sim Store powered by Grip.
Bill Marcial here, also owner of Built PCs, and this is what we have in store for you. We're going to be developing new turnkey sim rig bundles. We're going to host sim events for the wonderful community of Jawa to participate in, to win prizes and giveaways. Oh, and we're also going to be posting community-driven content with guys like this, Pro Driver, Jordan Missing.
I'm so excited to be a part of the Jawa community. Sim racing has become an intricate part in the development of my professional career in motorsports. So, if you want to get to know us more, come join us in the Jawa Sim channel.
We'll see you there.
As a racer, only you can control what you're going to do inside the race car. You can be the greatest driver in the world for all that matters and still have imposter syndrome, or you can still, have the effects of depression or anxiety.
There was a point in my career where I literally was going to quit because I just had such severe anxiety, I couldn't handle it anymore.
My husband and I, through a conversation with Jordan, sat down and decided that we would start racing for mental health.
What the Mystics have done with Racing for Mental Health has been something new to the motorsport space that I think we've missed for a long time.
Throughout my career, I've been working on my mental health. It's something that's part of my routine.
It's incredibly important to have an organization, and the reason is that these people that suffer severely think that they're the only one.
We have enough resources, we have enough access, we have big enough voices. We need to come together and do something.
Everything starts with a conversation, and so we're here to start that conversation.
Before anyone else was talking about it, we were building it. Sim Gaming Expo, America's original, community-driven, multi-genre simulation gaming event. Experience the latest hardware and tech, meet creators, watch live competitions, and celebrate your passion with fellow sim enthusiasts. Join us September 18th to 20th, 2026 at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois. Be a part of history. For tickets and information, visit simgamingexpo.com.
$100 will have to be cut down to just $45. drivers. The Sim Gaming Expo Challenge Series, presented by SimLab, is getting itself ready for 45 competitors in Schaumburg, Illinois. But we've got to find out who is going to get there first. Welcome to racing coverage here from America's National Park of Speed here at Road America. I'm Jake Sperry. Craig King is alongside with me for today's action as we have 5 races of 25 minutes to go and jump into and say we've got to get ourselves a top 9 finish here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Craig, a pleasure to have you along. It's going to be an almighty challenge here. They're all set up equally. They've all got their opportunities. They have to be at their level best to qualify themselves to the next stage, which gets them live in LAN.
That's the goal of the day, to be there in person, not just to be at the expo, but at the expo to be racing in the ultimate level playing field. Same cars, same setups, same conditions around one of the homes of draft racing in America here at Road America.
And it's going to be an all-important showcase then, as they know that they have had to fight their way through the online qualifying to get themselves to this live race qualifying session out there. They are split up by their various times that they have and know that they have their ultimate opportunities to go and put things together here. We're currently in the middle of practice here. We've got 3 minutes of that before we run over into a 10-minute qualifying session where there are 4 laps available, and then the 25 minutes of racing that are then due to follow on in its entirety. So that's what is setting up for these drivers today as they run about here, Craig, in the Porsche 911 GT3 R992 Cup car out there. One lovely piece of machinery that they will all have to go and try and understand, built then in Germany, and understanding how you balance a Porsche or drive a Porsche means that you can understand almost anything out there on the service.
Most cars in the service, or most cars in the real world for GT3, mid-engine, or you've got those front-engine Fords and BMWs. This, though, rear engine. No other GT car in the world has a rear engine, and here it is on display. It's a fantastic car, nimble. It's one of the heaviest, but for some reason, because of that weight at the back, really nimble to get around these corners. Great for the mid-speed corners, great a little bit for high speed as well. So it's a real nice little playing car here. And if you've never tried this car, this is your ultimate opportunity if you get a chance to get around this when you're at the expo.
Yeah, and let's just list out what they're going to be driving with at the expo in terms of their sim rigs, Craig, because I think it reads as a very wonderful case of what you've got to play with. So you've got SimLab, of course, who are the title sponsor of the series, and so they'll be running in a SimLab P1X Pro cockpit. They will have the SimLab DDS TorqueSync wheelbase out there. There are Hoisting Belt Ultimate +3 pedals that they're going to be using as their accelerator and their brake. Sim panel button boxes available for them to map buttons and binds out there. They've got the lovely dashboard by Lovely Sim Racing, which will help them with their display, and the display dash will be set up with printed sim racing. And on top of it all, Marconi Setup Shop out there giving them the baseline set that they need to say we will race against everybody else on an equal playing field.
Those P1X cockpits, very popular by a lot of drivers. So you get to basically use what some of the best drivers in the world get to really sit down and use every day. And you also look at the gear you get to use as well. Pedals that have been around from a company since the dawn of sim racing at the start of it. And then you've got to have that nice little lying factor there as you see over the wheel arches. Marconi Setup Shop providing the baseline sets, and fantastic to have a well-recognized company bringing the setups for this race. And you know, if you've got a name like that giving you setups, you know you're going to have a real good stable set to get you around. But Jake, the information here as we head to round 2, all the important for these 100 drivers.
Absolutely, they've had a few weeks to get themselves associated with the open time attack qualifying. The alternates trying to find their way through top 100 had the ability to advance over to round 2, which is where we are today here. Online qualifying, we take 100, we put them down to 45. The top 9 from each race get the chance to go and race between September 18th and September 20th in Schaumburg, Illinois, live at Sim Gaming Expo, presented by SimLab. So that is the rules of engagement as far as today goes. It couldn't be any more simple out there as they will head over to qualifying just a moment, Craig. There's nothing easier out there than just, I'm going to go for it here. B-Roy out there giving himself a little bit of a pep-up talk out there, who's been running in Creator Series action over the course of Season 4, which has been out there overall. A look around at some of our various drivers who are wanting to get themselves ready and sorted out for what today is going to be for them. And they, I think, will understand that qualifying is all about getting those times on the board and getting them on quick. Long lap to get yourself ready. They are running an easy fixed time out there, so that makes a huge difference in terms of what the track condition is going to be out there, as we focus here with Lithium Fox then in that number 12 machine, one of the VTuber crew out there who are very influential in terms of the streaming side of iRacing out there, and another Creator Series competitor out there. 26 degrees Celsius air temperature, 44 degrees track temperature. It's a pretty hot one as they are looking to go set, as we see the mercury fly over 100 Fahrenheit quite comfortably, Craig.
And this is what I love to bring up. When you come to racing like this, you have to have a different mindset of how to drive in hot conditions. You can't just throw these cars into the corner and hope it's going to stick, because the tires won't stick to the ground when it's this hot. This is where you want to bake an egg on the tarmac, so you want to be smooth with your inputs, smooth with the braking, smooth with the throttle application. Keep that wheel nice and smooth as you're on board right here with Lithium. You can just see what you need to do, not putting too much work into the steering wheel, holding it at a nice angle there, really being careful if they get back onto the throttle. And now a little bit of warming up there, but that's what you'll be needing to do when you come around some of those corners. That iconic carousel will be all important when you come down to throttle, especially in these temperatures.
Yeah, and he will be definitely trying his level best out there to go, right, I can score with my number 12. I can go and get up into that top 9, but I do have to put all the time and effort in to go and make that a reality. So these qualifying laps are going to be crucial, and it is going to take maybe 2 laps to get up to full speed, and then you're just going to have to hope that the tyres hold on for you here on this 6.44 kilometre, 14-turn circuit that, Craig, has barely even been touched since its inception, as this circuit shows when you make a classic, you don't change what works. If it ain't broke, don't fix.
And the only things that have been added to this track before is just some extra runoff, an improved pit lane, and then a little extra bit in for a motorbike layout as Lithium goes through turn 1, now into turn 3. You're looking on second gear. I wonder if it was an off track at turn 1, just getting themselves ready, but down the long straight they go into the moraine sweep. And this is one of your best places for make overtakes, but also one of your riskiest places to make overtake, because turn 5, it's downhill braking, it's hard braking. Look how fast he's going as he slams on the brakes to open it up. Second or first gear, where normally you have to make a decision. The setup here allows you to go into second gear. Under the bridge they go into turn 6, and now the track really starts to get a little bit technical as they hit the first little kink here to the hurry downs.
The critical thing is that braking prowess needed at that turn 5 onto the hurry downs. Over 255 kilometers an hour they reached there over that section. But Fox, he's going to get this work then under the Speedfield Bridge and the long looping right of the carousel, 160 kilometers an hour, trying to put the power down when you feel more comfortable that the aerodynamic grip is going to help you keep that right foot planted to the floor, that the rear of the car isn't going to either trough out with understeer or is going to spin out with oversteer. Now running through the kettle bottoms and over towards Canada corner, the corner that is closest over towards Canada, on the brakes then with the right then of that Canada corner, just 120 kilometers an hour before stamping back up on the throttle for Bill Mitchell Bend. Turn 13, off camber through this left-hander. You're fighting then for the access road on the outside, and then that final corner, turn 14. So easy to get wrong after a strong lap. Little correction needed there. It was over the inside by a bit too much. Jacob Magnowski fastest then to start on a 2:04.5. Andrew Herschel going to second. Lithium Fox, lap time invalidated. So that final corner did bite.
Could have been the first corner, could have been the last corner. Wasn't the best hit, but here's Brian Martin. You know all about him as well. And this goes to show this is not just normal drivers out there. It is those creators. It is those streamers. It is everything you get to see. Martin's going to come across the line. What's the lap going to be? It's going to be a 2:05.6. Still a lot of time left on the table, but you said, Jake, cold tyres going to be really dominant in these first 2 laps. Lee Sebastian straight away, though, showing his prowess. Already 2/10 faster after 1 lap.
Yeah, you take that one. That's in the bank. And currently, the difference between first and ninth, 1.4 seconds, where Max Borman finds himself then in the number 18 machine. So he finds himself there with Nick Drux and Amir Assad looking to try and push. Now, Amir's got his own little challenge game out there at the moment in the number 36. I'll focus then on to Ryan Marshall here in the number 21. But I do want to point out Amir Assad in the number 36 as Marshall goes about. He's up there racing for the Sim Pit out there today, Craig, and he's got his game out of how I want to do and how I feel like I'm going to do well up against Sean Cole, who has been a legendary journalistic figure of sim racing and iRacing.
Well, I think if you come from an era like us, the first people you would always see when it came to sim racing content in terms of reviews and news would be the Sim Pit, would be Sean Cole. So really good to see a little bit representation out there, and Assad would love to just do the well, comes through the Bill Mitchell bend in there. And now I wonder as it comes to the final corner. I love this final corner. It is so treacherous. Back in the day, I always wondered, why did Racing Series call that one of the toughest corners on the racetrack? Because you don't know where the line is sometimes. You have to be careful when you get on the throttle. Turn in late, turn in early. Make sure you do it right. That's what Assad's done. Straight up to P6. Just 200ths away from Herschel, but still a second behind the leaders.
Yeah, Leif Sebastian losing out again to Magnowski, who gets onto the top. Here is Leif Sebastian at the moment, really trying to push the arms there through the final corner. You can see the gloves are ready there. He's got the Formula-style steering wheel on at the moment. Ben Morales up to third then, and just 3/10 off of the back of Magnowski. Leif Sebastian, 1:38 is his 2:04. That puts him 100th clear at the top of the times.
Pole position would be nice. A little bit of bragging rights. I think he may have just gone a bit too wide, and this might be an invalid lap. But what's important is being in that front of that pack, because we know it's going to be a typical Road America race where you're going to get a lot of trains, you're going to get a lot of drafts. You want to be as close to that front pack as possible when it comes into draft racing, so you know that if you get tangled up in any battle between the corners side by side, if you lose time, you're not losing too much time to work your way up to the top, because those top 9 positions are vital. Alex Zart's going to come around the corner. And what can he do already in P4? That's the kind of position you really want to aim for on a track like this for qualifying. And he's doing really well. Second gear into Canada corner, just keeping it calm. Some drivers like to take that in third to keep the speed up. Other drivers like to control it. And in these temperatures, I don't blame him for going down a gear.
No, I really don't either, and it is worth noting we've got a couple drivers who have entered the wrong server out there, because we'd expect 20 in each race out there. So Corey Dreyer and Robert Perry we expect to run later on in the competition, with Ryan Marshall the only one so far who is yet to set a time. Zart crosses the line on a 2:04.6 and decides, I'm not going to get anything better than my final lap, so abandons that one through. Magnowski over the line, does not see that lap time go through. That would, in my mind, be a case of what can you do, because these will be the last times that go through in this qualifying session. Hard cut of 10 minutes. We're already down to the final minute. Michael Rhodes moving up then into that position, and you could say that his son or daughter would be the son or daughter of a sim racer with the way that he finds himself in that 4th spot. Ben Morales currently 3rd.
Yeah, Ben Morales currently 3rd. Improving on its time, not good enough to go better. Kind of needs a heroic effort out there, but great place to be at the moment with that P3. Just what you need in a race like this, and he's around a lot of good company, and that's going to be crucial. Shout out to Michael Rose with that time into P4. As qualifying will be coming to an end pretty much shortly. Sebastian's accepted he's got that pole position, I feel. Manowski, well, I don't think he's going to be able to do much here. Qualifying coming to an end, and I think we've got our 20 cars pretty much all settled here.
Yeah, no one's going to get back to the line in time, so this field is now set for racing action here at Road America for this first race of 5. Just 25 minutes on the clock to go and decide, are you in or are you out? And that is the face of a pole sitter here, ladies and gentlemen. Leif Sebastian has got the job done and has done so brilliantly on a 204.138. It will be Jacob Magnowski alongside for company as Ben Morales and Michael Rhodes will house row number 2. On the inside of 3, it is Alex Zart with Andrew Herschel in 6th position. And then you've got over in 7th and 8th, Nick Drukes and Amir Assad. Rodrigo de la Peña is going to be the one holding the cards. The Mexican in 9th place on the bubble spot with Brian Schabelski and Max Borman 10th and 11th. B-Roy, Brian Martin, they're in 12th place. Liz Fox, back-to-back Creator Series competitors, 12th and 13th, with Joe Sicchetti in 14th and Edgar Sanchinelli, the Guatemalan, in 15th spot with J.R. Robinson in that 16th space. Donny Hearn and Mike Ellis make up row number 9 at 2 and 3 seconds away, with the likes of Steve Ritter and Ryan Marshall making up the starting grid then for today, as Corey Dreyer will be a non-starter because he is in the wrong server out there to go and push forward. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as far as things go, Sim Gaming Expo presented by Simcraft is happening here on September 18th through to September 20th at the Schaumburg Renaissance Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois. 3 days of sim racing, flight simulation, virtual reality, and so much more is all under one roof. Tickets are now on sale at simgamingexpo.com. So, they have the opportunity to book their tickets over to Schaumburg, Illinois for competition. Everyone at home, Craig, has the ability to book their tickets now and get themselves over to Schaumburg, Illinois next month. But the key right now, at this moment, with their one pace lap that they will have to do behind the iRacing Porsche first safety car, is this. Set yourself up, give yourself an opportunity. I think they'll be very glad to have a rolling start because it will give them the chance to allow this race to breathe.
Breathing is what you need to do. Even when you're sim racing, just like in the real world, you have to give yourself a couple breaths. You might be holding your breath at some points of the race when you're going through the corners, but they need to understand that this race is not going to be won in the first corners. They know it's not going to be won in the first laps. So expect the drivers to be a little bit calm out there and just probably a little bit tentative. And that's not a bad thing to have right here. Just having that patience. They know what's at stake. They've got here through grinding out lap times in qualifying. Now they're here to get into the dance. And right now, the only bouncer to telling them they can't make it is that pace car as the drivers get themselves ready. It's going to be important. And notice the tires. Everyone making sure they're not going to be starting this race on the cold tires, getting themselves up to temperature. And again, look at it. Breathe is the key word right now. You're 25 minutes away from either a trip in a rig to race or just a trip just to see them race.
Let's talk about the different mentalities through the field then, Craig, because there is going to be a difference, say, if you qualified in the top 3, the top 6, or the top 9, and there's going to be a difference if you're in the bottom, the bottom 4 positions, or you're up there 10th, 11th, or 12th. It will be a very different mindset off of this race, knowing I've only got to get 1 place compared to I've got to go get a dozen.
Yeah, and I think we'll be seeing the top 5 not being too aggressive. They know that they've probably done the hard work here, and they'll just have to let the train behind really start to try and fight for that at the back. So you look at Rodrigo de la Peña. He is in P9. He is on that bubble. He needs to basically drive and work with people. Maybe use Assad as a little bit of help there to give him advantage. Somehow you're going to even see, I feel, P7 Nick Drooks as well get involved in this, because they're going to have to understand that if they work together, they can all get to the main event. So everybody else is going to be jumping up ahead. So just be prepared to see a lot of moves early doors by people at the back of this field. So I look at Edgar Santicelli, I look at JL Robinson, Lithium Fox as well. All these drivers will be looking down into turn 5 early doors to really look for the moves. And I think that's where the aggression is going to be. That is the crucial time of the race. Get aggressive, but make sure it's controlled chaos.
Craig, I notice here from Nick Drooks on back, they are not weaving their tyres. They are staying in that 2-wide file the entire way around. The front 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The top 6 all getting free luxury to weave their tyres. The field that is finding themselves in the position right now, not getting that surface temperature into the carcasses.
That's going to be a problem, especially when you look at where we are. And I'm just looking back at where it is. It's from P7 onwards, from our back. So that's going to be a bit of trouble, because cold tires, that's really going to be hurtful on these opening laps on such a hot temperature track, because you want to get into the braking. You want to just roll through the corners, but you can't roll through the corners if you don't have heat in those surface temperatures. So this could be a little bit dangerous at the back of the field. But the top 6, they're pretty much happy. They got their tyres ready for this as they come round to the final corner. They don't have to worry too much about what's behind them.
Right, the opportunity is nigh. It is game on here for this, your Sim Gaming Expo Challenge Series, presented by SimLab. Leaf Sebastian has control of the field with Magnowski and Morales just behind for company. Green flag will drop and we'll get underway for racing action here at Road America. The charge is key going over towards turn number 1, and who should have the best opportunity on the brakes? It's single file through the first 3, 4, 5, 6 as they work on through. Nice start for what we were keeping in. Amir Assad still with a bit of side-by-side with Rodrigo de la Peña as they work down into turn number 3 for the first time. Borman watches behind as Brian Martin and Lith Fox then get themselves the big chance. B-Roy holds his ground.
And notice those that were battling side by side at the start of this race, all the drivers that didn't get a chance to warm their tires up. It's a real good start here. Max Borman probably going to make another move up into P9 here. But cold tires into these corners will be a little bit deceptive. And look at it. Again, every driver who did not warm their tires up already dancing around on these temperatures, tiptoeing around. And you can see what that's doing. A lot of drivers just bunching up through these corners to start the race.
Borman currently on the bubble then with Rodrigo de la Peña then just behind, who is -1 off the start. Borman +3 will be, +2 will be very happy on board with Rodrigo de la Peña heading to the carousel here. This long right-hander, you have to be respectful on this corner, and in fact, the amount of dirty air you get as you try and sit through often surprises people.
You'd be surprised with the dirty air, not just through the carousel right now, through the kink. Now, this is the thing where the tire temperature is going to be important. If you've warmed those tires up, you've got a chance to take it almost flat out on the opening laps. With these tires cold, you're going to have a little bit of a lift out there as you're on board with Brian Martin. Tad Peña made a mistake. Oh, he had a quick twitch. And Martin had to get onto the brakes there. That's not what they want. Peña's up in P10. If they lose time here, they're going to be losing out to that pack, and they need to. He's going to try and fight this, but he realizes, no, let Brian lead this. We are losing time to that top 9.
Yeah, look at the difference, 1.5 seconds. I hear a rubber band snapping, and that rubber band is Slipstream. Side by side, further up the field then between Magnowski, here this for second place, and Ben Morales, who moves on through. Now, it doesn't matter whether you qualify in first or ninth, you get yourself in, but this is your first form-finding mission out there, Craig, to see who's got it and who doesn't.
Some of these drivers might be aware of each other from other races on the sim, but when you come to a level playing field, same car, same track, same conditions, then you start to really just eye out the competition. Maybe some of these drivers do have some of those SimLab gears that they're also using, so that gives them an advantage. But if you get to an understanding of who you're racing against right now in the top 9, well, that gives you an idea of what to expect when you come to the dance in Illinois. This is almost like the first day of school. They're all just finding out who is who, but it's going to end up like the first round of the traitors. We're going to lose somebody after this race.
We are going to lose somebody, and they will do it to themselves, effectively, out there. Michael Rhodes will now find himself working through here, out of turn 8, and the long carousel that follows afterwards, being chased by Zart and Herschel, Nick Drux, who's there, Amir Assad, who's having a good run at the moment. And actually, what I haven't really noted here in this one, it's quite smart, the drivers who have elected to have spotters. No shocks that Amir Assad has Sean Cole and Gregory Cole looking to help out in terms of the radio. Ben Morales has Alex Poschel helping him out.
Yeah, and sometimes having just a second set of eyes can really help you. And in a race like this, that's what you want, because if you're near the back of the field trying to work your way up, you want that second set of eyes to give you an idea of, right, here's where that bubble spot is. Here's what you need to do. Here's what you're going to have to start working out in these races. So having those second set of eyes, they are spotters, but they're not going to be telling you car left, car right, or inside, outside like you would do in an oval racing. They're just there to give them all the information on the track that they really want to see. And they're probably being told right now that Michael Rhodes is looking to go up the order.
Well, how good is this road going to be travelled? And the answer is straight down the inside at 1, but it's deep. And look at this. That is a very smart cutback from Magnowski, who goes, yeah, I see what you're trying to do, but I'm a little bit smarter than that. I'm going to just go and sneak my way back up the inside and do what I need to do. We call Road America so often, Craig, the great drafting circuit, because you've got 3 wonderful long straights to go and get moves on and not a hairpin in sight.
Yep. And that's why sometimes here's making the move out of turn 1 into turn 1, a really good idea when you can set yourself up here down into turn 5, where the answer there is yes, it probably is, because Jacobs managed to make that overtake back again from Rhodes, and that road is not very much traveled out there for Michael. He's going to have to try that again, but notice he wasn't trying to force the issue too much. If he didn't have the run, he didn't start fighting for it, because they know in 19 minutes, in theory, knock on wood, they should be safe and got their ticket punched. So battle now, but don't battle to compromise your race.
No, and you've already got yourself a gap here of about 1.4 to that transfer spot. If everyone plays their role correctly here in this race, they've got the chance to go and get that back. And they could be at Sim Gaming Expo out there. And if you are not at Sim Gaming Expo, presented by Simcraft this September, you are missing out, because September 18th through 20th at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois, 100,000 square feet of the best simulation gaming hardware, live esports competitions, content creators, and a community you have to be a part of to understand are there for you. Tickets are available now at simgamingexpo.com. So this is now setting itself up for a really nice run out there over the top of the crest. They call it Heartbreak Hill there, the run up towards the finish line, because how many times do you want to run out of fuel there? None.
If you run out of fuel today, you're really overcooking those tires, overcooking that engine. Shouldn't be seeing anything like that today. They are fixed to a set limit to make sure they make it to the end. And that also means, though, you might also get caught up by a slipstream draft to the line if you get that final corner wrong. So the drivers will be hoping they don't do that. As top 8 are pretty much unchanged, apart from Morales making that move on Malinowski straight away at the start of the race. So all these drivers in a nice, calm position. But Max Borman right there, P9 at the back of this, knows what he has to do right now is just keep safe and keep calm. And I think this is the best place for all these drivers, Jake, because the top 9, as you were saying earlier, 2-second gap now to the rest of the field. And Spinner straight away. I think that's Joe Cicchetti, who's had a moment out there.
Sacchetti is the one who goes around, and it's got to wait for everybody to clear before he can get himself back onto the noisy pedal and back into this race. And now he has to hope for a modern miracle to get himself through. Would have been slightly distracted through the corner because Lith Fox had run wide just in front, so would have created a half distraction. In through the right, tries to tip the car in, and the rear just does not want to grip up here at the time he decides to put the right foot down. So that's an indication to me, didn't quite carry enough corner speed.
I think as well, he turned in a bit too hot as well, and I wonder if it was probably also trying to compromise that he didn't. He turned in with too little speed, tried to just put on the throttle to try and get a good launch. Well, you can't really get a good launch if you're not at the apex curve there at turn 5. I think that might have been the issue, and that just set him backwards. And that's so unfortunate there because, like you said, miracles needed. Might get it, though. You just don't know. The top 9 very politely in this line. You just saw at the back of that camera shot right there. In fact, you may see it to go up Heartbreak Hill. You can't. 2 seconds now, the gap. Brian Martin really trying to find it, but you look at the lap times, Jake, and I'm looking at them. 2:05.2 from Borman, 2:05.8. They're not fast enough.
Yeah, but look, they're fighting now, and Borman has to lift out of it through turn 1 compared to Amir Assad. So they are fighting now for this position, and this is what you've just been clamoring for. If you're Brian Martin, see Borman and Assad lose the train, lose the slipstream, battle with each other, and then it brings both him, Rodrigo de la Peña, and Lith Fox back into contention. That's what they are relying on at this moment in time as they sit with 15:51 left on the clock.
But now Borman's going to have to go into that expertise that he's got in sim racing. And what can he do? He knows that if Assad is not fast enough, he's going to have to get past. And he's going to have to do it in a good way. But there's that train right behind him, and they're getting closer. The gap's still only 2 seconds. They weren't able to capitalize as much as they would have liked to from that situation. However, never say never, because Borman will feel that he's got the pace over Assad right here now. So probably down into Canada corner, probably into turn 1. He'll look for a move, but if he doesn't get that hooked up, Brian Martin is looking to close in and keep, crucially, Martin's got a gap now against De La Peña. So he is trying to pull this all on his own to try and catch back up.
Yep, he has got to do this one by his own measure of metric, by his own accord. And for the moment, Borman has not gone for any sort of move down at Canada corner. He's sitting here with Amir Assad. They're trying to keep just somewhat Nick Drooks in range, who he himself starting to fall off the back of Andrew Herschel, who is there in that 6th spot, and not hardly any moves out there so far. There's only been one driver who has moved from outside of the top 9 into the top 9. Oh, off in the background there, it's Rodrigo de la Peña, and that will allow Lith Fox back through into position. 2 orange cars making the switch, but it will drop them off of the toe of Brian Martin B-Roy.
B-Roy gets that advantage. De La Peña too much on the throttle, and this is what I'm talking about with this turn. If you turn in early, you've got to be ready to get onto the throttle later, and that's what De La Peña was unable to do. And because of that, losing out, taking a trip to the kitty litter, and going down a couple places, and crucially out of the slipstream.
Today's competition is powered by SimLab, the title sponsor of the Sim Gaming Expo Challenge Series. From cockpits to controls, SimLab designs modular professional-grade sim racing hardware built for rigidity, precision, and long-term performance. Trusted by thousands of sim racers and esports teams worldwide. Find out more at sim-lab.us. So, 13:33 here on the clock, and the push now continuing. Little wide goes the line from Magnowski, who is really trying to keep the push on. Little change of position down in the bottom of the pack as Donny Hearn gets through on Mike Ellis. But look at that, a bit of gravel kicked up then as they make the run to the carousel. That will make life slightly difficult for them then, as the circuit's slightly below optimum.
Below optimum, and if you get on that gravel, you're going to be losing grip for a couple laps until that gravel all gets kicked up and moved off the racing line. But here is your 4 cars, pretty much complacent right now in the grand scheme of things. They won't be looking to be too aggressive, but I say that Michael Rhodes almost went into the back there of Jacob Manowski, so he could be looking to make a move anytime soon. There is the age-old adage of the cork in the champagne bottle. Well, I think they're all going to be sharing a champagne bottle right now, because even though they like this battle, they just need to keep calm. And I don't think Michael wants to keep calm. He looks like he wants to get racy right here. That's a great run there in that number 7 just up the road. Can he make a move here? I think he's looking for it.
You got to remember, they are in fact sim racers and they are entitled to race for these positions. So here comes Rhodes again to the inside. He's tried this move once already. This time he gets it to stick at turn 1, but he'll still have to fight down the marine sweep to 5 to think about then. No chance of a move. Then early on the brakes goes Alex Zart, just looking to roll into the corner and give himself just enough platform to say, hey, look, I can give myself this opportunity. I can go out there. Top 2 are clear. Spinner in the back is Ryan Marshall, who has gone around, but they are going to work hard then down into this marine sweep. They're going to fan out 2 by 2, and a look to the inside from Herschel. Oh, he had to stamp on the brakes hard there.
He almost, if that was hard racing, he probably would have run into the side of the car there and spun around Alex Zart, but understanding the situation, probably deciding
that's a mistake there in the back.
Mistake from Assad, going wide at 6, side by side. Hey, B-Roy, you might have just got what you needed. Assad Borman side by side through the mini kink. That brought him right back into range.
Amir Assad up over Corvette Hill has had himself a little slide, and suddenly they've invited the pressure back in. Brian Martin here, B-Roy, has been waiting for it. Here's the mistake. It looks like nothing on the surface. It looks like he's just carried no momentum speed through the corner, and that's exactly it. He's done all the wheel work to get that gathered back up to keep the consistency, but it's at the cost of all of the pace, which just got dumped out of the run now through the hurry down section. They now hit the kettle bottoms, and suddenly it's 2 into 3 that does not go.
Yeah, someone's going to have a heartache at the end of this in 10 minutes and 32 seconds time. But Brian Martin, we know it's easy to catch up to a car. The hardest thing to do is that final second. And look at him, really calm. Love the aesthetic. And did he just say come back? I think he just said there come back, or he's talking to somebody else. I think he's probably saying
streaming.
I want them to come back. He is streaming. That's what he's saying, Jake. I'm sure he's saying to his viewers they need to come back, or the race is coming back. He just said it's fastest lap of the race last lap. 2/10 slower this time, but he's in attack range.
Yeah, he's trying to say, look, it's coming back to me, it's coming back to me. I'll have chances in the final 10 minutes of this race. Sim Gaming Expo Challenge Series proudly presented by SimLab, professional grade sim racing hardware built for champions over at sim-lab.us. So now comes the opportunity. 10 minutes left here in this run. And now it's about, can you find this 10th by 10th as they go? That was a case there for Brian Martin of a 5.6, played a 7.1, 1.6 seconds better than Max Bowman on that last lap. These dropped Litfot and Rodrigo de la Peña. This is all about now who wants it more and who is going to be bravest out there, because Amir Assad is under a lot of pressure. He gets a wiggle there as he goes through turn 8 onto the hurry down section. This is the clearance that's wanted by Bowman, who tries to go to the outside. They hold each other up through the corner, and again a couple tenths get lopped off.
Do you think Bowman's starting to fight for this? I think he's starting to fight for this. He realizes that if he doesn't get ahead of Assad here, he's the one that's in danger. So he can just now start to put that pressure on Assad. Well, there's got to be no pit for him to sit into at the end of this, because it's going to be tough. The run's good for Bowman. And remember, identical setups here, identical cars, the same settings, and he's going to try this around the outside of Canada corner. Assad will fight this, but if he gets this around Canada corner and he's not clear, and look who has caught right back up to this. Bowman couldn't make the move. Brian Martin is right behind.
And he's been on a run of a bit of bad luck, so he wants his way into the dance. He's been waiting patiently in the drop zone. Wide goes Assad, and this now becomes the chance. Where do you go? Which horse are you going to back here? And he's going to bump draft along the main run, saying, look, Amir, I'm going to have to want you to get there. Oh, it's almost contact there on the side. There with Max Bowman. This is huge in terms of the context of who's in and who's out. Battles on the brakes. Bowman's still got the inside at turn 1. Amir Assad holding around the outside to try and get his placement. Now here comes the next chance then, over at turn 3. Again, set it up. Assad holds the run on the outside line. Does brilliantly here. Bowman back to line, but it's B-Roy who's got a run here. Sits back with the double toe. looking for a way under the Sargento Bridge to say, I'm going to make my move to the inside. Big block throw by Borman, but still, B-Roy goes for it, stymies his move, and says, I'm going for it. It may be not one car, maybe two. Contact with Amir, a tap around to save his life, and just like that, he's out of the transfer position.
That little second tap might have just saved Assad's race, but now he's got to try and get back into the position, and that was great racing from Brian Martin there. Did you see the lines he had to take for free to set himself up? And Borman did try to throw the block, did try to say, look, I know you've got the run, I've also got a run, but he could not make it work. Martin, maybe a little bit cheeky doing the buy one, get one free there, but I tell you what, he had the run, he had to try it, and Assad, he's been under pressure for the last 3 laps, and finally that pressure caved in.
I said you buy one, you get one free. I said you buy one, you send a lunge down the inside like this. It was trying to be cut across the corner, and in every single sense, Assad Amir has had the right racing principle there, Craig. I am going to chuck this one and take the corner because no one's going to be alongside. Brian Martin was just a lot better on the brakes, still on for 4th place though, and remember, these positions could still factor into how this is going to go for the top 9 because Magnowski still there with Michael Rhodes, still wants to prove he can be top 3 in this one.
Got something to prove at the end of this race because they know that right now this is them saying, come on, I can beat you here, and if I can beat you here in the online qualifiers, I've got a shot when we're in person to really give you a fight for your life. So he'll be looking to party on. So what will these drivers do right now? Will they want to be the aggressors? Will they be happy enough? They have a healthy gap now down to P8. The gap, well, even P6 even, as the top 5 started to put, well, 4 of the top 5 starting to pull ahead of everybody else. Herschel's in a bubble. Druick's in a bubble. We talked about Brian Martin and Borman. Here comes Jacob, going to try to make the move, and he gets that move done. This is bragging rights right now for the drivers.
Rhodes isn't done though up Corvette Hill. Wants the way here at turn 6 and he's not going to get it here. Magnowski gets the pass done with a pretty clean move. Alex Zarts watches on and probably says, no, not for me today. I don't want to get myself involved. Changes again. Donny Hearn losing out there to J.R. Robinson for position. That's a bit deep through the corner. Watch out now because this is going to be now the opportunity for Rhodes to try and come back the long way around. There's some more switching going on about then as they walk on through. And by the looks of things there, that's J.R. Robinson losing out again to Donny Hearn for position a little bit further down the order. Through the kink, the toughest corner on this circuit in my view, Craig.
I'm trying to think about it. I would probably say in racing sense it is the toughest, but when you come to actual driving, it's the final corner. But you can just see Morales had to set that up. Manowski, had to set that up, and he's gone wide through Canada corner. And that's going to allow Zarp to really push into this road. Got to get ahead of Manowski, and that's going to hold him up. See what he has to do to get back on control of the car through the Bill Mitchell bend, now into turn 14. And look at the queue of them all going. And this actually helped some of those drivers in the back. You look at Nick Druick, try to catch back up to this train. If he catches back up to the train, he will feel safe now with 4 minutes left to go in the race.
Herschel still looking for a way through as Amir Assad off the back of Max Bowman at the moment, and that's going to cost him for the transfer spot. The gap 1 second. Herschel doesn't get anything of a run through turn 1, 3 minutes 40 remaining on the clock. They're looking at Leif Sebastian at the moment and the times he is doing. I reckon we're going to be very close here to 2 or 3 laps to go. I think we're talking about 5 seconds difference by the time we get to the line, Craig.
We might be going an extra lap. That could be important for these battles at the end of the race. I'm looking at Assad at the back of the field. You can see it on the timing tower, losing a lot of time right now. So this might be all she wrote for the top 9, but we just don't know what's going to happen. We're on lap 11 of this race with 3 minutes to go. If it goes an extra lap, that changes your mindset. Do you be aggressive next lap? Do you be aggressive this lap? Or is there another place for you to be aggressive? You've got to understand the situation. And I wonder if the drivers are just going to wait for that next lap to start attacking.
It's a case of you can do this or you can do that, or you can do whatever it takes to make that move. The one fun thing about Road America, Craig, is there is no one consensus way to do it. You can do it any way you like here, and often it works.
It ain't what you say, it's the way that you say it. And I think that's the way you do it. You've got the carousel, which is a corner of 1,000 lines. You've got the kink right here, which technically is a couple lines, either widen into the grass or on the road, and then counter the corner again. Do you lay apex? Do you try to hug into the apex? Do you open up the corner? This is what I love about this track. It provides so much opportunity for such a track with narrow road here. Look at the gap. You can go side by side, but you're pretty much almost touching the grass going side by side. It allows you to do whatever you want. And we talked about it before on the final
White
corner.
flag.
2 different ways to go. White flag is getting ways, as Jake's just saying. Now, does any of these drivers feel like they want to be a hero and try and make a statement?
There's Barney up in the grandstand there in the spotters tower saying, look, I'm going to wave that white flag. We're going to have 1 lap to go. And it's the difference between in or out as far as it stands. A second and a half for Amir Assad. The race for the podium here in heat 1 of 5 tonight. Here is going to be now getting set, or 1 of 5 today, wherever you are around the world. It's all about now Magnowski trying to get by Rhodes. We look further back to 8th and 9th when Brian Martin, B-Roy and Max Bowman find themselves here, keeping Amir Assad at bay. So now here comes the move. Magnowski up on the top of your screen, lunging for the inside against Michael Rhodes. There is contact between them, but leaning contact. Nothing more substantial than that. They remain in their line. Remember, they've got 17 instant points to play with. Otherwise here, Craig, they are going to be into drive-through penalty territory.
Last thing you want to be doing on this last lap right here is to get into that drive-through, and they know that they have to keep it safe. And I think now he tried the 1 overtake. That's probably going to be all she wrote when it comes to attacks. Eyes open as well in the back of the field. Assad still in the slipstream range, but needs a miracle to try and catch up to Bowman and Martin at the back. These drivers ahead to the kink. One more time around the treacherous kink. They make it, you're pretty much home safe.
Lee Sebastian is already making his way through to Bill Mitchell Bend at this point in time, as there is the focus on your top screen here. Magnowski looking for this podium, backs out of the move. Herschel's going to go sending 1, and he's not going to get it either on Alex Zart. You're going to have to fight off the exit, climbing up the hill. We might still have to go another lap yet, because we've got to look. Checkered flag is now out, so it's going to be big for Lee Sebastian. Job well done. Gets there on a quiet race to win, dominant from the front. Ben Morales will be second, following Rhodes, Magnowski, Zart and Herschel up the hill. It will be Rhodes who will just about edge out in the battle for 3rd place. Drooks will get 7th. Brian Martin, B-Roy will be 8th. And Max Bowman will be the last one in the dance. Amir Assad is a second shy.
He just couldn't find that momentum after that moment into turn 5. And that's unfortunate for Assad. Did really well to catch back up. More drivers coming across the line. This is J.R. Robinson. Just having a small moment off the end there. That's probably him trying to do a joker lap. And he's in a last little late battle with Mike Ellis. Mike's going to get that run at the end. Well, at the end of the day, they're not going to qualify, but they're still going to have a little battle at the end. Just to say that at the end of the day, this is all for fun, Jake. We're racing hard, but we also want to race to have some fun.
Race hard, race clean, that's the key. And Lee Sebastian did just that, winning in a time of, well, just under 25 minutes here. 24:57 as Barney waved the white flag early, wins by 8.8 over Ben Morales, with Michael Rhodes finishing off in 3rd ahead of a slew of drivers: Jacob Magnowski, Alex Zart and Andrew Herschel. Nick Drooks a quiet 7th place, but that's what it takes to get yourself into the dance, with B-Roy. Brian Martin making his way in. Max Bowman will be 9th, with Amir Assad missing out by 9/10 of a second. Leave Sebastian with the fastest lap of the race. Rodrigo de la Peña had a very good chance, but a couple of offs made the difference, as too for Lith Fox, who was trying to chase on in for it. Brian Shabelski couldn't get the job done here today. Edgar Sancinelli 14th, Donny Hearn 15th, with Mike Ellis, J.R. Robinson, Joe Sacchetti, who we saw spin around with Steve Ritter there, and Ryan Marshall making up your field. No lap down cars in racing action here. And Leif Sebastian here is ready to have a chat with us. And Leif, critically, an all-important race for you. A nice and quiet one at the front, exactly what you wanted.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been the ideal race. It's just something pretty straightforward. You know, you never really know how these races are going to go, especially when there's a specific cutoff. Everyone's trying to get into that top 9. So But still takes a lot of focus there at the front. You know, sometimes when you take your foot off the throttle a little bit and lose just a little bit of focus, sometimes that's when mistakes tend to happen. So I still try to keep the same pace and just keep driving as if there was somebody right behind me. So, but happy to have a pretty straightforward race.
A straightforward race, and are you happy in the sense that you got given the earliest slot available, or were you going to be someone who would have been a little happier seeing what the competition would have done beforehand?
No, I wasn't too picky about it, about which slot I ended up in, because really, I guess it doesn't matter. I just kind of have to drive the best that I can. So really, whatever slot I ended up in, I was still going to try to, drive the best I can. I wouldn't have, kind of changed up my driving based on the split that I was in. So
you are the fastest in time attack. You are fastest in your heat. You're going through this faultlessly at the moment. What are you hoping that Schaumburg is going to offer you? And are you looking forward to getting yourself stuck in a LAN environment?
Yeah, for sure. I'm really looking forward to it. Obviously, with kind of where we're sitting at the moment, the goal is to go there and win. But it's also my first time participating in any kind of in-person LAN event. So that'll be very different as well, both with the environment and with the equipment and everything like that. So I doubt it'll be as straightforward as this was. I expect nothing less. And there'll be a bit of a learning curve there, but also we have to kind of put it in perspective that we don't have to win every single race. Just I believe it was the top 4 will move on to the next round once we get there. So also just kind of being aware of what the goal is in mind when we get there as well.
A thinking driver through and through. Leave Sebastian then faultless so far in championship trim as he books his place forward. Craig King wanders down the virtual paddock. He finds himself with Ben Morales.
Yeah, you got Ben Morales alongside me. Ben, qualifying wasn't the best of times for you. 6th fastest in the qualifiers, but made that move early doors. And was that something you were aiming to do early on to keep yourself a little bit comfortable in that bubble?
Yeah, for sure. This feels incredible. I just want to congratulate Leaf, just world-class pace there. We all know the caliber of driver he is. And yeah, right away, I was a little nervous coming into the event. I knew the level of competition was really high. So right away, I just, a gap opened up. I had to go for it.
Well, speaking of gaps, at the end of the race, you were starting to build quite a considerable gap to the rest of the cars behind you. Was it a little bit of just getting over the nerves and getting the ball rolling in that race? Because it looked like at the start you had to work a little bit, then you got ahead of Rhodes, then you started to just be a little bit aggressive. Was it just you just taking the rust off, taking the nerves off to just open up that pace?
Yeah, it definitely is. I haven't, a few of the guys here at Racing House, they kind of know, I haven't really raced competitively in 2-3 years. This was really my first real event back, and I practiced a ton for it. I think once the race got live, we all settled. We settled in, the gap started to build, and right away, I kind of felt, well, hey, I think I have a little more in it. I think I can make a jump to P2. After that, I think really for me, it was just managing the tires. I think towards the end, there was just a lot of deg, so... to finish up in second, it's amazing.
Well, to finish in second is amazing, but what's more amazing is you punch yourself a ticket to Schaumburg next month. Is that going to be the first time we're going to be seeing you at the event, or is that also going to be the first time we're going to be seeing you doing some racing in land conditions? How's that going to feel?
It means so much. You're making me nervous here as I hear about it, but I think this means a lot, man. I'm so excited. Everything we've done here at Racing House, just in Wisconsin, we've always believed that this can be a legitimate pathway to competitive motorsport, and specifically in this case, esports. So I felt that kind of as the leader of that I really had to just come out and do my absolute best, just for what it represents and what the things it validates for what you're trying to build as well. Just a true pathway into motorsports. So it means the world. I'm so excited to meet you guys. And at that point, we'll do our absolute best.
Well, I'm sure you'll do your best. Congratulations, Ben, on a P2 today. Get yourself a bit of rest and get your tickets ready to go to the Sim Racing Expo. Ben Morales there, coming home in P2, Jake. And I believe you've also walked your way down to P3 with Michael Rhodes.
Michael, yes, you had a very busy day at the office. You were able to close up on that massive group there with Jacob Magnowski and found yourself quite busy up there.
I certainly did. It was quite the job to try and get past them.
In terms of how you were trying to set up that move, this is a circuit that's got a lot of opportunities. You've got 3 long straights to do it. Do you have a specific straight in mind trying to get that pass done, or was it just when the opportunity presented?
I primarily tried to do it when the opportunity presented, but frankly, the front straight did it the most for me.
And in terms of what this means for you, a podium here in qualifying against the likes of the #1 seed, you now turn around and say, look, I've got my ticket booked to Schaumburg. How are you looking to go about business here and converting what is a 3rd place here to book yourself in through top 4 and then get yourself into that final?
If I can, I'd certainly be quite happy. I plan to put in the work in the hours.
Well, it's time for hard yards to be put in. Michael Rhodes there joining us then with a lovely, lovely P3 finish as we are already into qualifying here for Group 2. My, don't they fly thick and fast here in terms of the running. Another 10 minutes or 4 laps available to them. And, well, you can't go anywhere without talking about this guy, a former Porsche All-Star here, Craig. And it is a driver who is no stranger to high-level sim racing, Tyson Meyer, quirketized.
Oh, this is the one I've been waiting for, to see Tyson driving, because if anyone's seen the last few months from Tyson, there he is right there as he's streaming as well, getting a good view of him. One thing that's really great to see is here's a driver that most content creators, they'll say, let's try and aim for 5,000. Let's aim for 6,000. He got a 6,000, right? Can I push to 7,000? Oh, on 7,000 iRating. Within a week, he was up to 8,000. This is a driver that had pushed hard in the last few months. And if you want to talk about one of the most improved drivers on the sim, when you talk about your pro drivers, I want to talk about Tyson Meyer. The pace he has found in the last few seasons, amazing to see.
And that's what you get when you start putting in the focus, trying to get up to a higher and higher level out there as a sim racer. And this is by no means a slouches category out there. I am looking through these names here, Craig. You know, you've got drivers here from Caesar Esports like Mate Mihalides, for example. You've got drivers here out there like Corbin Lenaway, who when he sets up can be absolutely fantastic. You've got the likes of Alex Chilcutt, who I think goes really underrated in the sim. This is a really strong bracket group that he's been sidled in with.
Remember, he is in this because of the way, because of his qualifying time. And it's almost like it's a snake format here for the group. So because he's in this, he's the top driver in this group because he had the 2nd best time in qualifying. That just goes to show, well, the 2nd best in terms of the drivers here. That just goes to show that when you get that, you also have probably the worst luck, because I think drivers would like to be 3rd, 1st, or even 4th fastest just to level out that playing field. But for Quirk, for Tyson, he's gonna have to do this the hard way, I feel. Qualifying's gonna be important, and look at the adjustment and look at the correction he just had to make out of turn 1.
Not good on your first lap, so you're going to have to be patient with it, fighting then through turn 3, and then looking to just try and hit these marks as he has done so many times before, so many years before. And that's what you got to remember as well. A lot of these sim racers who are jumping in are either those who have maybe jumped in and said, hey, look, I'm looking just to try and qualify myself, see where I go, or am I going to be someone who jumps up to that level and I've got an amount of iRating? I'm going to turn it around to you here right now, Craig. We got drivers like Mate Mihalides, who has 9,900 iRating when it comes to GT. And you've got a driver in this field right now like Jason Phillips, who is a 2.50 rookie on iRacing. We've got the full spectrum.
You know, this actually feels like when I first started in iRacing, doing the Endurance Multiclass series, where Tyson would be driving a GT or a prototype, and I'd be driving the top class, and I shouldn't be there, but for some reason, I'm with him. and I've just got to accept it. And some of these drivers, wow, how great would it be to say, yeah, I was in a competition battling some of the best of the best. I was up against Tyson Meyer. I was up against pro drivers who've competed for top split special event wins. That's a little bit of something that you could take with you, a little bit of confidence you could take with you for the rest of your month, rest of your season, just to say, yeah, may not have been able to get there, but I was able to say I competed against the best in a chance to get there. And Tyson comes across the final corner, and that's how you take turn 14.
That's a lap on board then with Tyson Meyer as he charges over to the stripe and puts down a 2:04.7 on the board. Only good enough for second out there. 4 thousandths quicker than Mahailadesh, but it's Corbin Lenaway who's quickest on a 4.5 out there at this point. Now, track temperature 44 degrees still here in qualifying. So, again, very similar. Sean Sullivan out there right now is looking to try and get his time up on the board, and we've got various different drivers who are looking to push out and say, look, here's where my pace is going to be. This is going to be one of them who is trying to get that time up. Currently looking at it, 37.3 first sector, 56.6 in the second sector. Climbing up the hill, Blanc Ryuzaki, one of the VTubers, goes 9th temporarily because 10th then goes the other way. Sean Sullivan, 2:05.5. That's good enough to be P9 on the docket.
2:05.5 for the first lap if you're on the bubble. Not a bad time, really, when you look at it. I think you'd be probably looking just a little bit in a low 2:05 if you want to look for P9 in this qualifying. And now with the Impact Sim Sport driver of Corbin Lenaway, we'll come down into the carousel. And there we go. You've got two top team drivers here. From when you look at it with Mate, with Corbin, you've got Tyson Meyer, Alex Chillicott as well, all battling on. And this is probably on paper, Jake, I got to say, on paper, you'd expect those four to make it through. But with the racing we saw in the last race, that's not guaranteed. They need to hit their marks and get a good time in qualifying.
Alex Chilka at 2:04.5, so that puts him up then to the top. This is a look on over then with the 4.28 machine of Tyler King, looking to try and make that push. Gotta love the setup there right now. He's got the hat on, he's got the headphones, he's got things going. I think halfway through the race he should do a Zander Reed out there, turn his hat back, which will know things are about to go down.
He's also got someone racing alongside him by the looks of it. I wonder if he's got a few other people with him at the moment. But come on, Jake, you've got to support the man. Goes up into P5. He's got the best surname in the world. Of course, Tyler's going to have a good race out there.
Well, there are many kings out there in the world, and he is one of them out there and doing a good job in that pit spot. Lot of gravel being kicked up there by Sean P. Sullivan out there at the moment. Correct me if I'm wrong, he might be a little bit of a dead ringer out there if you squint hard enough to Joey Atterbury, our good friend.
Well, not after Joey's current mustache deal. We won't go into that. If he wants to run that, fair enough. But I wonder if he's going to be able to. A lot of drivers. I wonder what track we're at. If I know how a way to know what track we're at, just looking at someone's hat. Very nice for Sullivan to be running the same hat of the track that they're rating up today. Just 400 behind Joe Hartnett in P9. And Joe, 5,000 behind Corey Dreyer. This is a close qualifying, and they've only got one more lap left to go.
And they're in at the 2:04.1s now. Meyer clear by 11 thousandths over Alex Chilcutt. Corbin Lenaway then in third position. Then it's Mahailadesh. You've got King in fifth. Logan Wilson in that sixth position with Dave Barkley seventh. And Travis Rael moves up into 8th place overall with a time of a 2:05.4. He's found that one out of the hat. 1.3 off pole currently.
That's a great time. That may actually separate everybody. In fact, from 8th all the way down to 11th, separated by less, but by just a 10th. So just keep your eyes on what can happen in those final laps, because Strifer's still got a chance. Lenaway gonna do his final lap here. Would love to get a good spot. Can he find that extra 10 up the hill through 14? Nice and smooth, not attacking the gravel, not attacking that runoff. Looking really comfortable. Can he find that 10th? Even could he find less than a 10th and try and get past Chillicott at the front of the line? 2:04.698. It's not good enough.
And Tyson Meyer goes even quicker to a 2:04 flat. He is a tenth exactly above Alex Chilcutt. So is this going to be the run for it? Mate Mihailovic only gets to third then on a 2:04.2 as these final times come through. Corey Dreyer up to 7th place, and then Dave Barkley up to 8. So Eric Bowman might be in a bit of trouble here in 9th spot. He's got to worry, does the Canadian. Travis Rael has just been knocked outside of that top 9 in qualifying. Alex Chilcutt to the line, looking for Poe. Doesn't get there at 2:04.7. The time bled away in the middle sector, and just like that, he's going to be ultimately looking at the front row at best as far as it goes. Harkness has crossed the line, and so we wait for Travis Rael, who I think will be the last driver who can set a time out there and improve. He's currently in 11th spot here, Craig. He needs 4/10 to get himself a starting position inside the cut line.
Going to try his best. Sean Sullivan just set a great 2:05.176 to put him into P10. That's 2/10 ahead of Travis right here. And Travis would love it if he could start in that 10th. Would love it even better if he can get into the top 9. 2:05.140 makes the jump over Sullivan. P10's not too bad. Going to start alongside that P9. That's going to be helping him. He'll have the inside going in. He'll be happy. Tyson's very happy. He's just relaxing. I wish I had a beard as fine cut as him.
Well, I tell you what, that is face of a pole sitter. The gloves he wears, gloves of a pole sitter. The watch that he's got on his arm, watch of a pole sitter out there at this moment in time, and he'll be very pleased that he's got a 2:04.090 that puts him a full 10th clear of Alex Chilcutt and Mate Mihailovic there, who is in 3rd position. Corbin Lenaway will start this one in 4th, with Tyler King and Logan Wilson housing themselves on row 3. Corey Dreyer will start this one in 7th, with Dave Barkley in 8th place. Eric Bowman and Travis Rael will make up your top 10, with Sean P. Sullivan in 11th and Joe Harkness looking to find the power of the darkness there from outside row 6. Bradley Rosen and Zachary Miller are on row 7, with Blanc Ryuzaki representing the VTubers. They're 0-for-1 currently. They could be 0-for-2 as things currently stand. They're in 15th. Jason Phillips in 16th position, with Jim Dunton in the number 1 car 17th, and Greg Jones there in P18. Your final 3 out there. No time will be set by Mike Rigney because he is ineligible to race this one, but Edward Termini and Vishal Patel then will make that out a 3-second difference between everybody out there overall. The Sim Gaming Expo Challenge Series is proudly presented by SimLab, professional grade sim racing hardware built for champions. Head over to sim-lab.us. Craig, we've seen this once already. We've got to do this another 4 times for 25 minutes worth of racing action. Everyone wants to book their place, and this, I think, is going to be a much more chippier race at the front of the field. There's a look at Logan Wilson. VR out there he is currently running, so he understands what he's got to do. He is going to set himself out ready, and he is just looking around, and he will know every in and out of that Porsche 992 GT3 R911.
Well, if I had a VR headset, all I would do is just sit in the car and walk around and see what I can see inside the car. He's going to have to use it to racing. He'll have to use that to keep an eye on his mirrors, keep an eye everywhere, and that's how some drivers like to do. What I always say, folks, doesn't matter your setup. If you want to race for fun, if you want to race however you want to race, that's how you do it. Use triples, use a single, use an ultra wide, use VR, use your paddles, use your shifter, use whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't give you an advantage. It doesn't give you a disadvantage. And some of these drivers will be running on lots of different setups. But when they come to the Sim Racing Expo, of course, they will all be using the same gear. They will be using those Sim Lab cockpits, those P1X Pros, using the SimLab DDS Torque Sync bases, and of course using the Huskenfeld Ultimate pedals, which are also going to help them out there, Jake. And don't forget as well, Sim Panel button boxes and a dashboard provided by Lovely Sim Racing, the lovely dashboard. And that display dash used by Printed Sim Racing. They got a very nice setup they get to use if they make it to the dance.
And what's so important about a setup like that, Craig, here at the Sim Gaming Expo, is that each and every single component that is out there on that sim rig is one of the vendors who are out there and you can buy all of this gear and equipment from. And so it feeds back into the event that if you do like what you're racing with out there and you do like what you're seeing with a button box or a dash that you've got out there, you have the ability, if you're in Schaumburg, Illinois, to go and buy it.
But not only that, if you're not even racing and you turn up to the expo, you can actually go to these vendors and try them out, try out these items, and you get a chance to use it as well, because it's not just the drivers that get the first-hand experience. There's going to be lots of places for you to get your hands and feet onto these products to give them a go. And there is Quirk, and I'm just going to tell you, no, that's not a motion rig. Last time I checked, he didn't have an motion rig. He probably does, because that's a lot of movement for turning the steering wheel left and right.
Yeah, there is definitely motion in that rig right now, and he sits there ready to say, look, I want a little bit of feel out there, because you know, you're trying to replicate what you are feeling out there in the car, and so it's not necessarily the quickest to have a motion rig, but you know what they say, Craig? To be a great racer, you need to have a great bottom.
Oh my, yes. You also need to have that feeling, and drivers who've not been having the feeling, once again, Jake, I'm looking that from 8th backwards, not doing any tyre warm-up. We've seen this again. I'm very surprised to see it. In fact, the only warm-up I see is just forward and brake, a little weave by some of the drivers. But look at it. The top drivers are just really getting those temperatures up to the surface temperatures up. Rest of the field, they're just going to do this on the cold temps, and it's the same conditions as the last race. If you're wondering what those conditions are, 45 Celsius, 113 Fahrenheit. That's the track temperature. It's a hot one. They're going to have to be smooth and smart when they come to driving this track.
Yeah, not my words, Nicky Lauda's words out there for those who are wondering as far as they go. So as they all set themselves up, there is a difference between warming surface temperature, which is out to in, and then warming from in to out, which is more of the Kimi Raikkonen style of how you want to warm up a set of tyres. And so you see those from about 8th on back trying the in to out method rather than the out to in method, which is the tried and tested method out there in motorsport. Meyer, Chilcutt, Mihailovic. Further on from that, you've got Lenaway, King, Wilson. Your top 6 is Dreyer, Barkley, and Eric Bowman is the man who is on the bubble to start off 25 minutes. Porsche iRacing first safety car climbs right up Heartbreak Hill. Pace is under the control of Tyson Meyer, who launches immediately, and we get ourselves underway for racing action in race 2 of 5 tonight. Let's get ourselves going. Everybody falls into line. Chilcutt, Mihailovic, and Corbin Lenaway as we charge over towards turn 1.
Into turn 1, the only side-by-side you'll see is Tyler King making a move, and then right behind them as well, early doors, Sullivan trying to get back up to rail. Not had the best of start for those drivers outside of the bubble, as they were just getting caught out by the start of the line. Still side by side with Wilson, going along side by side with King, and this is a little bit treacherous. One of them's going to get the slipstream, one of them isn't, and if they keep fighting down after turn 5, they're going to be losing that train to the front 4. I'm starting to hear that elastic band snap.
Big lunge there down the inside. It's Bowman who's gone for a power move. There's 1, there's 2, forcing his way through and getting it done on Dave Barkley. What an almighty send at turn 5 to get the move done. Absolutely wonderful. Wide goes Rael, back there in 10th on the bubble, and suddenly he's having to half defend from Joe Harkness here, and Corey Dreyer now becomes the man in that bubble position. On board with Sean Sullivan, power move to the inside. Rael losing out to Harkness.
Yeah, Harkness believes in a thing called late sending, and he manages to get it done. And I think as well, Bowman looked at that move from B-Roy in the last race to see how it was done to get into the bubble, and he was just taking advantage. We haven't seen, you don't usually see a lot of double overtakes here at Road America, and well, we've seen 2 now already. I'm not entirely sure what's been going on, but you get it. But the key thing is the rest of the fighting means that those out of the bubble only got 1 car to fight. Dreyer on his own, everyone's pulled away from him.
Well, it's a case of everybody race up to the front of the group, and it's almost like we're going to have two separate races in one. Those who are in the top 8 who are wanting to fight for the win, and those night on back who want one seat left in the dance. It is a very unique situation that you've got, and look at the group as it forms here. We go on board with Joe Harkness then, there with Rael, Sullivan, Miller, Rosen, Ryuzaki, Dunton, the group as far as it goes back at the moment. But look at that camera there. You've got the mirror and the rear view camera. Most drivers will glance over at that rear view camera that gives you real-time information of what's directly behind you.
Or they'll be using the virtual mirror, because the virtual mirror is going to have a different resolution to what you get in that camera right by the dashboard, and some drivers do prefer the real-world experience using that digital rear view mirror instead of the real world rear view mirror, because you just get a better look. You get an understanding of what's there, and the drivers probably don't want to be looking too much at that. We talk about the mirror watching that drivers kind of get themselves into sometimes, which doesn't help them. Last thing you want to be doing is looking at a digital mirror, especially when you're coming braking here. Harkness trying his best to really push on, and he is the hardest charger. Just 3 drivers already up 2 places. Harkness already up 2 from 12th into 10th. Right, pushing on for that last spot, but Dreyer is now back in a little bit of slipstream, and the last thing Dreyer wants to do is pull a whole train of cars to the rest of the drivers at the back of this transfer spot.
No, so what he's trying to do here is launch onto the back of Dave Barkley and Eric Bowman, and if he manages that, suddenly he's got tow, and he's got a weapon that basically he can use, the same one as everybody else. So that's what Corey Dryer's thinking about, stretching this group out, and they are already doing so. Zachary Miller starting to lose the back of Sean Sullivan there. So that's going to make a difference out, and it is here going to be a case of what you can see. Sean Sullivan here, we take the little look right now. He's got the lovely, I believe it's a guitar. I'm not going to say it's a bass. I think it's a guitar there that sits there in the corner of the room, and he'll be looking around going, well, yeah, I am going to have to be nimble-fingered out there in terms of this race, because I'm going to have to get every single place that I can with very fast reflexes here at Road America. It's a labouring long lap around this place here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, which we find ourselves halfway between possibly 2 of the great cities of Wisconsin. We're halfway as there's a little bit of side-by-side here as Barkley and Bowman start scrapping for 8th place, with Barkley on the inside looking like he's going to get the best of Bowman, who's better on the brakes around the outside and holds for the moment but runs slightly deep, which gives Barkley the run into turn 3. We're halfway between, of course, the cities of Milwaukee and Green Bay.
That's Green Bay, Wisconsin, as they say out there, or somebody used to say. But that little battle has brought Dreyer right back into this contention. And I think that's why Barkley wanted to be a little bit nippy here, wanted to start to be a little bit quicker. That's what he had to be. Knows that if he just pushed ahead, get ahead of Bowman, he's going to have to get himself a bit of breathing room. But look at it now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, trouble in the back.
Got around in the background. Miller got tagged and spun around. It's only 6 battling for those last 3 spots.
Yep, he was looking around. Bradley Rosen there on the inside, understeering out wide on his lunge down the inside, and he will not be best placed. Oh, that's late there from Bowman, trying to get that move, and that puts him under threat from Dreyer. Here's the look at the replay on screen. He gets there, but again, the car plows through the middle of the corner, relying solely there, Craig, on mechanical grip.
It's one of those corners that needs a mechanical grip, and if you don't have it, and that's what we saw in the first race, drivers making mistakes by just being a little bit too slow into that corner, and that's why they were losing the rear, not having that grip. And Dreyer, after all that work, well, I say work, after all that help he got to get back into that spot, can't do it. Late lunge from Harkness, not making it. Sullivan, though, past Travis Rail, that's crucial. Knows that he needs to just keep on pushing. Dreyer's right in front. He's a second in front. And it's still early doors, Jake. There's 18 minutes and change left in the race.
Absolutely making early moves, and if you are not at Sim Gaming Expo presented by Simcraft this September, like currently for this championship, Sean Sullivan isn't currently, you are missing out. September 18th through 20th at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois, is 100,000 square feet of the best simulation gaming hardware, live esports competitions, content creators, and a community you have to be a part of to understand out there in the world of sim racing and simulation. unrepeated ventures. Your tickets are available now at simgamingexpo.com. And right now, Sean Sullivan trying to book his ticket by getting by Harkness and then Corey Dreyer, who is currently the man on the bubble as far as things stand. It's been calm at the front. Maya's only had to worry about Chilcutt. Mihailideš has had his mirrors full of Corbin Lenaway.
Yeah, getting a little bit of notice that, yeah, you might be a 9, almost 10K driver. You might drive the Sept Esports, but that doesn't mean you're going to have an easy run out here. And just look how close it is. Lenaway would love to just get this. And this really is more than just bragging rights when you think about the teams out there at the front here. They really would love to just get one over another team in this because, yeah, all right, Sept Esports did qualify, did get a driver qualified. Who beat them in the qualifiers? It definitely wasn't an impact driver, was it? Oh, it was. That's what Lenaway's trying to do right now. Trying to apply that pressure, trying to get that, because I tell you what, that could be very handy for the drivers. And I've just noticed as well, we've got our first race control announcement. There is live stewarding, and there's one driver who unfortunately is going to have to serve a penalty.
And it's Bradley Rosen who's in 13th position. He's been given a 10-second time penalty for causing avoidable contact, and that would have been for the dive at turn 5. So that's the first time that Race Control have flexed a little bit of muscle out there over the course of the running that we have as we climb the crest with your leaders out there and work over towards lap 5 here of this 25-minute race, with Chilcutt and Maya second and first as our focus there third and fourth. And there you can see just them climbing over the hill. The group there in the back there being led by Barkley there with Bowman and Dreyer and Joe Harkness, who on that last lap, Craig, lost 0.3 of a second.
And that puts him just on the edge of that slipstream. Last thing you want is to lose the slipstream out here, because you've seen how important it is at the front of this field. And I got to be brutally honest, Tyson probably would have been worrying about this racing. Probably would have liked to have it a little bit careful. But I bring to you, Jake. He's a streamer. He's got all his chat going in his ear right now. I don't know if he's got his text-to-speech donations enabled or anything. We know about some drivers who just want talking to them, makes them go faster. If you're Tyson, if you're a streamer, is chat actually helpful to you right now? It's a nice distraction to not remind you that, oh, by the way, you're leading this race and it will send you to a ticket to Illinois.
Well, I'm sure he'll be very happy, and you've got to remember as well, as chat has been very lovely in telling us at this moment in time, he's only had his motion rig for 1 week. That's not very long to get yourself adjusted.
Oh, wow. That's bravery. I know some drivers have literally just jumped into a race with a brand new wheel, probably like a day or two after they got it. And we're talking important races. Never heard someone literally have to get to grips with a motion rig and then, oh, here you go, big time race to get yourself into the Sim Racer Expo. But he's pretty happy with that, and a driver not happy with what's been happening is Joe Harkness. That gap has continued to expand. And I hate to bring up the old adage, I said it in the first race, Jake, Harkness might be the cork in the champagne bottle.
He might, and this is the problem, because you can hold pace through the early laps out there, but you do have to do a little bit of tyre management, because once you're done with the best of the tyre out there, if you're using a little bit too much rotation around here, you really will scrub the tyres, and especially around this clockwise circuit, Craig. Left-hand side tyres are the ones that go, as Bradley Rosen then is going to look around and drop 2 places off the final corner to Ryuzaki and to Dunton, who will get those spots and jump up into turn 1. And they don't use marker boards out there of meters, they use yardage codes.
It's still a marker board to me. It doesn't matter if it's yardage, meters, it could be in feet, it could be in inches. You could tell me that it is in parsecs, and it would not matter to me. If I know that my reference is going to be the second cone, that's my reference, and that's what the drivers are looking at. They're not too overly fussed about that at the end of the day. I think we might also see at the front of this pack, we were for a moment, Bowman looking to make a move, but he just slots right back in behind Barkley. Sullivan would love to get by right now. I think he's starting to struggle here. We're coming up to the halfway stage of the race. Real good start for Sullivan. Went up a couple places, went back down, currently in 11th, but losing time to that bubble. And that bubble, those 3 in front in this picture, they've not really attacked ever since they had that whole mini battle a few laps ago.
Do you think that they've understood the consensus of we're in a position and we're gaining time?
I think they realize that if they just keep doing this, it's going to be absolutely vital to them to just hold on to this and just make sure that now they've got their goals, let's just work together. No point fighting right now. The important thing is to stay up, and I think the top two in this group have decided that's the plan, because Dreyer has had a nightmare at the carousel, and he's going backwards, and Harkness is back in that slipstream range.
He's pretty much starting to close this down in today's competition, which is powered by SimLab, the title sponsor of the Sim Gaming Expo Challenge Series. From cockpits to control, SimLab designs modular professional-grade sim racing hardware built for rigidity, precision, and long-term performance. Trusted by thousands of sim racers and esports teams worldwide. Find out more at sim-lab.us. On board again here with Sean P. Sullivan, and he'll be looking around at Joe Harkness going, put that Porsche please into P10, also help me.
Well, Harkness has to make this move, and even if he doesn't, side by side will bat them all out.
Oh,
no. Collection, not what you wanted to see. Sullivan will get that, but that's going to be debated, because I think Harkness was turning in, and I wonder if that's going to be deemed an incident.
Craig, that's the also help me.
Yeah, I think that's divine intervention, but not the divine intervention you wanted. That's unfortunate, and also having that moment means that they've lost even more time to this pack in front.
Yeah, so that group having to avoid that incident suddenly skyrockets out. So Sullivan finds himself in that 10th spot. Stewarding team will have a big long look at it. Travis Rael realises it as well. Here's another look at it here into the opening corner. Now, if we're being fair here about Sullivan here, he does not deviate off his line. He holds the inside line, he is right against the curb, and that is a legitimate move down the inside. The question is he far enough along to be entitled space?
I would say yes. This is an F1, remember. It's not first to the apex gets the position. You've got to give the respect there, and I know that at some point you have to start turning in there. Harkness have to start turning in at some point, but you've got all that runoff, you've got all that road to work with. They might deem that Harkness turning a bit too much. Lovely slow-mo here by Hugo. Now look, Harkness is turning in normal. Sullivan starts turning in now. But when you notice where Sullivan meant to go, there's always going to be a call of car right there for Harkness. And I think that might be the deciding factor. Goes onto the curbing. I love this. Slow it down more, and we loved it. That's the sign to me that I don't think Sullivan did anything wrong.
No, I don't think he did either. He made a legitimate attempt for an overtake, and I think Harkness has just lost it on his own accord, trying to fight maybe a little too aggressively there on the outside. Another look for you here, moving in towards turn one, and you can see he's on the inside. Slow it right down. Look, it's so easy to put blame on the car behind, but I don't think that's the case here.
No, I know that turn one at Road America can be tough, but I've seen so many drivers that have been able to make that side-by-side with little problems, and I think he'll get away with that. The question is, can Sullivan now find a way to get 2 seconds with 10 minutes to go? Dreyer gets a little bit of reprieve, and I think Dreyer will be the happiest man to see what happened behind, because he has been struggling as the man at the back of this field, and that's probably now just going to allow him to relax, and I wonder if he'll start to find that pace that he needs.
Wow. He'll be turning around and saying, right, what's going to happen? Lunge down the inside just directly in front of him, though, and give yourself a bit more buffer room. Eric Bowman making the pass then on Dave Barkley. That's going to be good enough then to jump up and gain one more spot. They climb Corvette Hill, and there's contact, and Corey Dreyer there has to get well off of the binders then as he walks on through, and suddenly that puts Sean Sullivan with a bit of life. They keep doing that. I've got away with 9 minutes to go and get myself back into racing action here at Sim Gaming Expo, presented by Simcraft, which is happening September 18th through 20th at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois. 3 days of sim racing, flight simulation, virtual reality, and so much more, all under one roof. Tickets are on sale now at simgamingexpo.com.
Drivers will now look with 10 minutes to go, less than 10 minutes to go. And they also know that they're probably only going to be doing 12 laps around here again. So that's probably also a good thing that Tyson's leading the race. I'm not having a knock at Tyson. Don't get at me, Tyson's chat. You're all a bunch of wonderful people. I know you say otherwise, but this is a nice day in the office for the drivers at the front. It feels like it's just a normal day in IMSA. You don't have other multi-class running around with you. These drivers would love it if they get a little bit of help from multi-class, because Dreyer needs to find a way to get past Barkley, and now it's Barkley that's been having the issues out there, and the ebbs and flows of working in a pack are oh so treacherous. And one thing that this does do, Sean Sullivan has managed to just get in the slipstream. And Jake, when was the last time you saw a driver showing his webcam in P10? What happened to him? I can't remember. What happened last race? Oh, I remember.
Yeah, they found the way through and they got themselves into the dance. Does he want to do a B-Roy here? Does Sean P. Sullivan to get him up? Travis Rael watching. That last lap, by the way, Dreyer to Sullivan, 1.1 seconds the difference. It was a 5.3, played a 6.4. So that's a big difference. And now suddenly you're starting to see the desperation. This is like trying to crawl over and say, no, I'm going to let you get fed to the wolves, so to speak. I don't want it to be me. If they get someone else first, it won't matter. I find safety.
Find safety, get ahead, keep it calm. That's what you need to do. And as the laps start ticking down, safety gets safetier and dangerous get dangerouser. They're not words, but you know what I'm saying. Sullivan is closing in. And now when you think about it, the cars will start to get lighter because the fuel's getting drained. These cars will start to act a little bit differently when they're lighter, and that front of that car just starts to be a little bit more pointed into the corner. The rear will start to be a little bit less planted. So is that going to be the help? Some drivers love it when the car gets light. Other drivers do not like it. Is that what Sullivan's looking for right now? One thing for sure, Bowman, I think he's safe right now. He's starting to pull ahead.
He is, and one of the things you've got to remember about actually taking the fuel out of the car is it raises, Craig, the center of gravity of the machine that you are driving, which means its handling characteristics ever so slightly change as you're going about, because you're taking the weight out, which means that you're raising up that center of gravity. It makes it more pliable, more turnable, and it means it can be a bit more unstable. And when the car's unstable, as you saw that from the wiggle there from Corey Dreyer off the final corner, in theory, you can access more grip out of the tires.
More grip, even in these temperatures, it's going to be really tough to make away with these temperatures because the track is still warm, but it's possible. It's possible. These two starting to pull ahead here. Barkley, Bowman starting to really pull ahead, and look at the car catching the number 8. Dreyer has Sullivan behind him, but with 3 laps to go, I think that's what we're looking at right now. With 3 laps to go, he needs to have a good lap this lap to start putting the pressure on. And I wonder if Dreyer is starting to feel it. He gets that slipstream just from the cars in front, but he's also bringing Sullivan along for the ride. And Travis Rael, is he looking to play spoiler? He's still in of a chance here. He's in that slipstream. You're looking really at 3 cars that got a chance to make this, because I can't see Dreyer at the moment really catching back up to the top 2.
And likewise, I don't see Blanc Ryuzaki making any progress to go and get close. Did a 5.7 on that last lap, 2/10 slower than Rael, who has now dropped off the back then of that group ever so slightly, running wide at turn 5. So that just tells you how tough 5 is. And then there were 4 in the group right now. Dreyer not under immediate pressure right now, but we call this latent pressure with 4:43 remaining on the clock. It's not immediate. You're not under threat of losing the spot, but you know they're close, and that adds anxiety.
And then you get into the anxiety train of mistake. You make a mistake. Oh, no, I've got to make sure I don't make another mistake. Oh, no, I made another mistake. Oh, no, I've made another mistake. Oh, no. Once you make one, it's no longer in the back of your head. It's right front and center. It's in the cockpit, and it's driving you. That's the last thing Dreyer needs right now. He just needs to hit his marks and not look behind, look forward, and in some respects, basically, monkey see, Jake, monkey do. Copy what Barkley and Bowman's doing, and he'll be fine.
So long as they both don't make a mistake, and then you've just copied a mistake. That's the only other caveat that you're going to have for a situation like this. Climbing up Heartbreak Hill, crossing the line, 20:51 was on the clock remaining here. And again, it's going to be a case of it's going to be close by the time that they reach the line, whether it will be 2 or 3 laps to go. And they are playing with a very fine margin here. And Bowman, for the first time, under that threat from Dave Barkley here. And this is where Corey Dreyer, once more, probably is going to want to try and think about putting that yellow Porsche down the inside to say, I don't want to be in the hot seat. Give it to someone else. Give it to Dave Barkley, why don't we?
Yeah, remember Bowman was in the hot seat at the start of this race, and I wonder now Dreyer's going to be, hang on, I don't want to be in there, really good on the brakes, right on the back of Barkley. That's going to help him. That's going to put the pressure on. But is it the pressure saying, I want to make the move, or the pressure saying, come on, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. We need to keep pushing here. We need to keep going. We know that this is the battle now. This is what everyone's looking at. We know how important it is. Do you want to go to Illinois? I want to go to Illinois. Do you want to go it? Let's do it. Dreyer looking for the move. He doesn't feel comfortable enough. I think he feels he's got a little bit more pace, and looking at the lap times, he definitely does.
Yeah, so that's giving you the sense of where they are stacking up at the moment. The pace having to be fraught and frantic at the front. The top four split by 2.1 seconds. And if you're looking at these four, Meyer, Chilcutt, Mihailovic and Lenaway, on their own, these four could make their way to the final very, very easily with the level that they've got out there overall. We chase them through the Kettle Bottoms over towards Canada Corner, turn 12, out here on this circuit. But it is now going to be a case of how much time are they going to have remaining. I am looking at the clock here, and it is going to be very, very close. And again, Barney waves the white flag, Craig, for 1 lap to go.
I think Tyson crossed the line with 2 minutes and 3 seconds left to go in the race, so I believe that is it. There is Barney waving his arms, getting his exercise in once again. Put your fitness tracker there, you get your steps in as well, as this is the battle we got to look at right now. Can Dreyer make a move to try and upset the apple cart here? Can Sullivan play spoiler? Rails had a terrible time. In fact, Ryuski has also been battling hard as well and losing positions at the back there. So now there were 4. And as they come down into turn 3, that's the number of positions you've got. There's going to be fireworks here, Jake. Dreyer is looking very aggressive, and he's got a great run out of Fort 3.
Well, he's got 6/10 when he crossed the line in terms of a margin then over Sean Sullivan. The question being, is he going to get held up 6/10 if he elects not to make the move here at turn 5? Thinking about it early on the brakes, lifting out of it. Sullivan now will close on in, but the prime place to get a move done, it's gone. And now you're going to have to start thinking. They're all lining it up on the top of Corvette Hill, but nobody electing to go and make that move. Nobody pushes too far wide. Sullivan now closes himself down to within 0.4 of a second here, and he is going to need the kettle bottoms of his life. Half thought of an attempt into the corner there of turn number 8. That has allowed the opportunity now for Sean Sullivan. And keep yourself calm, Sean. You need this pass to get yourself through. It's now going to be all about how Canada Corner plays out. Meyer at the front of the field is going to hold off Alex Chilcutt at Canada Corner, so he'll have 1 corner to hold on for a victory, lights to flag. But it's going to be how hard you push. All 4 in the grass, and he knows it there. He washed out through the middle of the corner, and he's lost Canada Corner as an opportunity to go and make that move. Out to the final corner, Alex Chilcutt may as well chase the shadow of Tyson Meyer all the way up. Big smile, big represent, a fist bump to the chest. I get through P1 of Heat 2. Quirk saying this is my opportunity to win at Schaumburg, Illinois. Chilcutt, Mihailovic and Lenaway, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. It's then going to be Tyler King, Logan Wilson, and then here, Bowman, Barkley, and the face of resignation out there for Sean P. Sullivan in 10th.
Oh, you've got to feel for Sean. That's the face of someone dejected. They know they did everything they could, and straight away he's just left. He's put the car away, and that's it. You get the other drivers coming by. That's so unfortunate. What could he have done differently? He did the hard work. He made the move to get into P10 to start attacking, but it was just too late, and everything didn't line up for him. He was faster on the last lap, but that is the side. That is the face of someone that was so close, and at the same time was so far. I gotta give it up to him, Jake. I would have been swearing quite a lot if that was me.
Yeah, but that was you, but not him. He's knows, oh, shucks, it didn't quite work for me. Tyson Meyer getting it done in 25 minutes on the dot out there as he looks to try and work. Alex Chilcutt in 2nd, and then Mate Mihailovic and Corbin Lenaway third and fourth. Tyler King will find himself fifth with Logan Wilson sixth, ahead of Eric Bowman, who started the race in ninth place and found his way in. And also there, Dave Barkley and Corey Dreyer, 8th and 9th. The top 9 as they started all found their way through. Sean P. Sullivan just on the wrong side by 0.4 of a second. Watches with Travis Rael and Bradley Rosen there, 11th and 12th. Rosen with a 10-second time penalty that will drop him down to 15th behind Blunk Ryuzaki and Joe Harkness. And as well as that, Jim Dunton there from Canada. Zachary Miller had his half spin. That took him out of contention then in 16th, with Vishal Patel jumping up ahead of Greg Jones. Jason Phillips there, 43 seconds behind, and Edward Termini making up the 20 in heat number 2. Well, we got the opportunity to chat with Tyson Meyer himself. Quirk, brand new sim rig out there for you. How has the motion setup been in terms of getting adapted to it?
Well, I must have adapted to it fairly well here. I mean, we drove well here at 0x, which is phenomenal. I was getting a little motion sickness when I first got it, but I'm starting to get used to it.
Absolutely, because you're moving about quite a bit, but you're also staying in the same place at the same time on a fixed point, so it does make life a little bit difficult. But at the front, a field as strong as this, you've got drivers from Caesar Esports behind you. You've got Alex Chilcutt pushing you all the way, Corbin Lenaway, who plies his trade at Satellite. This is pretty much a who's field of contenders that you'd expect to see in the final.
Oh, it's fantastic. Like, I can't wait to see how much I get my butt kicked at the expo. Like, everyone's so fast here.
Everyone may be fast now, but how do you look around at the Sim Expo, the Sim Gaming Expo, and go, okay, that's just part of the qualifying competition. How do I look to set myself up for game day when you go to a LAN environment?
Well, it's interesting. I didn't do the competition last year. I forgot which car they had, but this year, you can only do so much at home, right? So you have your practice at home. We know what car, we know what track and set, but it's also a new environment. You got people all around you. You got cameras and lights and a lot of noise, and you got to try to block it all out and just try to get into the zone and do your best, and just hope that you can hit your marks and have a good race.
I will say this right now to Quirk's chat. If you don't give him the biggest hype train right now after a P1 result like that, you are not doing justice to a streamer of his quality. Tyson Meyer, Quirkatize, gets the job done here in Schaumburg, and gets his place to Schaumburg, Illinois. Craig King down the virtual paddock has found Alex Chilcutt.
Yeah, Alex Chilcutt with me. Alex, it's a good day in the office. It's not a victory, but it's still enough to punch your ticket to Illinois.
Yeah, that pretty much went exactly as planned. Just kind of follow the leader there and make sure nothing crazy happens. And everybody in the top 9 pretty much is a winner today.
Well, everyone's a winner when you come to that, and it means that you get a shot to go and take some more chances to make rooms. Tyson was just saying that he felt everyone had the pace over him. Were you hiding some of the pace, or are you going to really show the true pace when you get to Illinois in the next month?
Tyson's very quick. We pulled away from a guy who's rated 9.9K, so definitely, good looking out to him there. But yeah, on the last lap, I pulled up about 0.3 to the back of Tyson there, so maybe I'm hiding a little something. You'll just have to wait and see.
Well, before we finish on that, that probably was the most stacked group in all of the races we'll see tonight. When you think about it, 2 big name esports drivers, yourself as well in an esports team. You got Tyson, top streamer as well. That looked like the toughest group to get out of, and now you've done it. Are you happy that it's done, especially being it was the second race of the night?
Yeah, this is obviously the most stressful part of the whole competition. You only get one shot to make it through in that top 9. Once you get to the LAN, obviously things are a little bit different. You get the second chance qualifier and all that. So it was definitely stressful coming in here, but yeah, I'm very happy to make it out.
Well, stress is over with now. You get a chance to relax, get yourself ready, and make sure in a month that you're heading to Illinois. Alex, congratulations on the P2, and we will see you in Illinois for the Sim Racing Expo. Thank you very much. And Jake, you've been walking down the paddock as well. I think you've got a man in P3 with you.
I do. Mate Mihailovic is here with me. Now, Mate, there is a big, strong push. There was last year, there is this year for Caesar Esports to get representation here in the Sim Gaming Expo, and a job well done to get yourself through in third place here today.
First, I want to congratulate for all the 9 people who got out for the LAN event. I had a really tough race, to be honest, because this track doesn't suits me well. So I really got the.
In terms of, sorry, Mate. In terms of dealing with a circuit that you don't gel with, let's say, so to speak, how do you get over that shortcoming and find the way to gather that pace? Is it more practice? Is it a mindset thing? How do you look to gear yourself for a circuit that you have issues with as a driver?
I had practiced a lot, but the qualifying was already a mess, to be honest. Then I really need to head down, and that was the way, I think.
So the job that you've got is done. You are through to Schaumburg in Illinois. What does the process look like for you between now and September 18th when you jump in on those sim rigs?
I think the track at the LAN event will be more suitable for me. Sebring is way better, I think.
Well, we'll wish you the best of luck, Mate, in terms of your racing action coming up, because you have booked your ticket to Schaumburg, Illinois. Mate Mihailovic there for Caesar Esports, getting his job done in P3 overall. Just about to tick over into qualifying then for the middle group, Group 3 of 5. And it starts here, Craig, with a 10K I-rated driver in Mate Mihailovic's teammate, Balázs Pilar.
Finally, we've seen the 9K drivers, and now we've got the big guns. Balázs Pilar, one of the top drivers, and if you've got a 10K, granted, a few years ago, that used to be a rarity, and now it's almost like Super Saiyans at the end of Dragon Ball Z. They come one a dime a dozen, but just because there is many doesn't mean it doesn't wash away any of the expertise and pride that you get for 10K rating. That's what Balázs has got. And that also means he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but he welcomes the pressure that the drivers will be delivering.
It is a very welcome pressure, and so now the opportunity again sets itself up here. With 10 minutes to get your 4 laps in, it will mean that you'll get at least 3 laps to go and prove you are there, because lap 4 effectively is going to be their lap 0, the out lap that they have available. Number of different drivers who are setting themselves up here today and saying, look, we are going to have a wonderful drive out there, and there are names that are up, down, all around that have looked to try and prove what they have been capable of over the course of this season. And one thing that I do note on top of anything else that you've got Sean Cole out there looking to try and jump up above here in terms of his role and responsibility on his Drive Better challenge than what happened in the opening round then of the running that we had for Amir Assad. So he's got to do better than a 10th place. Effectively, Sean Cole's got to try and qualify himself today.
Well, never say never. He's got the ability to, he's got the pace, and he's got the expertise from all the years of racing. So just because he's not a 10K driver like Balázs doesn't mean he is out of this. And this is probably going to be, in terms of that final transfer spot, we talked about how stacked the last race was. That was how stacked it was at the top of the field. When you look at the midfield here at the transfer, this might be the toughest one to get through in terms of transferring. There is Balázs wearing his lovely shirt there with his lovely lineup, and got the curtains right beside him. That's going to be very tough. And I thought for a moment that was actually the broadcast right behind him. But no, he's watching something else that's not important at the moment. No, that's not important right now.
No, this is what's more important out there. He knows what he's got to do. He knows his role and responsibility, and he has got to absolutely charge forward with everything he has got, and then some here, as he will set up for his first flying lap out there overall, hugging the white line on the left-hand side and saying, right, let's just tip this one into the opening corner here. Find my mark, 157 kilometers an hour on this Makoni setup shop set that they're running here as a fixed setup that is there and identical for them, and pushing into turn 3, looking for the drive off of the exit and saying, right, let's give it the beans here along this straight. Under the Sargento Bridge here, it's cheese country out here in Wisconsin, and the mic goes up closer to his face. Oh, I think I'm doing all right at the moment here as I head to turn 5.
Probably knows he's got a delta he's sticking to and looking for it, and look at the eye. This is what I love to see. It's just a quick look down at the board to see the delta. Then he's looking to the left to look where he's going, looks to the right, and when they teach you how to race, that's what you tell them. You look at the apex that you're turning into. Once you've done that, you look at the apex you're drifting out to. And some drivers use it with their heads, but look, he's barely moving his head, or he's moving it there as he's rolling with the left-hander, but he's straight there. Eyes look straight in, full focus, and he's not even, I don't even think he's actually taking a big breath at the moment, really just sucking it in and holding out to ready to then have an exhale here. Nice little quick relax. He comes through to the kink. Now he gets a proper relax coming down through the kettle bottom to Canada corner.
Absolutely stone cold flat through that right-hander was Balazs Pilar. He was not lifting for anything through here as he hits his marks then at Canada corner, then 115 kilometers an hour. Oh, he catches a wiggle through the middle of the corner there, and that is going to compromise him slightly here to Bill Mitchell. This is where the time's going to start fading away. It's off camber through there, so if you've got any discrepancy going through turn 13, you realise 14 is going to be just as tough as far as you go. He'll head to Heartbreak Hill with some room to improve out there over the course of this first lap, looking and glancing over at the black box relative to see what time he has done in comparison, and he is still a 10th quicker than Ricky Renner, who's there in second place. Russell Soto in third, and Mike Clausing then in that 4th spot. So good job on that first time. Then Eric Halsband moving up to 4th.
Those times will start to come down, and even though Balazs is pole position at the moment, doesn't mean he's home dry. You look at the drivers around as well. Sean Cole was in P11 or P12 after that. Here's Ricky Renner after their first lap time here, and Ricky would love to just find some extra time out there for the team, for himself, and just to give him some space, because we've noticed the top 3, 4 in this race in the last 2 races haven't needed to be that aggressive. They've made swaps, they've made overtakes, but they've realized that's all we need to do. Just keep it safe, keep it calm. So if they get a good time here, put themselves in the top 4, I feel they'll be looking at just having a Sunday drive around Road America for 25 minutes.
Ricky Renner trying to do a good job out there and is looking to push, and there are drivers who are finding themselves out there running who have been in some very good sim racing competition. Craig, you and I have both commentated on Kevin Maillard in the past, a driver who has competed over in the Sim Racing Republic Championships.
Yep. Just because Balazs is the man that everyone looks at doesn't mean there's other drivers from other teams as well. You look at some of these names, a lot of drivers out there, and that's what I was bringing back again, Jake. I've circled it in my little notes. This is the toughest group, I feel, because look how close it is from the back of the field. And whoa! Renner takes too much into the barrier with 3:50 to go, Jake. He's got no time to do another lap. He'll have to accept the 2:04.7 at his time. That's drama.
That is going to sting Ricky Renner. He is second at best, and now Russell Soto is going to have the chance to jump up. What can the Puerto Rican do to move on up through 0.45? That's fastest from Russell Soto, immediately eclipsed though by Balazs Pilar by 0.4 of a second. That is mega in terms of attempt. Alex Hansen has moved up into 4th position then and got clearance as Halsband again goes quicker to a 2:04.8 with what you feel with the time remaining is still one more attempt. The bubble changing as Lyndon Swaby. That's a name I haven't seen in a very long time. I used to call out some old touring car action back in the Kia Optima with Lyndon Swaby, back with the World Cup tour that we used to have running with the likes of some very good old friends of mine, Cesare Rizzo and Alex Everett. Lyndon Swaby having a very, very good run, the Jamaican, but currently bubble Mike Clausing on a 5.3.
And that bubble's quite close there. I actually picture, I think the 5 cars behind him about 5/10 behind. So a lot of time and opportunity. I looked as well. Only 2 drivers were faster in that second lap than Ricky Renner. Is he safe? Well, I say safe. Is he going to stay P3 is the question. And I wonder if that's going to help him or not. I'm not sure. But Soto attacking and different lines through the carousel. We talked about it. Hugging the inside there through the carousel to open up the corner. Keeping the throttle down. Hard acceleration needed and keeping it flat. Now the tires are up to full heat, and that's the crucial thing. Did Renner not heat those tires up enough? Because each driver is able to take the Bill Mitchell bend in a minute after counter the corner without losing the rear end. We haven't seen that today, Jake, apart from one moment at turn 5. But the rear of this car really is that decisive factor of why this is a different kettle of fish compared to other GT cars, because it's a rear engine car.
Oh, Clausing's gone as well now, who's in 9th place. Exactly the same as Ricky Renner. He's done exactly the same thing out there on his final run. So Clausing's not going to improve from 9th place. Here's Soto over to the line. Now, does he have enough to improve? He finds a 10th, and that's all. A 10th of a sec. Dylan Lees up the order, then finds himself a magical time there to 3rd from 18th. Big old stuff there going up. Hulsband up to 3rd then as he finds a 204.6. We go to Pierre Paniagua, who could be someone who gets himself in, because Lyndon Swaby's just found a 4.8 on the board. Currently on a 4.9 is Paniagua here, and suddenly he's in 8th place. And all of a sudden, this might be the fastest qualifying. Neil Bontemps then has gone through into 10th spot. You might need a 204 just to get yourself the best place possible to get in the dance.
Oh, Pierre's just gone up to P6. That puts Lyndon Swaby into 8th. Hansen will stay in 9th, and it's a low 205. We said in the last qualifying, a low 205 would be the time you would need to get there, and that's important. That mistake by Clausing, by the way, is big time. It put him all the way down to 13th position. And realistically, the only drivers that have been able to make the bubble today have come from 11th at worst. So that is going to be a tough day in the office for Clausing.
There is not much you can do about that. You're just going to have to try and recover your way up through the order. There's some quick drivers, and there is the, I would say, calm face of Balazs Pilar out there at the moment, who will be, I would say, saying, that is the job I wanted. 3/10 clear of the rest of the field. I'm going to be trying to target what we saw in race number 1. A nice, clear getaway like we saw with Leif Sebastian. Balazs Pilar gets his time fastest with Russell Soto and Eric Hulsband 2nd and 3rd, as Dylan Lees will find himself in P4. Ricky Renner, it costs him 3 spots, the damage that he had on his 2nd lap, with Pierre Paniagua moving up then into position number 6. Rick Scott, it's been a little while since we've seen him racing. He's 7th with Lyndon Swaby in 8th. Alex Hansen finds himself in 9th, and on the outside looking in at 1 second back, Neil Bontemps is going to need to try and find a way to get through. Matt Wagner is there in 11th with Elijah Mitchell in that 12th spot, ahead of Mike Clausing, who also had a spin, and Jay Bast, who is then in 14th. Kevin Maillard will go from that 15th spot, sharing the position with Sean Cole, who is 16th at 1.4 back. Kieran Liflander is going to be in 17th with Austin Saar in that 18th spot. And your top 20 rounded out by Michael Caminiti and Jamie Solis, who will be looking at their times going, right, we need this one to work in process out there. This, of course, is your Sim Gaming Expo. 45 degrees track temperature with a 26-degree air temperature out there. It's a very nice day in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. But the Sim Gaming Expo Challenge Series is proudly presented by SimLab, professional grade sim racing hardware built for champions. Head over to sim-lab.us to get yourself into the picture. But Pilar knows his job. He's been in these situations many a time before, and he's part of that wonderful Hungarian-based sim racing team of Caesar Esports, which does everything it possibly can to get to the highest level. But these are drivers in and around who are going to want to try and have a scrap and want to get themselves in. And I will say this, Craig, racing standards over the first 50 minutes worth of racing we have seen tonight, absolutely near faultless.
Jake, what have you done? I'm knocking on wood right now. What have you done? You've just cursed it. You've just cursed the drivers. And again, circle back to what I had in the notes. This is one of the toughest groups to get out of, to transfer. We probably know the top 4 are safe, the top 5 safe. Then everywhere else, it's going to be tough for these drivers. And just to show how important it is, I'm actually seeing almost everybody start to do tire warming, and those that know they have to be aggressive early are doing the tire warming. That's important. Even on this hot track tent, remember, there's not a lot of grip here. I think G8 will bring back the dog walking ratio out there when it comes to the heat, but all the drivers in every group race today doing the same conditions. And if they can do it good, knock on wood, the next 3 groups can be able to keep it nice, calm, and clean in the race.
For those who don't understand, there is a temperature range out there, which is to say that either you can walk your dog on the surface of the circuit, or if it's too hot for the paws of your dog, you can fry an egg on the circuit. It's the dog walking to egg frying ratio that we like to call it. We are not in dog walking territory. I think it's too hot for a dog on the asphalt here today. I think we're in egg fry territory, so it's going to be hot, and the tyres are not going to like it very much over 25 minutes. But now they look around, and I would be asking you here, Craig, this question. What would you, aside from warming up the tyres, what would you be looking at on an out lap and thinking about as you go around gearing up for a race? So what's the main focuses and priorities you'd be looking at?
Well, the first thing in my head right now is, what am I going to do? What am I doing? What am I doing? There's cars around me. I can't do this. No, it's too much. The anxiety would be going crazy for me. Not everyone has that anxiety. They'll be looking to hit their marks, keep it calm. I almost saw 2 cars come together while they were warming up the tires in the middle of the pack. So they'll be looking to make sure they give each other room, looking for the opportunity. If you've got the inside line going into turn 1, you'll be trying to do your best to follow the car in front so you get that advantage, because if the leader goes early, P3 will get a chance to attack onto P2, and so on and so on. So that's what they'll be looking for. They'll be also making sure they don't leave too much of a gap, and also having to hope that they keep themselves in line, make sure they get an advantage on the cars behind. But like I said, Jake, I don't know about you, I would be absolutely a nervous bag of wrecks right now.
Well, I would be looking around at this thinking, okay, where are my drivers in front that I've got to try and chase up to? How am I going to be thinking about planning the opening lap? And how is this going to work on the start? Who do I have to be reacting to when the drop of the green flag goes and when the pace goes up? A lot more aggressive here is this field, and actually a lot more pinned together at the front of the pack. We're seeing a lot more micro weaving than macro weaving. There is that old philosophy, Craig, that the bigger the weave, the better the tyre warm is. That's not always the case.
No, I wonder if this is mind games. I wonder if Pala knows that, well, I can race on these cold tyres. I don't need to be too much aggressive weaving. What can everybody else do? What have you got in this field? Are you able to run with the cold tyres straight away? Because we've seen drivers, for the first time in qualifying, we've seen drivers make key mistakes in qualifying. May we see drivers make key mistakes at this Bill Mitchell bend in the first lap of the race. These tyres may not be warm enough for this hot track.
Maybe not, but this may be a huge opportunity out there to say, I want my ticket into Schaumburg right now. I've got it. I've got to be top 9. Balazs Pilar with the control of the field up Heartbreak Hill as we get ourselves ready, and the launch is immediate off of this start. We are underway at the halfway race of this 5, and immediately it's going to be Hulsban who doesn't get the best start. Good work there from Dylan Lees that gets himself up to 3rd as they'll work the challenge here into turn number 1. Everybody finds their angle in on the brakes and fights well through the opening corner. Nothing really of note to go and mention then as far as incident is concerned into turn 3. It's still, though, a case of Paniagua here looking around and saying, I can get to 4th. Hulsban, the one looking the wrong way here as Ricky Renner looks to push.
Renner looks to push, but behind them, they're all just going 2 by 2 and almost 3 wide. Behind them, the transfer spot's heating up. Hansen knows he has to do something. He almost went 3 wide.
No.
Big crash because he did try to go 3 wide. Hansen, Scott, Bontet, everybody just checks up, and even more carnage as they come to turn 5.
There's the big one we were waiting for, and it has created an absolute scene out there. Elijah Mitchell gets through all of it with Kieran Liflander, who is further back, and Austin Saar now puts himself in the transfer spot. Jay Bast and Sean Cole there from Simrig, from the work that's been done. He's currently just on the outside. Look at that damage to that tyre. It is done for.
Car is done, Jake. I'm going to have to say it. You cursed them. You said that it was clean, and that happened. But what has that done? You've got Liflander, Saar up 9 places, each of them. They didn't have the qualifying they wanted. Somehow, they just found the golden ticket. I didn't know this was Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. They've done so well, and crucially as well, they've managed to pull a bit of a gap to the rest of the field, catching them. Jay Blast is so close with them, but here it is. I was looking. They were trying to make this free wide, and then because of the overspeed, just a small tap trying to look for the opportunity just started everything. And this is it. Look, free wide there, a late block, that's fine. And that's just not good awareness of your surroundings.
Alex Hansen's going to be the one who's going to have to shoulder the blame of responsibility for that. He's in the pits and out, as is Matt Wagner, as is Lyndon Swaby here in this race. They are all in trouble, and they now know that they are in a world of hurt. Pilar, Soto, Lees, Paniagua, and Renner, your top 5 out there with Halsband in 6th. It's Mitchell, Liflander, and Saar, and Liflander and Saar have gained 9 places each on that major incident to get them into place. Bast and Sean Cole out there are going to be the ones who are looking to chase. This is a golden ticket for Sean Cole here from the Sim Pit.
This is the golden ticket for everyone. Even give a shout out to Elijah Mitchell, was in 12th, going up to 7th as well. So I think we know the top 6 are safe now. They don't need to be battling hard. They're just going to be battling just for a nice fun day out of practice. It all comes down now from that run from Mitchell, Liflander, Saar, Blast, Cole, all got a shot here. And another look at the replay. I was keeping my eyes on this. I thought maybe there's a shot to look for a move, but watch this from Liflander, having to take a rate of reaction. They all slowed down. I thought this was great. Every driver slowed down here to avoid it. But then as the car rolled across from there, and I think that might have been Swansby or Hansen that rolled from the inside to the outside of 5, everybody had to take evasive maneuvers, and look at them. They're all looking for an opportunity. Some's going to get on the throttle right away. Liflander found the gap. Liflander found the hole in the wall.
And look at that. Dale Winton will be very, very impressed there that the fact that that has all managed to get itself sorted out and succeeded in the challenge. But for the moment, we go to the front of the field where it is going to be now, well, a little bit further up the field, sorry, I should say, where we focus on the transfer spots here, 7th, 8th and 9th. That is the number 20 of Liflander, who is there. Austin Saar watching on just behind. Jay Bast looking to think about, okay, now it's time to settle down into rhythm and find the pace that we've got necessary here. Slipstream, so key. If you've got it, it's like flying out there. When you don't have it, you feel like you're ploughing.
Well, the last thing you want to be doing is ploughing. It's a bit too dry in Europe at the moment to do any ploughing. It's a bit too dry to do anything. You want to make sure you're not burning up the road, though, because we've seen that today in the real world. That's the last thing you want to be doing. Here's the battle for the rest of this top 6, and they've started to pull a little bit of a gap, has 2nd down to 4th. So Renner, Halsberg, Mitchell, Renner and Halsberg, sorry, all just having their moment. Petunia as well. Great start here. Not the start that Halsberg would have wanted. He's down 3 places to start this race, but he's okay in the transfer spot because these drivers are the transfer spot. Well, they were. This is Ricky Renner was looking to make some moves, and if Renner could get this, just a little bit of breathing room. Eric down 3. He's not going to be worried too much, though.
Ricky Renner will be happy with that pass on Pierre Paniagua. They've got their job done. The incident happened behind them. They are 8 seconds clear of the transfer. It will take a huge mistake, a big accident, for them to be out of contention here from where they stand out there in this race right now for the run to Sim Gaming Expo. And if you are not at Sim Gaming Expo presented by Simcraft this September, you are missing out. It's September 18th through 20th at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois. Brings you 100,000 square feet of the best simulation gaming hardware, live esports competitions, content creators, and a community you have to be a part of to understand, all for the cost of one ticket. That's available right now for you at simgamingexpo.com. The 255 of Eric Howell's band to the inside of Paniagua. Only a look at Canada corner, was never alongside to go and have a shove for it.
Just having a quick look to say, hey, you got a way to defend me, or are you just going to look to just stay by? What is our plan here? And I think their plan right now is, well, they're 5 seconds behind us. What's happened? Does it matter? No. Full focus on what's happening for us. They probably would have been told by a spotter or by the iRacing spotter an incident behind, and that just put a little breath of air for them. And now side by side they'll go. And you probably won't be seeing anybody having any fighting here. They'll fight, but it would just be a, you got the run, overtaken. That's almost like a traditional Road America draft train overtake there, Jake. It's not serious, but it's enough to get in the move, and everyone realizes, okay, just take it, I'm not battling. Unlike these drivers that are still battling at the back.
Alex Hansen then will get a drive-through penalty if he decides to get back out and into this race, which I would imagine he won't at this point. The fact he's still in the pits at this stage out there. And look at the damage there, just behind Kevin Maillard. Therefore, the likes then of Neil Bontemps. He was right in the middle of that. And there's nothing worse than seeing the front there completely taken off of a Porsche Cup car. It exposes everything that is in underneath it. And look at how much air resistance that is going to put now on this car moving forward.
Also, the bumper is also just a little bit pushed as well. A little bit, not the bumper, the hood, sorry. A little bit damaged, so the air's not going to be very well. The wheel pointing the wrong way. But the important thing is, Neil, your nose, it is gone. You have no nose. And that's really going to affect him more even than that tire that's pointing the wrong way. He's losing time to these drivers. And yeah, he can't even get around that. Look at him. He's just in the bottom corner there, really slow. It's all about these drivers trying to catch back up. Can Clausing catch back up to the drivers in front? Got to find a few seconds, but anything can happen in the next 17 minutes, Jake. We've seen it after one lap. Just because Sean Cole, Glass, and Shah are all battling for that last spot doesn't mean they're going to be the ones at the end of the race that were in that transfer spot.
No, it's not the end of the world. You've still got opportunity, and it is nose to tail right now between 9th and 10th spots out there at this stage. Just Clausing is clear of Maillard and is now going to need to try and find that time that gets him up the order. Austin Saar is under pressure here. Jay Bass is the one who's wanting to get through, and this might be the move that sees it done. Climbing up the hill, it's the green machine against the silver and blue, and will there be the look over to the inside? Thinks about it, moves out of line, gets to alongside, then doesn't leave much room on that outside line, and Jay Bass straight to the inside, the quintessential turn one overtake.
Got it done, and now got to try and defend this, because if he gets a bad run out of 3, all of a sudden, Austin's going to look for a move down into turn 5. And yeah, I know that sounds a bit crazy if you don't know Road America. Some of these straights, because they've got little bends, do have corner names. And a lot of it for around here used to be due to the fact that they were also marshal posts. So have a marshal post by a corner name. But Jay doesn't have to worry about that. Getting control of this little duo. They've left Sean Cole in the dust. He's not really there anymore. It's these two knowing that one of them is going to get that ticket. The other one is going to be, unfortunately, just watching in the distance.
As far as it goes, that is the key, because they've got 3 seconds here over Sean Cole, who is there in the background trying to work his way closer to this group, but he's finding he's going the opposite direction, and that's not helping things at all. Pilar clear by 2.5 seconds almost now at the front of this field over Russell Soto. Dylan Lees finds himself in 3rd, and this has been a quiet battle here as our focus remains on this one for the moment. I would like to go to 2nd and 3rd for a moment, because there it is on the bottom of your screen. It's all about managing who you are racing with and what you can go to gain and understand, because if you're up there and you're very far up in the field, you can also use this time, Craig, to psych out your opponents to try and see, well, what have you got in terms of pace, and is there anything I can learn?
Yeah, bragging rights as well, to say that, you know, you'll meet each other on the day if you actually make it to the, and you'll be like, hey, Hi, are you Russell? I'm Dylan. I'm the man that went around you. That's what he wants to do. He said, I'll be the man that made the overtake on you so you didn't get your P3 or you didn't get your P2 in the race. That's what he's looking for. When the impact driver of Dylan Leeds would love to just get another position, only up one place as well. But at the moment, Clausing out there has had a clause and a moment. It's the Bill Mitchell bend again, Jake. And it's another driver having issues out there.
He's grabbed grass on entry, turning it in. He's tried to catch the slide and look at it. Bang! Big tank slapper the other way. He's gone so far over. He's found the barriers. He's almost found the gap in the fence.
Well, that gap in the fence leads you to basically where the runoff at turn 5 is. So he could have done a little shortcut there, but he wouldn't have passed go. He wouldn't have collected £200 or $200. He'd be going straight to jail with a mistake like that. But unfortunately, I think that might be Mike's day done. And that's unfortunate. The toughest group. We said it was going to be the toughest group out there. The most competitive qualifying we've had all day. And look what it's caused. It's caused drivers just pushing to the limit and a few incidents to boot because of it.
Sometimes that's the way it goes, and there's not much more that you can do about it. Dylan Lees here will be certainly smiling about what he is managing at this moment. Started 4th, up to 3rd, eyeing up 2nd here as they go through the kink. And the rule of thumb that I learned from a young age, starting out as a commentator, first doing my first commentaries here at Road America here, Craig. Do not go too wide at the kink. Saying that, though, do not make a mistake like Kieran Liflander has done coming out of the carousel, because suddenly this for the transfer gets on. Oh, a bit of contact there. Austin Saar back into position again.
Yeah, Liflander, what on earth happened there? Just lost control of the car at the carousel and found a trip onto the grass. And all that work, he was gifted. And he had to work to get to that position. Now he's gone backward. This is great for Austin Saar back in the transfer spot. But will he hold on to it? He's gone wide through 14. And they've almost come together. And they're going to be going up Heartbreak Hill side by side.
So now Austin Saar, he's got to lean on the side draft here, up the climb, and know that he's got to get there. He's getting right up, pixel to pixel, as they work themselves over to turn 1, trying to get the pass sorted. Answers on a postcard is the inside, goes the way of Kieran Liflander, who gets his spot, but there could be a crossover coming out back for turn 3, and there's a thought about it, but the door is shut. No way of getting that done. Today's brilliant competition is powered by SimLab, the title sponsor of the Sim Gaming Expo Challenge Series. From cockpits to controls, SimLab designs modular professional-grade sim racing hardware built for rigidity, precision, and long-term performance. Trusted by thousands of sim racers and esports teams worldwide. Find out more at sim-lab.us. No move for Austin Saar to be offered down at turn 5.
SimLab don't need to worry too much about it. There's the mistake. Try to catch it. Did as he could. And you said don't go too wide through the kink. Well, Austin didn't have to worry too much about it, but he also realized that he was going to have way too much speed and had to hope that the door was left open for him down the kettle bottoms, and was able to. He didn't need to lick the stamp and send it there. He just was able to just use the normal service that the post office provides. Just keep it on. He's probably already got that stamp already stamped on using a machine. That's what he needs to do now, but the damage has been done for Liflander. Now, he's the bubble man, and that's the last place anyone wants to be with 10 minutes to go.
If he's the only one in your hand, you may draw 2 cards if he's an elemental hero out there. But Kieran Liflander will be knowing here that as he sits on the bubble, he is not out of the realms of it just yet. And he dips 2 tyres into the gravel. Bill Mitchell bend suddenly is a setup corner for Austin Saar. He doesn't get close enough, though. Not enough for a run. And again, a massive switch through the middle of the corner for Liflander. I think he's realising here, you're in a very high-pressure situation. It's 1v1 with 10 minutes to go, and you are under threat.
What was that I was talking about in race 2? You make a mistake, and the anxiety goes from the back of the head to the driver's seat, because that's what's happened. He made that mistake at the carousel, made the mistake into Canada corner. He's just making a few mistakes now, and that just creeps up one after another, does not equal success, and that's what he's going to have to worry about. Just there, a quick dip onto the tires, onto the grass there. Now, if he was a bit cautionless there in other corners, that would grip the car around and spin him round. So that's the issue he's got to work out here. Got to be calm. He's got to set his mindset here. Breathe a little bit. This is not where he expected to be, Jake. I don't think this is where Austin Sarr expected him to be. This has been a topsy-turvy race in the first lap, and all of a sudden, we're looking at drivers trying to be heroes at the end of this race.
Well, they're going to have to be heroes at the end of this race. They're not given much of a choice in all of this jumping about here and jumping about there. Sean Cole's only 2 seconds off the back of this. Michael Caminiti's thinking about this. Kevin Maillard is thinking about this, saying, we're not done yet, let's keep pushing. This group still has something to offer and something to give out there at the moment. Anybody can have a mistake like they had in qualifying, for example. So there is still many an opportunity still to be had here at Road America.
Just because of 8 minutes ago, we saw that as well. Kieran making that mistake. Somebody at the rest of the front of the field could make the same mistake. You just don't know. Well, they always say with Stingray, anything can happen in the next 30 minutes, anything can happen in the next 8.5 minutes. So the drivers will be looking to just hit their marks. And realistically, I think that's why you see at the front of the field, that timing tower just staying static. No one's being that aggressive at the front. Everyone's eyes are on this last spot, and that's the last place you want. If you're these drivers, the last place you want people to be looking is you. And Lafander again, he went wide there, Jake, so wide that he had to use the emergency runoff there to get to the middle of the track. He almost hit a bump there, I think.
And if you hit that bump, you are going to be scattered about any number of ways. And that bump caught 2 drivers out in qualifying. One of them out of the race here in Mike Clausing. So it's going to be something you want to really keep your eyes focused on. 2 battles then currently being had, because you've got Caminiti side by side with Maillard on the bottom of your screen. Here goes Maillard the long way around. And I tell you what, he gets a nice pass sorted. That gets him up into 12th. Next up on the list, Sean Cole.
Yeah, that's a really nice move. Anytime you make a move around the outside of Road America Turn 1, it's something you have to applaud. I know that they're not in that battle at the moment. They're about 5 seconds behind the transfer spot, but they're still putting on the show. They're still showing that they've got the ability. And that just also goes that, you know, put yourself a pat on the back. Not everyone can make a move around the outside there. And in a car with not the downforce that you get in a prototype and an open wheeler, to do it in a GT car, well, get a second hand and slap you on the back. That's some great driving. And these drivers would need just that type of driving to get through. But Phil Lafander may have got rid of those issues that he had. He's keeping it clean at the moment after the last 3 laps have been a little bit untidy by him.
Sim Gaming Expo, presented by SimCraft, is happening September 18th through 20th at the Schaumburg Renaissance Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois. 3 days of sim racing, flight simulation, virtual reality, and so much more, all under one roof. Tickets are on sale now at simgamingexpo.com. Battle for Ricky Renner out there here as he looks behind it. Eric Halsban trying to find his way back up into 4th spot, so still not quite done and dusted just yet. They've got the climb up the hill to get themselves sorted with at this point in time, and they are going to realise very swiftly how important turn 1 is. Defensive line taken early from Ricky Renner, and you know what? He just lifts out of it, says, I want 0 risk. Eric Halsban, you can have it, and there's the light flash to say, it's all yours.
Yeah, that's actually good little respect out there by the drivers. They understand the situation. In some races, you'll see drivers battling you into turn 1. Other drivers will understand the situation, like Renner's just done, and he's just pulled off there. And he's almost given, you'll know it, Jake, it's the trucker flash. It's going past a truck on the highway, on the motorway, trying to get back into line in front of them, thinking, am I clear enough to pull in without him having a reaction? Flash of the lights go, you're fine. Pull yourself back in. Thank you very much for being respectful.
Love it. You absolutely love it. It's all of what you need to say the rules of the road are what they are. Dylan Lees looking for a way to get to second past Russell Soto, then who is in the number 50. But this is going to be a case of not quite there just yet, not quite finding that opportunity to get that past. Dylan just staying calm, staying patient. There are opportunities out there to go and make that move. But for the moment, you know, what is the value of one place out there to say I'm better than Russell Soto compared to a golden ticket?
Oh, at the end of the day, we race to win. We race to have fun, and that's the second goal. So do you want to race to get that P2? Are you happy with a podium? You got your ticket punched. You're on your way to the expo. I do wonder if he will be a bit of aggressive, or maybe we'll just see him lift off when they come through the final few corners into the straight. No need to be aggressive out there. And I'm also just looking, I think Ballas as well started to just turn down the wick a little bit there, and now starting to just slow it down, so the drivers don't need to worry too much about time. So this is the important part, because if they decide to go a little bit aggressive here, you wait to see. But no, Lee's keeping it patient, knows what he needs to do, and what he needs to do is what he's done. Already up one place, that doesn't matter. He's in the top 9 with a substantial gap to the back of the field. I think it's about 15 seconds between him and the transfer spot in P9.
Well, you take that, 15 seconds in the back pocket. Laflander had a little bit of a blink actually on that lap, which would have caused concern there for him. And Austin Saar then seeing a glimmer of light for him to chase. Quarter of a second, he's starting to appear underneath that rear wing here. Looks over to get to the mirrors on the right-hand side. He's not going to offer a move here, but he's trying to offer a mistake out of Kieran Laflander, who is holding his ground very nicely. But if turn 1 you can't get it, he'll try the trick again at turn 3. Austin Saar just moving back across for his line. Really struggles through the mid part of the corner though, almost as if he took too much speed off to get it through the corner. That will cost him the run here to 5.
I wonder if he just didn't factor in being that close, getting a bit more dirty air because he was that close, because that looked a really weird move there. Maybe he just broke a bit too early, trying to make sure he didn't plow into the back and make a mistake. And that actually probably hurt him there. And that's where sometimes you have to just stick to your guns. You just have to keep driving normally. If you start making those micro adjustments, that's where you find the mistakes. Are we going to look back at it in 3 minutes' time and say that cost him? I don't think so. But he knows that he has to do something here. The last thing he wants to be is that man still battling for ninth and just missing out at the end. So where does he look? Well, just keep driving. Keep driving. Keep looking to put the pressure on. Laflander has cracked 3 times in this race. I'm not saying lightning strikes 4 times, but I'm pretty much sure if you stand in the right spot, it might.
Yeah, I'm sure that he will take advice, though, at this moment in time, Craig, from Lee Trevino. Walk out in a thunderstorm, which he's in right now, with a 1-iron in his hand, because not even God can hit a 1-iron.
No, he couldn't even hit a driver if he tried, I think, at the same time. This could be very interesting for them. These are also battles in the bottom of the screen. They are in the qualifying spot, but that doesn't mean that Halsbad and Renner doesn't have to fight here. They want their own little battle, and they're quite close here. And see what they do, and then look at that, compare it to what you see in the top of the screen with Laflander and Saar. They'll come around the corner. Nothing from Renner going into turn 1. And I think Saar's too far behind Laflander to really look for a move here. The Serpentine has come out from Kieran.
Yeah, he's trying to brake, and the white flag is waving for them. So this is going to be the final lap of the race. They've got to figure out whether this is going to be theirs or not. Balazs Pilar has driven wonderfully at the front of this field, but all focus here on Austin Saar. Can he book his ticket in past Kieran Laflander? These drivers started the race on the 9th row of the grid, 17th and 18th. They are 9th and 10th currently at this moment, and one of them's going to have their hearts broken right now, and it might be the driver who is +8 in the number 22, trying to get to +9 and gained his way halfway up through the field. The lowest gainer, or sorry, the biggest gainer there. That's a mistake on the outside. It's very dusty on that outside line. He had to grab a brake, but he's managed to carry the momentum speed through the corner, and that will allow for an opportunity to try and break away. That gap continuing to just slowly eke out here towards 0.6 of a second, and there's not much Austin Saar can do here except hope that there is one mistake that is going to be found late on in the piece. So they are looking around at this one, on through, out of the hurry downs, over to the long carousel. Every corner you're going to feel your legs starting to jiggle about a bit more. You're going to feel your arms go to jelly right now, like you missed a tickle in a Mr. Men or Little Miss book. You're now going to start turning around and thinking, oh my goodness, I'm going to get my place. I'm going to go to Schaumburg. We know one guy who's definitely going to go to Schaumburg, Illinois, and that is Balazs Pilar. And wakey, Balazs, you've got your ticket. And he gives it the big 5-0 and a big swig of water to say that's my way of celebrating it out there. A lovely, lovely ego there to show from it. Soto and Lee, 2nd and 3rd. Halsband and Renner, 4th and 5th. Paniagua will book his place in 6th, as will Elijah Mitchell in 7th and Jay Bast in 8th. And running the gauntlet away, Kieran Laflander, +8 to get to the dance.
Mitchell, Bast, Lafander all got the golden ticket after that lap 1 incident, found their way through, and for those drivers, they didn't expect to be here. Saad's going to feel like he'd had a great day in the office, but that's so unfortunate to be the one man that's first out there missing. And give a shout out as well to Neil Bontemps, who was caught in that wreck at the start of the race. Even with a wheel that's pointing the wrong way, even with no nose, he has kept this car going and he finishes in 14th. But that's not where he needed to be today, and he will feel broken after that first lap.
He's driving a modified to get that home, but he does have the satisfaction that he did finish the race. Balazs Pilar, 24 minutes 59.9. So officially he was 4/10 quicker over that race than Quirketai's Tyson Meyer there. Russell Soto ends up in second with Dylan Lees, then rounding out your podium. Eric Halsband and Ricky Renner make up your top 5 with Pierre Paniagua, Elijah Mitchell, Jay Bast, and critically Kieran Laflander booking his place through with a gain of 8 spots. Austin Saar will be unlucky. He's short by 7/10 in your top 10 with Sean Cole in 11th and Kevin Maillard in 12th. Michael Caminiti is 13th with Neil Bontemps bringing his modified home 14th ahead of Rick Scott and Jamie Solis, with Mike Clausing your first retiree of 4 as the big one caught up Alex Hansen, Matt Wagner and Lyndon Swaby, who all found themselves with a day of just how tough it is going to be to try and run through. Let's go reverse order this time here for our interviews, because we do have the driver in 3rd place first and foremost, Dylan Lees, who is here with us right now. Dylan, a P3, the gap just opened up behind you, so top 9 was immediately nothing to worry about. So your focus became, okay, what can I get in front? And your eyes set on Russell Soto.
Yeah, after the start, it was all pretty safe and easy. Honestly, I just hung behind him, didn't even attempt to attack him, and banked the P3 finish.
And sometimes, you know, you've only got to do the easy thing to get yourself over the line. How difficult is it for you to go against the racing instinct that you have as a driver and go, actually, no, I don't need to go and make this move?
Yeah, definitely a little bit when I could feel. I think there was one lap where I closed up and even touched the rear of his car. And at that point, I was pretty tempted. But I'm pretty experienced, so the discipline isn't too hard.
Now, let's talk discipline when it comes to Schaumburg, because you've got a semi-final there and a way to try and get into that grand final then for all of the marbles. How do you take a result like this today and translate that to what you need to do and what you need to focus on heading into that race in September 18th?
I think the biggest thing from today is that I need to figure out how to qualify GT3 cars better. The race pace didn't feel bad, but my qualifying was definitely off.
So, 1 lap pace looks to be the name of the game for Dylan Lees, who comes across the line in 3rd place today. Craig King has wandered down, and he's got himself with your 2nd place finisher, Russell Toto.
Yeah, Russell, qualifying was one of the fastest qualifying sessions we've seen all day. It put you in P2, and then it looked like for you, it was just maintaining that pace with the rest of the cars behind you.
Absolutely, and Balazs Pilar is a phenomenal driver. I raced him in some other esports competitions, so no surprise there to see him up at front. But to be able to keep up relatively in the same pace during qualifying and to have the result that we did, I'm delighted. It's a good result for the team and great result for me.
Where can you take this result? Because there's a lot of names around you as well, especially that you were following in the footsteps of Balazs in the front. Where can you take this result and take it with you to the Expo next month?
Well, we've got a great foundation. I think coming into the Expo next month, we're going to look to build upon that foundation. I'm really surprised, and it's a good surprise to be where we're at. We've been working hard over the last couple of weeks to build up to this event. So naturally, if we continue to progress, I think we can take the fight on to the finals. I really want to take it on and have a shot at winning this Expo. I'm excited for it.
And I know that you're going to be there, of course, to do the event. You're now there, you're racing there, but there's an Expo going on as well. What are you looking forward to about the Expo itself? Is there any stall that you're looking forward to? Because I know you're going to have a little bit of downtime between the racing, so I'm sure you'll be looking to have a little bit of exploration.
Absolutely, Craig. I love conventions. I love expos, especially related to motorsport. And naturally, I'm just pumped for this event. I mean, Superlap Esports, really happy to rep them. They'll be having a booth as well with some spec products. Spec is a racing rig manufacturer, so we're happy to represent them. I'm happy to connect with more people in the industry. As I'm sure most people might know, I'm an aspiring professional race car driver looking to race in IMSA in real life someday. So to be able to have as many connections as possible, that's part of being a racing driver, and I just love what I do. So I'm excited for it.
Sim racing is a small community, but we love to connect with everybody in all aspects of it. Russell, congratulations on the P2, punching your ticket to the Expo next month, and go well for that event out there. Russell Soto finishing in P2 today, Jake. And yeah, that's the best thing about it. We get to see everybody that we know online.
We absolutely do, and with 3 races down, we've got 2 races to go. Stay with us here on RaceSpotTV for coverage of the Sim Gaming Expo Challenge Series presented by SimLab.
Hey guys, Matt Park here from Grip. We are so excited to formally introduce to you the official Jawa Sim Store powered by Grip.
Bill Marcial here, also owner of Built PCs, and this is what we have in store for you. We're going to be developing new turnkey sim rig bundles. We're going to host sim events for the wonderful community of Jawa to participate in, to win prizes and giveaways. Oh, and we're also going to be posting community-driven content with guys like this. Pro driver Jordan Missing.
I'm so excited to be a part of the Jawa community. Sim racing has become an intricate part in the development of my professional career in motorsports. So, if you want to get to know us more, come join us in the Jawa Sim channel.
We'll see you there.
As a racer, only you can control what you're going to do inside the race car. You can be the greatest driver in the world for all that matters and still have imposter syndrome, or you can still, have the effects of depression or anxiety.
There was a point in my career where I literally was going to quit because I just had such severe anxiety, I couldn't handle it anymore.
My husband and I, through a conversation with Jordan, sat down and decided that we would start racing for mental health.
What the Mystics have done with Racing for Mental Health has been something new to the motorsport space that I think we've missed for a long time.
Throughout my career, I've been working on my mental health. It's something that's part of my routine.
It's incredibly important to have an organization, and the reason is that these people that suffer severely think that they're the only one.
We have enough resources, we have enough access, we have big enough voices. We need to come together and do something.
Everything starts with a conversation, and so we're here to start that conversation.
27 names have booked their place. There is another 18 spots up for grabs, but the key is going to be that you have to still find your way through these 2 more races to book your spot. We find ourselves here at the National Park of Speed in America, this being Road America, one of the great circuits out there in the world. It's Jake Sperry and Craig King bringing you through all of the coverage. Craig, that was the first time we had a truly massive incident, and it happened through drivers trying to be a little bit too aggressive and not quite situationally aware enough. We move into race 4, and the warnings of that race 3 now are going to be basically ringing in the ears of every driver here.
Everyone would have seen what happened in that last race. They'll be now worried that could it happen to us? And that means they're going to have to be really aggressive here with their qualifying, and we're already into the first laps of qualifying in this, or they're getting ready for their first lap. So the drivers will need to know that that could happen to anybody. Such is the danger of a race where you know the top 9 make it. And on that first lap, everyone will want to either crawl away as fast as they can from that bubble or try and make their way to that bubble. It's very chaotic, and the warning shots have been fired.
They have, and so now with these 2 races left, you say who's going to make the push, and here's a name that I expect to do quite well out here today. It's Keegan Kalick here from Canada, who is looking around at this going, yeah, I think I am one of these drivers who can make a big old push. He's on the brakes here into Canada corner. Well, it's his nation's corner out there at the moment. Gets the drive off the exit, and look at the way that he is able to just put the power down off of the exit there, not even offering so much as a bit of wheel rotation. And here's something that I think people are starting to find out now in sim racing here, Craig. The less wheel input you put in, the more you get out of the rotation of the car as you go through. Let the car do its rotating itself. You don't need to force it with the wheel rotation.
And this is actually a car that's fantastic. We talk about how the Porsche Cup car, all of them using Porsche Cup cars with setups provided by Marconi Setup Shop, so it's an even playing field. Rear engine car, different to what you see in other GT3s, but this is the car that you learn a little bit. This gives you a nice understanding of how to do GT racing. You point the car into the corner, and this Porsche sometimes goes where you want it to. And on a hot track like this, less is more, even more so than normally. Smooth is fast, so you want to make sure you don't put too much in. Too much input, heat those tires up. Hot tires on a hot track, well, they don't mix, and they'll be sliding along each other.
Hot on hot doesn't work, and so Christian Marrero we focus on at this moment in time, who is currently down there in the order, looking to get his first lap time up on the board. Already half the qualifying gone. Kalick on top, Martin Payor then in second, and Zaher Ahmad currently makes up your top 3, with David Tilford in 4th, and a driver that I'm very well familiar with and versed with in terms of sim racing, Craig, Kevin Parrish in 5th place.
Oh, that's a name we haven't seen for, well, we have seen for a while, but not a name that you normally see around. Great to see Kevin back in. Christian Marrero will come across the line as well. Here is Kevin Parrish out there. It's been a while since I've seen him driving around in the sim, but always great to see names, and that's what we've seen. We've got VTubers, we've got esports drivers, we've had content creators, we've had everybody. There is Kevin, and I gotta be brutally honest, I hope that microphone's not in his peripheral view there, Jake. That looks like it's right next to his face. That's gonna be quite a distraction, says the man with a microphone shoved right in his face right now.
Yeah, and also I will echo the sentiment as a man with a microphone shoved in my face as well at this moment in time. You hope that it's not going to distract you in any way, shape or form. I want to go up and see Ava Berry and what she's been capable of doing. She goes by the name of Blueberry out there on Twitch. She's a VTuber out there who brands herself as sim racing's fastest doggo out there overall. She's just gone up then to 7th, just dropped down to 8th at 9.5 tenths of a second away. Parrish improving up, goes to 7th, then as Martin Payor goes quickest. Now here is Ava, she's working down the hill, getting into turn number 3 and looking to get the drive off of the exit here, and really having to fight that one there was they go through a look over from the Corvette Corral over along the Moraine Sweep. Berry is going to have to push hard here on this third and what will be final lap with the time remaining.
with this lap. She can't be barking up the wrong tree. She's got to make sure that she is on point here. And I thought she may have had an off track at that turn 3 there, but was okay. If she had an off track, she probably would have just come to a complete stop out there. And that's the last thing you want. Again, pushing a bit too wide, and got to be careful not to do that too much in this field. But look how close it is, by the way. You look at the timing tower, and that is true. John Adam, David Tilford, exact same times. Chris David, 7,000 behind them. Here's Kevin Kallick as well. First time for a while that we've seen the triples very nicely caught in. And is he giving the rocker there for a moment, Jake, saying, come on, I want some pace? It does work in a sim rig, you know.
It very much does, and it is doing very well here for Keegan Kallick as far as this one stands. The 29 looking to find 0.08 of a second to leapfrog Martin Payor then from, again, Caesar Esports. Jump up, Nathan Nickerson, a name I haven't heard in a while, is up there in 4th position now. John Adams finds himself in at that 11th spot. I look down, Michael Pico here today looking to try and get his push on forward. But Kallick out of the final corner, just needs 1/10 of a second to take that pole position away. 204.268 to beat. Climbing the hill, what's the look then over the line? It's going to be close. 303 it will be only. He found hundreds and thousands, but not enough to sprinkle over the cake.
Well, he'll be able to just turn over to his dog there and just go, I'm sorry, it was only good enough for P2, but you're still a good doggo, and thank you for being the power that I need. Ava Berry, by the way, improved on her time, but only good enough to stay in P9 on that bubble. But everyone around her can't find the time to leapfrog her. So she'll be starting the race, it looks like, from that very dangerous P9 position. And we got to circle back to what happened in the last race there, Jake. P9 was not the place anybody wanted to be. That was the danger zone in that race.
Well, tell me anyone who wants to be mid-pack out there in a race around this circuit. It is the most impossible place to go and get the result you need. Christian Marrero might be the only driver left who can set a time that improves. Also, Robert Perry out there is looking like he could be someone who can manage that out there at the moment. We've only got 18 times set, so we'll be keeping an eye out then on how this will go for the final stages of this qualifying and understanding where the opportunity is going to be. I believe it's going to be Kenneth Lavoie who is going to be in as second alternate then to try and put the time in on the board. Marrero has crossed on a 7-1, so won't improve. Here's Robert Perry over to the line, and that is a 208.4. Bottom of the timesheet then in 19th, and the field cycled out then as qualifying comes to a close. Martin Payor in control of the field, a 204.268 for the Hungarian, with Keegan Kallick alongside for company on that front row. You've then got Zaher Ahmad in 3rd position with Kevin Parrish 4th, leading over Nathan Nickerson and John Adams. David Tilford will start this one in 7th with Chris David in 8th. In 8th. Ava Berry, Blueberry's going to have to go from 9th, and currently we are 0 for 2 on VTubers making their way through. Michael Pico starts this one in 10th ahead of Josh Adam and Joe Barata. Then in 13th, you've got Chris Suski, who is there trying to charge with Christian Marrero in 14th. Adam Dlubak is then going from 15th alongside Eric Sellers. Carsten Cook and Caleb Scapardine is going to be there in that 18th place, with Robert Perry and Kenneth Lavoie making up your top 20 here as we get ourselves in for racing action. Now, the Sim Gaming Expo here is today's competition, and it's powered by SimLab, the title sponsor of the Sim Gaming Expo Challenge Series. From cockpits to controls, SimLab designs modular professional-grade sim racing hardware built for rigidity, precision, and long-term performance. Trusted by thousands of sim racers and esports teams worldwide. Find out more at sim-lab.us. They'll wait for their one pace lap here, Craig, behind the Porsche iRacing for safety car. It has been traditional hot conditions out there at a set 45 degrees Celsius, so nobody's got an advantage or a disadvantage. They all know the conditions that they have to race in. But they will be turning around at this and saying, well, what am I going to be managing out there with every single time I go out there and battle? I've seen 3 races before me. What is going to give me the way that gets the 4th to be exactly what I want? And how do I look to control this race? Whose lessons from the races earlier here, Craig, do I learn from?
It's going to be tough, really, to look at the lessons, because each race has delivered something different. From the carnage in the last race to the expert driving from your man B-Ray in at the first race, having to make the double overtake to get to the dance. That's what they need to do. And all the drivers get themselves ready, get the brake temperatures up, get the surface temperatures up on the Porsche car. One thing that I've been seeing, and I think Ava's chat's been telling her, and it's the important thing, Jake, breathe. Now it is time for the main event. You have to drive the best 25 minutes you can do all week, maybe even all month, to get yourself that ticket to Illinois.
You absolutely do, and you know just how important it is to go and get a result out there overall. And so I'd be looking around at everybody in this field going, can I go and get the role and responsibility of victory, a top 9 finish, exactly how I look to draw it up. This is going to be one here where you say, well, what's the difference between those who are coming back trying to qualify this year compared to last year, Craig? And I turn around and go, well, when we were qualifying last year, we were on the banks of Daytona.
And Daytona is still a slipstreaming track like this. However, there's a bit of a difference between the banks of Daytona and the straights and the hills of Road America. There are a lot of different ways you drive, a lot of different opportunities to make moves, and I feel that this is actually a more open track to make the moves that you would have done last year. Last year with Daytona, very popular, because remember, we had some real good winners at last year. Who wants to join Daniel Ola, David Tooth, and Matt Caruana in on that podium at the main event in Illinois? That's going to be the game for them. They want to get on that stage of the Sim Gaming Expo. Well, in 25 minutes, we'll find 9 more drivers who can do it, Jake. I'm not going to put my name on anyone who's going to do it, but after saying last time was the most competitive qualifying, seeing how close it was at the back of this top 9, I feel this might be more competitive.
Well, this is going to be a tough one. Martin Payot, Keegan Kalik, Zaher Ahmad, and Kevin Parrish, your top 4. That, again, screams to me, that is a very talented field that's looking ready as they go under the Speedfield Bridge. And every time we go under it, I get hungry.
Yeah. I don't really get hungry. I'm a little bit thirsty right now. It's also hot out there. Could you imagine standing out there and watching a race in these temperatures? It might be a little bit too warm. This is crucial here. Carousel. I never thought I'd be talking about the carousel in a race like this, but after the last race where we saw 2 mistakes at the carousel, it has caught a lot of drivers out. And also one thing that drivers have picked up here today, Jake, they've realized everyone at the start of the race were doing the warming of the tires, and I'm seeing a lot more of that. And then at the front, it's gone a little bit quiet. Not much at the front. What do they know that anybody else doesn't know? Are they going to have the speed? Are they going to have the grip? We saw drivers lose it at Bill Mitchell Bend last race. You're going to see that again. A lot of things that they're going to have in the back of their head after seeing that race lost.
Very well behaved here, this group. They've got to 2 wide, and they have stayed at 2 wide, with the exception of Robert Perry at the back of the field, and maybe Christian Marrero, as it's not quite closed up to him as they work through Canada Corner. And look here at this race 4 of 5 that now sets them up for what will be the all-important ticket that they want here. They understand how difficult it is to book your place in an event like this one, and it does take patience. You only get 1 run at it. There's no redos. There's no last chance qualifiers jump you in. You're either in or you're out, and there is no other in between. It is as cutthroat as that. Pace car dives to the right-hand side. Martin Payot has the control of the field, climbs the crest and gets the launch, and we are underway here at Road America, and side by side immediately then for Kevin Parrish against Zaher Ahmad. You've got Nickerson and Adams side by side. They fall into line behind Davis, Tilford, Pico, and Ava Berry with a big send then at turn 1 as they work on through. And that might be too deep from Ava Berry, who drops down 2, 3 places. Josh Adam goes through, so too Chris Suski, and now another one will go, Christian Marrero.
will try to find a gap in the traffic, but also just overcooked it on the brakes there and gone all the way down the field, down 5 places, and already a second behind where she needs to be at the transfer spot. Not the great start when you're 9. The pressure got to her, you might have to say. She's going to look for moves, though. Everyone just keeps on side by side. Berry going very deep into the corner, going to get a double overtake from nowhere.
Absolutely wonderful. Side by side over the top of the crest goes David Tilford, Michael Pico moving up then into 8th place. Tilford now becomes the bubble, down 2 off of the start with Joe Barata looking for a way to move through. Started the race in 12th, now looking to go +3 off of the get-go as they go through the hurry downs and take the left then as they go for the run along the very difficult carousel. Barata then looking to hold his mark, and sometimes you might have to take a different line out there that gives you the difference. The battle's on behind Barata though, because again it's Ava Berry bit between her teeth, and she's got herself too wide to the kick round the outside of Josh Adam. Get in there.
You could say she's got that dog in her. I can't believe she stepped up and moved through the outside, the exit, the carousel into turn 10. Still battling going on as well. Are we going to see anything from Dublanc here? As he looks on to Suzuki, nothing yet, but that is Berry really knowing that I made the mistake at the start of this race. I've got to try and rectify it. And already they come to the end of the last lap of the first lap, losing 5 spots on the first corner, gaining 3 back. Eyes on Berry. This transfer spot is right up ahead, and it's not the end of the day. Top 6 unchanged. Then you've got 7 and 8. They've started to lose the pack a bit. The elastic band about to snap. We could have a nice little 5-6 car scrap here for the last 3 spots to Illinois.
Very much so. Schaumburg awaits here as far as they go, and we are on board here with Ava Berry working down with Joe Barata and David Tilford just in front, and that's a wiggle there in front from the 11. An opportunity now will present itself along the Moraine sweep here for Berry to go forward with it. Josh Adam just behind as well at about 7/8 tenths of a second here. Berry moving to the inside. No big defences shown immediately here. John Barata knows it's a long day at the office. Here comes the dives on the brakes down the inside. Berry looking very shallow, but Barata holds the outside line, almost given no room. Berry has to shuffle across, then to go through. Can Blueberry find the pass that she wants? A former Creator Series driver as well. She does get the move that gets her up, and a stymied run then from Michael Pico means they're all over each other, and Pico's pushed off the road with an issue out there. I wonder if he's had a screen freeze, because through they all go, and then also making the move through, David Tilford.
Yes, something wasn't right there. Came out of the kink at 7 and just all of a sudden had a lot of issues. It is a screen freeze. That is unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. He did the right thing. I know that sounds horrible, but kept the car driving and slowed down in a safe manner. It did cause a little hold up there. Really good safety here. And here's the moment. There goes the screen freeze. Just start slowing down. Worst place to slow down, though, as everyone just got bunched up. What that meant, though, Berry up back into P8. Tilford now is the bubble driver, and look at the train of cars right behind Tilford. Barata, Adams, Suzuki, even Morero's just on the outside looking in. This is not going to be an easy battle to hold that bubble.
No, it's not, and this is the key here. Joe Barata realises now that he's on the wrong side of it. Tilford looking around at it, and Josh Adam is the one who's going to want to start climbing up the crest of Heartbreak Hill and trying to get himself even closer for it. Moves over to the right-hand side. Now looking to try and move himself up into position. Almost tags the quarter panel, and that would have been disaster if he would have done. On the brakes into turn 1, better on the outside line then. It goes from Joe Barata, who takes that more natural approach and goes to get through. Just one more point on Michael Pico. It's a real shame to see him out of the race in that manner. It might be the sort of thing where he needs to go to Schaumburg, Craig, and maybe talk to some of the PC specialists out there at the many vendor booths.
Yeah, might be a few PCs he might be able to get some help as well. Would love to do it as well. A lot of stuff he can get out there. Remember the Sim Lab with the P1X Pro cockpit. You've also got the DDS Torque Stink wheels. As we see moves going on, Adam's going to look for the move. It tightens up, and that allows Beretta to go on by. He might be able to use some braking from Huskenveld with their Ultimate Plus 3 pedal sets out there. That might be able to help him out there. He might even have a set himself, being that there's some of the best button boxes by Sim Panel, dashboard by Lovely Sim Racing, and of course, that display dash by Printed Sim Racing. They could use those. They could be using a brand new PC or just a little help to get that PC going again.
Well, I asked the question, if you're not at Sim Gaming Expo presented by Simcraft this September, what are you doing? You are missing out. September 18th through 20th at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois. 100,000 square feet of the best simulation gaming hardware, of the live in-sports competitions, content creators, and a community you have to be a part of to understand is all there at your fingertips. Tickets are available right now at simgamingexpo.com.
Now, remember we were talking earlier, Jake, about drivers who would be wanting their viewers to be talking to them, wanting someone talking to them in their ear regardless to be fast. I have it on word that Blueberry has turned off the chat. Some drivers can really use that to their advantage. She hasn't, and look at her up ahead. You can't even see her now. She has turned on the afterburners and really started to push ahead. She knows she made that mistake early doors. She's understanding that I'm in 8th. I don't want to be anywhere near David Tilford here because he's in a battle to hold on to P9.
Tilford a 2:05.6, Berry 2:05.6. It's a 2:05.8 from Joe Baratta. Josh Adam a 2:05.9 with Chris Suski, then a 2:06 flat. As far as the results are concerned at the moment on lap time, they push wide out of turn 3, and here's the thing about track limits there at turn 3. You give a driver an inch, they take a mile, and that's why circuits often go to use anti-cut curbs around their circuits, not just for safety of the drivers, but for the protection of the circuit.
Well, I'm not getting into that debate. I don't like anti-cut curbs, full stop. I understand that they're there for a purpose, but they can be dangerous because racing drivers are going to find every inch that they can to make the advantage and go faster, or even just get a little bump like we just saw here as Tilford is under pressure from Baratta. And I wonder if this is it now. Look at the defense he's had to do, almost getting pushed in, puts the car to the middle. That's good defense from Tilford. Keep the momentum, though. Keep that throttle in. Hold the middle line. That is textbook defense when you're not a top-level driver. That is great work by Tilford.
Yeah, but you got to give the credit here to Joe Baratta as well, because he is just trying to get out to in, to out to in, to out to in. He is trying to prioritize each exit somewhere along the chain. He is trying to get the combo sorted that gets himself through. He's tried up, down, left, right, BA, start, select. It's not worked just yet. It's not the Konami code that's going to get you over. On the brakes they go, and it's right up underneath the right rear tyre. And now that's left him vulnerable here, because here comes Josh Adam with a thought.
I wonder if he wants to use the Sonic 1 code. I wonder if he'll be looking at that for a moment. He might have to utilize some Sega style out there to find the level select so you can go up another level and into another position. That's what he's looking for. But really, in that middle part of the lap, was looking really strong and comfortable, pushing Tilford. The moment he got from out of turn 5 into the technical section of the track, and I always call that middle section down to the carousel, the technical section, really did start to just show that I'm really enjoying this setup from Marconi Setup Shop. I'm really liking what this is giving me, and I'm starting to attack. But you see, not a good couple first corners here in the lap. Really needs an advantage here, and he'll be looking to try and set himself up again when he comes out of 5 into the Corvette bridge at 6.
It's another good chance out there. Top 2, by the way, clear by 3 seconds, and this is definitely not going to be one of those runaway races that we have out there as the battle for the bubble continues to hot up. Tilford holding his ground, runs a little deep though, going through at turn 5. Baratta doesn't quite pounce on it, and it's not going to get that chance up the hill. Josh Adam having a look and not there, but I am looking very firmly at Keegan Kalick here and Martin Payor, because those two here, they've not offered anything of a battle at the front of the field here, Craig, but what they have done is they have held their ground quite nicely, and so they have just known, okay, this is the level we've got. That's again a little wide by Baratta.
That's the level they've got, and they also control the whole fate of the race. Because if they start just being a little bit faster, they may go an extra lap. Such is the nature that this is a timed race, not a lap race. Every race has gone 12 laps. May just be on the precipice of 13 laps. Probably not this race, but if they keep going faster and faster, you get the idea. They're a second faster than everybody else. They're happy enough to be at the front. They don't need to worry too much. They know that it's a Sunday drive for the next 14 minutes out there. And this is what the drivers want to do. These are the drivers that are in trouble, though. Joe is starting to struggle here. That number 11 might get overtaken by the number 1, and he might find himself back in 11th place. And he's gone wide. It's a very interesting line through the final corner.
Yeah, he's trying to gather off the exit here, don't leave himself vulnerable on the straights, and it also is there, try and slow down the mid-corner apex speed of Josh Adam. Climbing up Heartbreak Hill, Adam happy to sit then in the slipstream right now, 5-6 then from David Tilford. It was a 6 flat and a 6 flat from Adam and Barata, and when you get locked up behind another driver like you're seeing here for Josh Adam, it is so easy, Craig, just hit exactly the same marks every single time and lull yourself into no way to attack forward.
And then you just find yourself in that following mentality, that sheep mentality that, yeah, I'm just following. And that's all right if you're in a normal official race on the iRacing system. This is an important race. He needs to find a position and then start attacking. You can't lull yourself into this, let's just stay where I am. You're at the halfway stage of the race. You've got a real good start here. Great opportunity to attack. That last spot's right in front of you. You don't want to be left on the side of the bank with the boat going away. You want to be on that boat. And he's just got to find the opportunity. Where does he find it? Hope for a mistake. He sees that Barata has made mistakes up ahead of him, and he knows that Tilford is in touching distance. If there's any more mistakes by that 11 in front, he has to start making a move.
He very much does, and he'll be looking down the line at groups where moves aren't happening, which includes the group, the third place, Sohail Ahmad, currently at the front of that, but it's Kevin Parrish now who's starting to think about third place here, so he might have an opportunity to go and make a move, and in fact he is going to pull out almost the side-by-side bottom of your screen. Thought about the pass with Nathan Nickerson just behind, John Adams and Chris Davis having a look. Nothing else offered in terms of that moment of the race, so that was a good attempt there at Canada Corner on the bottom of your screen, but there'll be more chances yet here in a race like this one where we sit with just the 12.5 minutes to go. The Sim Gaming Expo Challenge Series is proudly presented by SimLab, professional grade sim racing hardware built for champions. Go over to sim-lab.us.
Jake, I've realized something that we've not picked up before, and someone actually, well done to someone in the chat, thank you for bringing it to us. Do you see the damage on Tilford's car? We can't see it right now, but Tilford had a little bit of damage on that front fender.
Yes.
That whole incident there with Michael Pecco actually caused a little bit of damage. That's going to be affecting him in the straight. It won't be affecting him too much in these corners that require mechanical grip. But he doesn't have the full straight line speed. He's probably at 99% of what he needs. That will be a factor later on in this race.
It will be, because if you've got a car that is not 100% out there, that has got a little nick to it, that's going to be doing the problem. And there is the look of it at this moment in time. It's the scraping on the front left fender, which is the right-hand side of your screen. The tyre is exposed, and when you expose a tyre like that, you create more rolling resistance from air resistance out there. It slows you down if you do all that work, and you've got to think, these race cars are worth well upwards of $1 million in the real world. I had the opportunity this morning to actually commentate on one of those Porsche Cup cars, one of these Porsche GT3 cars that was out there and running. And honestly, the level of work that is done, if you nick any part of a car like this, it is going to cost you time in the long run.
Well, Jake, I've also been doing that before and seen a car get slammed into the wall, and you see how much damage it can do. Oh my word, you can barely drive it. And we saw it earlier today with another driver with the tire pushed out with a lot of wheel damage. He was able to get it back home, but was really struggling. In the real world, you wouldn't be able to drive that very much, and we've seen it ourselves firsthand when looking at racing. So Tilford is having to basically drive this car. If he presses the spotter button that iRacing gives him, he'll be told there's damage on the front. He doesn't know how bad the damage is, and he's having to work it. More issues in the background at Canada Corner, though, because Adam Dublack looks like has gone a little bit backwards, too much into Canada Corner.
Well, Christian Marrero is there having to scrap with Dublack and Eric Sellers. That's wide then forward from Dublack. So Sellers is going to get the run, climbing up the hill, looking for the chance then to move up from 16th to 15th place, and then lying up from 15th to get to 14th, but he's got to confirm 15th first as he now looks to try and jam on the brakes into turn 1. He gets the clearance and the path then to form into the middle of this group, but remember, if you get it done at 1, you've got a chance down the hill at 3. Blueback will think about that, but there's no move out there, and oh, that's wide going through from Christian Marrero. Offers up side by side down the Moraine sweep.
Probably just missed the breaking point there, and now having to try and make amends, and this means you got to go for the defense here. No, don't have the speed. We'll try and just squeeze the line a little bit, but we'll have to accept that going into turn 5 side by side, and instead slows down so much that now Dublack has just picked up the exact same damage almost that Tilford's got after getting caught out in the back there. But through, after a mistake from Sellers, goes Marrero. After all that, that's a very chaotic couple corners.
It is, and Dlubac had to really sit back on the brake and hope that he was just not going to get too much of a hit. He ends up with it, so Marrero and Sellers, oh, off the road goes Marrero. Sellers has to take avoiding action, and look at the poor Adam Dlubac there, who was trying to find his way through. He looked left, right, up, down. They had a perfect block on the road as if it was the Top Gear challenge there, Craig, where they were told, well, any overtake, you get a point.
Yeah, but this isn't banking like a Daytona. 2 cars can only set this up here, not 3 cars, and there wasn't room to go 3 wide. That's unfortunate. Had the run, could not utilize it, and I wonder if that's going to hold up with 8 to go. Even more, they're battling hard. They know that they are quite far behind that bubble. They can still battle for bragging rights. They can still battle for the sake of it. And after what we saw in the last race, you might just get the lottery and you might just have an incident in front that puts you straight up there. So battle hard means that you've still got a shot. And again, Marrero goes wide. And who's unfortunate here? It's the man from the Bahamas, Dlubac, has nowhere to go.
He doesn't, but also someone who is going to have room to go right now could be Joe Baratta to get to Sim Gaming Expo presented by Simcraft. It's happening September 18th through 20th at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois. 3 days of sim racing, flight simulation, virtual reality, and so much more, all under one roof. Tickets on sale now at simgamingexpo.com, but I've got to go tonight. We've got to go tonight, because it's going to be on, because Joe Baratta pulls himself alongside, looking for the move on the bottom of your screen, trying to get it to work around the outside. He's going to go for the cut back here, off of the exit, just doesn't get the drive. Very well held on the power from David Tilford as they climb up the hill of Corvette and move over towards turn 7 and the hurry downs.
Also in the top of the cut picture as well, you're seeing that battle we were looking at, and still nowhere to go. Dlubac losing time in that battle, but this at the front is important because Tilford may have that front pushed in a little bit there, but he's making that car wider than the panels there. It's almost like he's turning this into a Porsche SUV, a Taycan S, or a Taycan E, sorry, trying to use that to his advantage, because anything he can do is important. And this is the toughest place to start doing defenses. Down the kettle bottom. Yes, it's a straight, but it's also got a lot of twists and turns to it. And there's still twists and turns left in this race with 6.5 minutes to go. Tilford with the defense, with the lack of top speed now, not fully out there with top speed. This is going to be a tough 6.5 minutes to go. What have you got in the tank, David?
Very heavy goes Baratta over the Bill Mitchell bend corner. He's trying to take all the apexes he can. Again, that arcing wide line that Baratta likes to take to try and maximise the exit. He's sacrificing too much mid-corner speed, in my view, to get it done. And lest we forget, Craig, we've got a race on for the race lead between Martin Payor and Keegan Kalick.
Yeah, nothing's happened between those two, but they are still battling out there, and you haven't really had to talk about them a lot so far in the race as they come down into the Moraine Sweep. It's just been a quiet day at the front for those drivers. They understand that they have such a big gap now. They don't need to do anything stupid and maybe just be lifting off the pace a little bit here. Like Usain Bolt qualifying for the finals of the 200 meters. You don't do that extra effort for the final 50 meters. You conserve all your strength and ability. That's what they're doing. But in the top of the picture, they don't have that ability. They know they have to attack this. Tilford continues to make this car as wide as he can because he knows Baratta, because Adam has lost out and got left behind. It's a 2-car battle once again for this final spot. Stop me if you've heard that before, Jake.
Been a lot of that today, and with 5 minutes to go, how good is your nerve? Are you going to find it through the hurry downs here, and just a car length and a half, 2 car lengths now, the gap that is starting to be formed out right then here by Tilford here. David Tilford is doing all the right things at all the right times, and I think Joe Baratta is turning around looking at this going, well, what am I going to have to do to break through this dirty air to go and get this move done? I'm trying everything I can. I keep getting closer. I try different lines. It's not working for me.
Has he tried to dummy? I don't even know. Like, at this moment, he's just thinking of everything through his head. The last thing you want to be doing when racing is to start asking yourself, what do I do? I've done this. Let's try something else. It almost feels like he's the Ferrari manager trying to work out a plan. We're on plan C, plan D. What about plan F right now? He just can't find the way. He has to sell a dummy here and get a run. But with the way Tilford's putting this car, slowing everybody down, making him have to lack the power that he wants to do when he gets out the corner to get on the throttle, I feel that Tilford is really asking the questions here instead of Beretta asking the questions. And usually it's the attacker that gets to ask the questions in these races.
Alex Purcell through on Chris Suski as we got side by side there in the background a shot. They work themselves into turn 1, then back into line. They will have to go, and looking around, Carsten Cook then has retired the car. It's too deep through turn 1. That's going to be the place lost then again for Chris Suski. Alex Purcell is going to move on up and gain that position for the race lead then. Martin Payor is going to have to start defending here. Keegan Kalick is just playing this game here over the top of Corvette Hill. He is just waiting to see what Martin Payor has got. He can throw a move if he wants to. He's been sat at about 0.3 of a second the whole way around.
I think the dog's got a little bit bored of this right now. The dog's right there. Are you going to be battling? No. Right, I'll go back to sleep. No need to do that right now. Just hides under. Probably just knows that tense moment in the household by the rig. Just hiding under the table. Probably like my dog, doesn't like when I'm commentating, probably just goes and runs away and hides, but full focus. Again, that forward. I think that's not just him trying to wheel the car forward. I think that is literally just a natural tick that he may have when driving the car. Look again, putting forward. He's really thinking about this, but he's happy. He's calm, and he's very composed in there. That would not be what I'd be like right now. I'd be worried about what do I do against this driver.
Keegan Kalick looking for that race lead. The gap's really opened up between John Baratta and David Tilford, which is huge in terms of what this is going to be. But Martin Payor has just started to find a little bit of room out there, and he's just said, look, you've got close to me. I'm turning around and looking at you going, I am going to stretch my legs, and I am not going to let you get any much closer. White flag in the air here at Road America for the 4th time out of 5. One more race to come after this one, and we have paid next to no attention for just in for the top 5. Paris now under pressure from Nathan Nickerson.
Yeah, all these drivers have had a pretty quiet race because they know that they've had the pace to just pull ahead. After the moment with Berry at the start of the first corner on the first lap, the back of the field just opened up a little bit, and the top 6 were able to just put their heads forward and just drive. They've not wanted to be aggressive, but they know if the runs are there, they will make the runs. And speaking of drivers not needing to make runs, Tilford had managed to open a big gap on that bubble spot to Joe Beretta. It looks like he, knock on wood, with that damage will be able to hold on to the car.
And well pointed out, I think this is tyre. Adam Glublack hit 17 incident points then and has a drive-through penalty on the last lap. He won't be able to serve it. It'll be added as a time penalty of 55 seconds at the end of this race. Keegan Kalick we go to right now because this is for honours, but he's a little deep as he went in through the hurry downs and now working through turn number 9. He's still looking around this carousel, hoping it's going to give him everything he wants and then some. Now he's going to look for the drive, and I think that nod down of the head realises, look, I don't have the run exactly where I want it here. For the kick, through the kettle bottoms and over to Canada corner. Martin Payor has not been allowed to rest right now out there like he's a loaf of bread. He's very much being worked upon and worked upon and worked upon, but it doesn't matter because he has not cracked, and he ultimately says, I'm then going to be Diamond side by side for third as Kevin Parrish gets himself into the side with Zohair Ahmad as they figure it out. But through the final corner, crucially climbing up the hill, Martin Payor gets what he wants. Zohair Ahmad says discretion the better part of valor. Through goes Nathan Nickerson to get himself to second, but to third, sorry, Payor wins. Kalik second. Parrish going to come to the line in third with Nickerson, Ahmad, Adams, Davis, Ava Berry with an amazing recovery drive out there today. And arguably the best drive of them all, David Tilford with the damage.
Great drive by Tilford there. That's a fantastic recovery drive after what happened there. Give it out as well to Ava Berry. Absolutely over the moon that she's qualified. She had been ecstatic on her stream. She knows that that's important, making that victory. She knows after that mess up there at the start, she had to overcome 5 positions drop, Jake, to get there, and she actually did one better. She actually found 6 positions at the end of the day.
She did an amazing job out there. Martin Payor, though, job done. 25 minutes, 1 second. Gets the winning margin then by 3/10 over Keegan Kalik, with Kevin Parrish finishing off in third. It's then Nathan Nickerson and Zohair Ahmad making up your top 5, with John Adams, Chris Davis, and Ava Berry, who often has a very quick driver, and Aidan Young dropping into her Twitch stream out there to help out. So very much a case of a very good driver to have in your back pocket. David Tilford, the final spot that goes in by 1.3 seconds over Joe Barata, with 11th place belonging to Josh Adam. Alex Pershall will get 12th place ahead of Chris Suski and Christian Marrero. It's Caleb Scaparadine then in 15th place ahead of Adam Dlublack, who will be moved back to 18th with the penalty at the end of the race. Eric Sellers and Robert Perry then will get the profiteering from that. Retirees being Carsten Cook and Michael Pico, and a real shame for Pico, who was fighting right up with the top 9 out there when his PC decided it was time for a freeze. Opportunity to chat to some drivers here. Martin Payor is here with us right now. Martin, ultimately, that is going to be an absolutely wonderful job. I'll correct myself. Pico had a brake failure, that was stuck on there. But Martin, for you, a race of 25 minutes where you could not relax.
Yeah, of course. Keegan was every time behind me, so I couldn't make any mistakes.
And how important is that for you to get the repetition in for what will be the stronger field out there when you go to Schaumburg in September? Having that understanding of, I've had a driver sit on the back of my car for 25 minutes and I've had to know what it takes to withstand that pressure.
Yes, and I have a little injury, my left leg. I was a bit cautious, but we did a fair race with Keegan, and I congratulate all who made it through.
Regarding then that left leg that's causing you quite a fair bit of discomfort, are you looking at that by the time you get to Schaumburg? Is that being repaired, or are you just going to have to manage through the pain by the time you get there?
Yeah, it will be just a little bit pain under my knee and my ankles, but it will be good.
Well, obviously, we wish you the best of well health out there in the month coming up towards the racing action. But what a brilliant result that is from Martin Payor, who goes and gets the victory overall in the number 17 machine. On dog watch right now, it's Craig King. He's found Keegan Kalik.
Yeah, it's not my dog, it's Keenan's dog. And Keenan, probably would have loved to have got the victory today, but you've got to be happy enough with a P2 to stamp your ticket to Illinois.
Woo! Fire me up. That was an absolute blast. I mean, yeah, it sucks that I didn't get the win, but that guy was so fast. And, you lose a 10th here, you lose a 10th there, you think it's no big deal, but he just doesn't make mistakes. So I was struggling to pass him, but I kept up, and, I'm happy with P2. How can I say about that?
What can you take from this, though? Because you basically spent the entire race following a driver that you said is basically a level above you, a faster racer. Was there anything you can take from that? Because we saw you numerous times thinking, I might have a chance to make a run here, but there was just nothing available there. Were you able to sit on the back there and learn something in preparation for the main event?
Definitely. I think Honestly, more patience than anything. Like, I noticed a couple times I would be pushing just a little too hard, and that's where I'd be making my mistakes. So staying calm. I heard you talking about breathing earlier. Remember to breathe. That's a big thing. And I mean, like last year I competed in the challenge series, and I was just kind of there for fun, hanging out in the back. But I think my driving has improved exponentially. So this time I'm here to compete.
Well, you're here to compete, but the important question is, are you coming along with your dog? Because we did see it in the cameras earlier in the day. Is that your lucky charm, or unfortunately you're going to have to leave them behind for the event?
I am going to have to leave him behind, unfortunately, but he's always hanging out with me when I'm racing down here. That's his special chair. I've tried to switch it out for a different one, but he's not a fan. That's his chair.
Well, that's his chair, and most importantly, there is a seat on the stage at the Sim Gaming Expo for you, Keegan. You can go back and enjoy a nice little pat and a cuddle with the dog and have a good rest for the day. And one driver, Jake, after Keegan coming home in P2, that I didn't think we'd be talking to, made a late move. You're alongside Kevin Parrish.
Yeah, Kevin, last gasp move there to try and get that sorted and done to move up. That's going to be critical for the confidence there, knowing you can make a move late.
Yeah, I was biding my time back behind him. I knew we were in a nice, comfortable position, and I was just kind of waiting for an opportunity to present itself. And when it did, I was ready to capitalize.
And how critical has it been for you being sat in a big pack of 5 for the majority of that race, understanding the pack dynamics that could get a lot more commonplace when you head to racing action in Schaumburg?
Yeah, I mean, Road America is much more about strategy than it is about pace, I feel. So, yeah, you learn to work with the cars around you, and I'm just monitoring those relatives to see when it's the right time to make a move.
And critically, before we let you go off and celebrate your P3, how have you been finding getting to grips then with the Porsche GT3 Cup car? I know it's fallen a little bit out of rotation when it comes to regular running, so how does it feel to get back into the machine and get it running? I think it's the first time we've seen it in proper anger since Daytona.
Actually irrelevant to me. I never drive GT3s. There's 200 miles on the odometer on this thing. So, yeah, it's all new to me anyway.
Well, that's all good then. So it's a case for you of, right, well, if it's new for me, I don't care what the balance of performance has been over the time. Kevin Parrish, great result of a 3rd place, and we'll say absolutely ace job as far as that sets out then in its mark. And it will mean that there are just 9 spaces left that we have got to get sorted out, Craig, as we're about to head to qualifying one final time here in this Road America circuit to say, look, we have got to book our place, and you've got drivers up, down, all around that want to prove what they've got, including, in my view, a driver who is still or can be favourite out there to go and get what he wants there in Jordan Johnson.
Yeah, Jordan Johnson probably nailed on to probably as the favourite to get through or go at the front of the field, but still a lot of big drivers out here as well. I look at Alan Alder, I look at Heldler Goncalves as well, as drivers that will make it. But this is the last slot, and remember, technically for qualifying, you were put into these groups in terms of snake format. So now you're looking at the 5th fastest in terms of the qualifiers in Johnson. Then you look down at the next one, which is like the 10th or 11th. So you're getting to the bottom here, and that doesn't mean that's the slowest. This means more competition with just 9 final spots to go. This is do or die. Well, not really, do or crash for some of these drivers.
It's the last chance saloon, and you know that you're going to have to be the one that stumbles out of the OK corral by the end of it here. There's a look then at Jordan Johnson, who has been up at the highest level of sim racing before, has battled against some of the very, very best out there in the sim racing sphere, and he is going to be a threat for everybody out there, and he knows what he's got to do as he's working with a copious amount of force feedback there through that very chunky steering wheel.
Yeah, driver of a Soul Peck. They do like to run that as well, and also I think he might also just have a little bit of adrenaline in him. Drink responsibly. You see his beverage choices in the background, and also microphone up. We've had that talk already today about Are you talking to your stream viewers? Are you talking to someone in your ear to help you? Are you just having a look there? A few drivers with spotters out there today, or people helping them. He doesn't need anybody. He's on his own. Probably even got no one talking to him right now. Just full focus in this race.
And that's all you need, full focus. That's all you've got to continually work with out there here today and say, right, I want to get up, I want to start challenging, I know that I want to be at 100%, giving my absolute level best, that nobody else is going to take this away from me. So that is what they are scouring out for the moment, as Jordan Johnson on his outlap looking to gear up for this flying lap out there. And Craig, what's so important about getting flying laps in qualifying is knowing your point where you can't warm the tyres up anymore. You have to just commit and go full aggressive.
And that's what Jordan knows. He knows that the time now, he's going to do one last bit of warming up, but he knows that the first lap is not going to be the fastest lap. As long as he gets in a lap that counts, that's all that matters. So he's actually, we haven't seen this all day, he's actually using the start of his first qualifying lap to basically get some heat in the tyres. Is that a risk? Well, he knows what he's doing. That's why he's a 9K driver. So I don't think he'll be worried too much about that. He'll get himself ready. And this is just him with a little bit of a warm-up lap to get a time in as he comes on by. And it does still look aggressive and fast here, Jake. But we also know as he continues to warm up the tyres, this is not him looking to be P1 right away.
No, and this is just trying to build that margin. Darren Ganji is looking to try and have a good run out there today in the number 13 machine. Was 9th in practice, then on a 205.1, and that's an indicator of pace of what we can see. So keep an eye out on who's been setting what in terms of pace, who is going to be looking to try and jump up and say, what can you do out there? So we'll be keeping an eye out on those drivers who are looking to make those pushes. Helder Gonçalves comes to mind in that regard. Maybe Tyler Rosen as well could be someone who is looking for a very strong qualifying. But the driver who was 9th in practice is always worth a little look at as well out there overall to see who was able to put a time together that was needed. It was Darren Ganji who was 9th in practice. So you are the yardstick for everyone to get in and out as far as practice is concerned, and so everyone will be using Ganji here as, did I have a good or a bad run? But if Ganji does well and goes P6, you go, oh, I'm better than expected.
Yeah, and some drivers like to do that. Other drivers like myself just look at qualifying and go, yeah, I'm not good at qualifying. So where have I turned out in terms of my qualifying time compared to their qualifying time? And then factor in about half a second and go, right, that's the race pace. I think I might be all right here. They'll also be looking at those factors as well, but they also have to look at who they're around, because there's been so much chaos in the last couple of races in terms of that first lap. At the big wreck 2 races ago, we had the mistake in the last race that then turned into someone trying to do their best Ayrton Senna in the European Grand Prix impression. But meanwhile, as we go to the first lap, that says a lot. Alder, pole position, Johnson on a warm-up lap, 0.6 slower. That's the mark that you need if you want to know where you're going for the top 5.
Alan Aldea will be very happy out there with that time. Sam Hinchy moving up then into 3rd position, and there goes Bryce Dodola moving on into 2nd, and immediately they will start thinking about how that is going to eclipse as far as it goes. Charles Hosea then is in 6th position. We go to Jordan Johnson, who's currently 3rd, and he was weaving for his lap for a 205.2. Not anymore. He's attacking this 2nd lap now up the climb here at Corvette Hill over towards turn 6.
He's done the warm-up, and now he feels like he just needs one more lap. And look at the concentration, and look how he moves. He doesn't turn his head, he tilts his head. That's a interesting way on how to get those corners done on the right-handers. Full focus on that. And again, another setup, triple monitors. And we saw in the last race, you had some drivers have the triple monitors literally around them. They're in front of him. That gives him a little bit better view. It also means that he might get a little bit distracted. But there, looks up, looks at what he needs to. Not looking at any delta. He's happy enough. And again, a tilt as he goes to the right-hander. Quick adjustment. He looks comfortable, and those split times are looking very good. I think he only needs one more lap, really, to set himself up.
Craig, I love drivers like these that decide they want to start head tilting, because I always think we need to try and get a MotoGP lean angle graphic out there for how much the head lean is out there when they're driving.
Well, there are motorbike sim rigs and profiles out there. You might be able to get that. I'll tell you what, Johnson will be looking to get a good time when he comes across the line. He may be wanting to go hand on one of those SimLab P1X Pro cockpits that they'll be using on the main stage. But here is Johnson will cross the line. 2:04.321, job done for him with 1 lap to go. Maybe he'll be start thinking about, well, what about having one of those wheelbases, those SimLab DDS Torque Sync bases, or maybe the Husqvarna Ultimate 3 pedal sets as well. Those are some of the things he might be thinking about right now, as those are the partners and hardware that they will be using when they come to the main event at the Sim Gaming Expo.
Sam Hinchy right now is the man on the bubble. David Schofield up to 8th. DeMarcus Rogers finds himself into 7th. Here is Helder Gonçalves looking to try and make his push right now here in that 3rd spot. 2:04.6 at the moment is what he has been able to do. He drops down the hill, uses all of the road, then to go and tiptoe that into turn 5. And when I say all the road, Craig, I mean all of it.
Any further to the right, and iRacing would deem him a slowdown, and that would also make his lap invalid. Tyler Rosen just goes ahead of Helder by 3 thousandths, and when you look at the races previously, you may want to be thinking a top 4 is good enough to just have a Sunday drive out there. Make sure you don't make any mistakes early doors, but you always know that these drivers are pushing hard, and the wide line at 9 into 10 at the carousel, just what Helder wants to do here. Just sets up there, knows that this is the last lap. They won't have time. They get 4 laps, won't have a time to do the 4th lap. It's 3 laps in full push, and Helder Gonzalez is looking to try and get, I would say, get up to P2.
He'd love that, wouldn't he? 1/10 of a second or 800th to get past Alan Aldea, who will be directly in front of him as he crosses the line, so he'll have no time to understand his reference. It's closed qualifying out there, so you don't get to see the car in front of you. All you know is the time that comes along when it hits the board. You get no slipstream to help yourself either in this situation. It's just you and the track and nothing more than that. Climb up the hill for Helder Gonçalves. Is this going to be enough to say I can jump it up even further? No, did not improve on that time. Charles Hosea moves up to 2nd on a 2:04.5. Jordan Johnson improved to a 4.2, which put everybody under threat. Then as they go, Dave Durr moves up then into 10th spot as Hinchy jumps up a couple spots and puts Schofield on the bubble. And we've still got Tyler Rosen, who wants to try and get himself the jump up. 1-2-4, looking to go and get himself up to P1 like his namesake Josh Rosen did once upon a time in the NFL draft. Now looking for a way to get this one over towards the line. Tyler Rosen up Heartbreak Hill. Is he going to find Heartbreak, or is he going to find himself a heartthrob out there as he crosses the line? 2:04.516 front row.
Great drive from Tyler to get into the front row. Perfect place. And you remember you were talking about P9 in practice would be the litmus test. Darin Ganji up to 7th in qualifying. Where did that time come from? That is going to put a little bit of a shockwave to the rest of the field, because he did that only just. In fact, the gap between Darin all the way down to P10 is just over a 10th.
Samuel Reek then one of the last over the line, and so that will be that as far as qualifying is concerned. And we can run through your field now and understand where everyone stacks up for the final race of your Challenger qualifying here right now. And what a game this has been out there. What a day's worth of sim racing we have had in the Sim Gaming Expo Challenge Series presented by SimLab. It's Jordan Johnson on the pole position with Tyler Rosen alongside for company. Charles Hosea and Alan Aldea make up 3rd and 4th positions out there. Helder Gonçalves will start this one in 5th, with Bryce Dodola making up your 3rd row. On row 4, it's Darin Ganji and Sam Hinchy who will be having to work this one together. The 1 second mark marked at P9, where DeMarcus Rogers is the bubble to start this race. David Schofield just on the wrong side, with Dave Durr and Kyle Cobbler making up the 6th row of the grid. Christian Lotion will then be up in 13th, with Kelly McQueen the 4th there in that 14th spot. Todd Bayer and Vincent Viscioni then make up the top 16, with Logan Scaparadine and Samuel Reek 17th and 18th in their spots. Lisa Solis will be going from 19th. She will, as Kenneth Lavoie makes up the top 20, and we are ready then for action as far as it goes. Again, 45-degree track temperature, nary a hint of wind out there in these partly cloudy conditions at the zenith of the sun. 1:05 p.m. out there as we get set for racing action. And I will say this to you right now, today's competition is powered by SimLab, the title sponsor of the Sim Gaming Expo Challenge Series. From cockpits to controls, SimLab designs modular, professional-grade sim racing hardware built for rigidity, precision, and long-term performance. Trusted by thousands of sim racers and esports teams worldwide. You can find out more at sim-lab.us. Once more into the breach, dear friends, we go here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, and we know furthermore that this is going to be one ultimate challenge to try and set yourself up. We've seen almost every style of race. How do they look to flip the script out there, especially if you're starting about 6th, 7th row? What do you need to do to climb up the order there?
Well, do you need a miracle, or do you need to just trust yourself? Because the gaps in qualifying between 9th all the way down to 13th were pretty close. So I wonder if those drivers are going to be looking to see if they can make an advantage. And here comes the interesting thing. Everyone's now started to learn, being that they're the last race out. They've seen it all. They've seen crashes, they've seen splashes, they've seen damage, they've seen overtakes, and they've seen 9 drivers in each of the 4 races make their way to a ticket to the main dance. And I would say, Jake, if you were the driver who was given a slot into race number 5, I would absolutely dislike it, because I would be a bag of nerves, because that is a long time to wait. They've been waiting 3.5 hours before they finally get the call to say, you're up, good luck, get out there.
And in that regard here, Craig, I'm going to talk about Jordan Johnson once again. He actually asked overall, is this going to be a leader-controlled start, or you go on the green? He said, I'm trying to find it in the rules because I haven't watched the other races so far and didn't know.
And there you go. Why watch? If you know, if you trust yourself, or if you don't want to know what's going on, you focus on this race, your race. You don't need to worry about what happens elsewhere. Somebody could have done the greatest overtake ever, and we could have lost our mind and be in hoarse voices right now, Jay. They wouldn't know, because their focus is, I'm in this race. I need to make sure I can qualify well to be at the front. Then I need to understand that I will be driving with cars behind me unless I start pulling ahead. That's Johnson's mindset. The other mindset, make sure we get the top 9. Doesn't matter who's joining. Some people may not even know the VTubers are 1 out of 3 for the night, because they know all they care about is what they do.
Absolutely. And so now you set yourself up and say, one more time, you've got to get this sorted. So there are various different factions that have worked. The creators have had mixed responsibility out there in terms of setting things up. And Todd Bayer not too happy there as Christian Lotion found his way to try and get back in front. There was a little bit of miscommunication between the pair. Get back into line before the start as they all set. And a lot of single file. Now we've seen a lot of double file out there pretty quickly. This is very intently single file. And I think everyone's understanding, look, we got to leave this as late as possible for the 2x2 call.
They'll probably wait until they get right down to braking for Canada corner, because they know how important these warmed up tires are, and also warmed up brakes. Make sure you get those brake rotors just a little bit heated up, so when you go for the braking, you're not having a lot of whine and a lot of issues. And the back of the field, they're trying to make it single file, but they are double at the moment. And I wonder if this will then open up interesting battles at the back of the field. But at the front of the field, this is where I said they will start to go. And one man was immediately warming those tires up, that pole sitter, Jordan Johnson. And now he's going to make a fusion and turn a GT pace car with a GT3 car together.
Absolutely. The Porsche iRacing first safety car, by the way, it's on the old Porsche model of Cup car out there, the 992.1, making its way around then the long labouring left of Bill Mitchell Bend, heading over then to that final corner out there on circuit of turn 14. Johnson with control of the field. Rosen, Hosea and Aldea all try and sit back there. Having Hosea and Aldea on the same road, it's a commentator's nightmare. But it's going to be Pace car diving on in. Pace under that control. They bunch back up. They wait for Jordan Johnson up the hill, maybe waiting for the top of the crest, and he does go right at the very top of the crest. Let's get ourselves going. Green flag in the air. A lovely launch of about 2 car lengths. It's Aldea who's under pressure then off of this start as Helder Gonçalves looks to try and get this pass done on the inside into turn 1. Heavy on the brakes they go, and they all funnel in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No contact anywhere through the groups. Only a slight run wide from Kelly McQueen, the 4th, as they drop down the hill. And here comes another move on Alan Aldea here. This time it's going to be a case of he's trying to get it back on Helder Gonçalves as they work through, and they bounce off each other along the moraine sweep.
That's going to be a little bit worrying if they do keep that little bouncing. We saw what happened 2 races ago in the background as well. Hinchley getting past into P7. Hard onto the brakes they'll go. Rogers under pressure as well. Almost 3 wide with Schofield, who was battling side by side with them going into the first couple corners. But everyone just starts and holds station at the moment. No one really out of trouble at the start of this race apart from Kenneth Lavoie. But the rest of the field pretty calm, and I feel those top 2 might start to pull away.
Lavoie's not going to be very happy in the gravel at turn 5, overcooked it on his own, so he's going to be realising tough day to start things off. Schofield with a mistake then that's going to open Dave Dorr up, and suddenly, I'm going to say this, Craig, top 9 have broken clear.
I can't believe we're talking about the elastic band snapping this early for the top 9. That mistake there by Schofield has just brought everybody back a little bit. And this may be a case that they need to get past Schofield if Schofield can't make the move. Credit to Schofield where credit was due. Had a real good start to the race, tried to make the moves, couldn't make it. Talking to other drivers making the moves, I don't think anyone got the script here. Gonçalves getting past Aldi in 4P4, and that was a very surprising move early doors.
Aldea's not got anything for it, so Gonçalves has got what he wants. Side by side then through Bill Mitchell, always a recipe for disaster. That's Logan Scaparadine. Then up against Kelly McQueen, the 4th. McQueen then on the inside, but there's the drive from Logan Scaparadine to go and get the climb up the hill and say, look, I'm going to have a little bit of a better help from the slipstream in front. This is going to be all about brakes into turn 1, as it will be for the group in front of Cobbler versus Dorr in the fight for 11th spot. So everyone's realising what's at stake here, and Dorr in front has been pushed off the road slightly. Then Scaparadine still holding on the outside here against Kelly McQueen. Now you've got to do it again here on the outside of turn 3, and still there's going to be overlap, but understeer takes hold.
Understeer and the grass takes hold. Great work from Scaparadi there to try and hold on to it, but that allows Samuel Reek to almost get turned into that. I was looking for the move as well, so they'll just keep this battle on. And now Reek gonna get past McQueen, the 4th. Can they make that move? McQueen with a real good run around the outside, but trying to turn in a bit too much. Right just watches out, has to accept that there's contact, but also that's the position lost. And these drivers need to get ahead, because I've noticed as well, P10, David Schofield, has started to pull ahead of the rest of the field, but is nowhere near the back of the top 9.
No, and this is where DeMarcus Rogers is using Darren Ganji as a really, really good run, and that's trouble in the gravel. There goes Samuel Reek, and that is what we were expecting here. Drama to come along, just a missed braking zone there at the Hurry Downs, and that's going to put a nightmare on the exit there for the next couple of laps. A gravel deposited on the circuit that's come from underneath that splitter.
Last thing you want is gravel there, and with these tyres still warming up, they come into their optimal stage about lap 4. And being that they've also done a formation lap here, might be able to get that optimal area on the next lap. So I wonder if that's going to help them or if that's going to hinder them as the drivers go through the Bill Mitchell bend. I keep my eyes here on what's happening because these groups are trying to work together, and we haven't seen a lot of the back of the field working together today, Jake. We've seen everyone out for themselves. But I think Cobbler knows that the cars behind have to try and catch up to get to the back of Schofield. Schofield's losing time to the top 9. There is the top 9, all in a lovely line. Throw a blanket over them, Jake. there's not a big gap between any of the top 9.
Well, you look back to 10th place through a parachute, because right now David Schofield will need one here to get to DeMarcus Rogers, who sits there, who started ninth, who is ninth, and has just been quietly going about his business there and took a good 3/10 on that last lap, a quarter of a second. But that's going to be where you start wondering, okay, where do you want to be? Alan Aldea, we focus back with here in 11th spot, looking at Helder Gonçalves then for that position. Charles Hosea holds his ground then in that 3rd spot, and they're realising here, right, up the top of the hill, here's our focus, hit our marks. It is a precision test right now here when you're up inside the top 9.
Think about the dirty air they're getting. Think about O'Day getting the double toe, which means double the dirty air, double the risk factor. And there's that gravel. Look at it. And because they get through it, they also kick it up back onto the line. They have to take the set and stuff up here for the carousel. So that's even more issues for the cars behind them that will be losing out a little bit of that grip. And you need grip on a hot track like this, because throughout the race it gets warmer, and it's gone from 44 Celsius to 46 Celsius, so add about 6 Fahrenheit to that, of course, and that's quite important. And talking of important, Gonçalves looking for the move to go up to P3, gets it done.
And watch this, Charles Hosea with major amounts of oversteer just lifting off, and that has allowed then Alan Aldea to go through. So Aldea past Hosea, and Hosea looks back at Stodola, looking now to get to the inside of the final corner. Is there clearance? Leaves just enough room, and now let me get right in underneath, back over to the right-hand side, try and pick up a run. He's way too close to get any form of an overspeed.
And also, I think Stodola does have a little bit of slipstream, so Hosea gonna have to utilize something. Realizes there's nothing there. Going down 3 places like that, not what you want to do. And you're now worried about behind you. Does that mean you're gonna get caught up to the drivers behind you? Well, answer is possibly, because they are all still in this tight group. It's a really tight group. We've not really seen any real breakaways in this group compared to what we've seen at the start of the race. Maybe the top leaders, look at Johnson, already almost 2 seconds ahead of everybody else. Rosen as well, using that battle to pull ahead as well. Apart from that, they are so close together. The next big gap from P3 is all the way down to a second gap and a half at P14 to P13. So this is a elongated train right now, and they're looking to just hit their mark to extend it.
Yeah, now Charles Hosea looks back here at Sam Hinchy as the next group, and he wants his place at Sim Gaming Expo. And if you are not at Sim Gaming Expo, presented by Simcraft this September, you are in fact missing out. In September 18th through 20th at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois, 100,000 square feet of the best simulation gaming hardware, live esports competitions, content creators, and a community you have to be a part of to understand awaits you. Tickets are available now at simgamingexpo.com. Hinchy feels like he's going to have a way through, and then Darren Ganji's going to look around at it, and so too is DeMarcus Rogers. But here's the key: Rogers starting to fall off the back. Who's going to start gobbling it up? David Schofield.
Feels a little bit like what happened in the last couple of races, where the back of the field here starts to lose out, and that bubble starts to feel a little bit vulnerable, and that's Rogers who's in that vulnerable spot right now, just needing to hold on to the front. And you've got to also feel Hosea probably also worried because of the fact of losing those 3 positions so quickly in the last 2-3 corners of the penultimate lappers. Will hopefully able to just look for a move. And talking of looking at moves, Aldea getting up ahead there at the front. Now, I was not expecting to see battles like this at the start of the race. However, the top 4 have decided, well, elbows out, lads. Let's go and do it. And we've had a spinner. Loshin is around in the kitty litter at turn 1. That could be day over for Christian.
And that wasn't just a spin at turn 1, it was with contact with Dave Durr, who was on the inside. And the question will be, at what point are you allowed to turn as a driver on the outside of the line? Now, we had an issue where we said inside car wasn't at fault. This one, I think, is a little bit more, I think this might be more of a racing incident than it is there is any one driver who is at fault out there, because it was 6 of one in my view and half a dozen of the other.
I don't know. It felt like one car didn't want to start turning yet. They probably came in a bit too early into the corner. The other one wanted to start turning. At the end of the day, if it's like that, then it probably would be a racing incident. But I feel you might have to apportion blame. But you look at the battles, and we've had that age-old debate. Turn 1 at Road America, a different kettle of fish to your modern day, probably opening corners at an F1 race. And remember, this is a grade B track in terms of FIA grading. Doesn't have that same prestige as other race tracks will, but you still got to give that respect at turn 1. So that's unfortunate for Christian going around. Dave Dorp will be looking to try and make some time up, but that incident cost him a lot of time. Won't be getting anywhere near this group of field in the top 9.
DeMarcus Rogers slightly wide there through Canada corner, tries to get to Darren Ganji, because if you want to get out of the hot seat, the best way to do it, make a pass, get out of 9th into 8th, and suddenly there's a car in between you out there, and it makes a whole world of difference when you've got one there. Also interesting to note is Kyle Cobbler, who is back there in the 11th spot, the number 27. He's still a threat in this race too, and so they're having to keep the ultimate pace up, because that is still the threat that's there. For comparison on lap, DeMarcus Rogers at 2:05.2 on that last lap, 3/10 quicker than Schofield, 2/10 quicker than Cobbler.
So do we start thinking, as we get close to the halfway stage, do we start thinking Cobbler's going to be the one that needs to make the move on Schofield and then make the move to catch up? About 2 seconds behind the top 9, but that can be gained because the top 9 is really close to one another. And I'm looking at the back of this, the 47 of DeMarcus Rogers. And you look at Ganji. Yeah, Ganji realizes that Rogers doesn't want to be the man in the bubble, and that's a big lockup and a big braking. That's what I mean. Realizes Rogers has to slow down though. That's a development we've not seen today. A slowdown at turn 5.
So DeMarcus Rogers has to serve this. He's got 40 seconds to do so. And of course, the Sim Gaming Expo Challenge series here is proudly presented by SimLab, professional grade sim racing hardware built for champions. You can head to sim-lab.us to get that penalty served, because we're on lap 6 of the race. So while a slowdown penalty works for those who are brand new to us here, Craig, of course, it works out. If you cut the corner, there's a set time that you have to give back. It's normally about 0.8 seconds is roughly about the average that you get to see that gets taken off. But you have to serve it within a certain amount of time, and you have to build that average speed down. And of course, drivers don't want to take their average speed down, so they get it to about 0.3, 0.2, 0.1, and they try and find a way to serve it, if they can, under brakes.
The important thing is the delta that iRacing has caught by speed means that can be done pretty basically at a decent speed, being that we're halfway through the race. If that was a slowdown on the first lap, well, the speed delta would be pretty slow, and you'd be almost coming to a complete standstill to serve that slowdown. That's the worst time to get a slowdown penalty, is the first lap of the race. So Rogers gets a little bit lucky there, but because Ganji made a mistake there, because Rogers opened up the corner a bit too much and had that slowdown, it brought Schofield into this battle. And now they're also losing a little bit of time to Hinchy in front. They are a little bit worried here, and this is getting very tight at the halfway stage of the race.
You turn around and it's almost like a cycling stage in some way, shapes or form here, Craig, because when you realise that you're starting to lose the group of the riders in front, you get what we like to call being isolated.
You're not going to be doing any time trial finish down into Monaco out here today. You'll be looking to do a time trial. Well, they've already done their time trial. This is the peloton right now, and who wants to be at the front of the peloton to really dictate the pace here? Well, you look at that group, it's Charles Jose really dictating what pace these drivers are doing, and the ebbs and flows. Some drivers have wanted to try and get ahead and get a breakaway group. Well, there's 4 cars already in their own little breakaway groups, and then some ahead of them. They know that this is the pack that when it comes to the line, will be trying to race to see who gets the green jersey.
On the brakes, left-hand bend at turn 8, which leads them over to turn 9. The long carousel right-hander that once again looks to try and open up this corner. And the rule of the road is, from Americanized running out there, any corner that has a radius of beyond 180 degrees is known as a carousel. By my mark, the Shanghai International Circuit has at least 4 carousels.
Well, I wouldn't want to see what they would call Formula E track. That must have about 1 billion carousels with the amount of hard braking they need to regenerate the battery. be quite interesting to see that. And a lot of drivers, they don't call it a hairpin. To me, it's like a sweeping corner of the carousel. But if you notice as well, in most tracks in America, carousels are usually downhill. And that's what also gives them their little bit of character, that they're going down the hill. But these drivers want to go up the hill right now, up to the heartbreak hill. And they also want to go up the list here, up the running. Rogers would love to get an advantage here. He would love to shake off David Schofield. But ever since that slowdown penalty, he's been right behind him. And he's also brought along Kyle Cobbler.
Big spin for Kelly McQueen going through Bill Mitchell Bend has somehow kept it out of the barriers and probably channeling her inner Lightning McQueen to go and get her way out of that one. Very tough moment, but that's all sorted itself out. But down into turn 3 and looking to get the run away. Schofield has been, well, the story of this race really here, Craig. Almost there. Almost there right now is not going to be enough to get the job done.
Had a look for a move around the outside of turn 1 on the opening of the race, and then on the outside of turn 3 could not make it work. But again, they all push a little bit wide at turn 5. That's all right. They didn't push too much over. And here's the save. That's the save of the day if I've seen it. Completely locks it down, avoids all of the barriers. And we've seen drivers lose control there. We've seen them have the snaps when the grass just grips the tire. But that, straight away, knew the situation, locked it down. That is good awareness of the car.
Yeah, Kelly McQueen doing a great job out there. David Schofield now here in this 10th spot, looking for a way to jump on around and say, look, I'm going to try and book my place to Sim Gaming Expo presented by Simcraft. It's happening September 18th through 20th at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois. 3 days of sim racing, flight simulation, virtual reality, and so much more to come, all under one roof. Tickets are on sale now at simgamingexpo.com. But it could be any car in this group that Schofield waits on. A mistake maybe from Darren Ganji, from Sam Hinchy, maybe from Charles Hosea out there. That could be all you need to make the difference that gets that sorted. DeMarcus Rogers has had to absorb all of that pressure over the course of this race, and he has driven very astutely.
Oh, I love your words there. Very astutely indeed, and also very safe out there. And I wonder, are we going to see another moment? Remember, Hosea had that mistake at Canada corner, which then lost them 2 more positions after getting overtaken. And in this group, with how tight it is now from 6th all the way down to pretty much 11th, if Cobbler can just hold on, one mistake isn't going to set you back 1 position if you're the likes of a Jordan Johnson making a mistake at the front of the field. No, it's going to set you back 2, maybe 3 positions. So it is pretty much nail-biting time with 7.5 minutes to go, because this is where that mistake could be the end of your challenge to get on the main stage at the Sim Gaming Expo.
Well, this is Schaumburg or bust at this moment in time, and there goes the charge up the hill for DeMarcus Rogers. Schofield watches on up Corvette Hill, looking around then through turn 6, turn 7 there, the sweeping right-hander taking 175 kilometers an hour. Now looking over to the hurry down section, and you're looking for your marks as you hit the brakes into the looping left-hander of 90 degrees of turn 8. Turn 9 now, long, laborious right to the carousel, and you're looking for a way to go through. And Schofield here tries to hold the line. The car's in front, hold the line. So what's he got to do? Keep holding the line and hoping that the slipstream will come back to help him.
Yeah, but Love isn't always on time if he holds the line, but he also has to remember that when he comes out of that exit of 10, that dirty air will rejoin his front nose, and that just pushed him a little bit wide with some understeer. And that's the battle he's got, because he's constantly under this double toe that he's getting. And you think that's a good thing, but with all these corners here right now, the dirty air pushing hard, making him just go a little bit wider, having to compromise some of his lines to make sure that he doesn't get too affected. He can't get the aggression that he wants on the throttle out of these corners, and he's just now hoping, come on, DeMarcus, look for the move. You've been looking like you want to get past Darren all race. Please make it. I need to find an advantage somewhere.
Well, he's thinking about this. It's risk versus reward, because if I get it wrong and I make contact and I end up spun around, I've cost my 9th place. So he's thinking about it compared to where David Schofield is behind him. They'll drop down the hill here. Small descent into turn number 3 here, but then you get to drive out the exit and try and use it, and that is not great of a line here from Darren Ganji. And which way are you going to have to go? Left side, says DeMarcus Rogers. Let me relieve the pressure. Now here comes the chance, pulling to that side-by-side. Rogers on the inside. Can you believe it? A Rogers in Green Bay country, down the inside to make the pass. You couldn't write that, could you, Craig?
You know exactly what I'm going to say about that. He needs a double check there on that brilliant move, and he's looking to just go through. He doesn't need a Hail Mary after that one. He now just needs to keep on running the plays and get ahead. He's got past Ganji finally. That brings Schofield into the battle. Look how close he is now, but also can Rogers start to use it to be the aggressor? He said his fastest lap of the race last time, a 2:05.194. It was half a tenth faster than what Ganji put in. And now, if he can just stay ahead, start to push, maybe getting that slipstream with Sam Hinchy up ahead, I think Rogers is looking to pull ahead.
Rogers is going to need to try and run away, and I think that's the plan here, through the kink, onto the kettle bottoms. But again, there's going to be a chance back here for Darren Ganji, who doesn't want to be in 9th place. Schofield has been allowed into the battle now as they hit the brakes into Canada corner. Defensive line then from DeMarcus Rogers, and that is going to keep them absolutely stone cold square as they work themselves over through Bill Mitchell Bend. Lots of curb for DeMarcus Rogers here. It slows the runner, chance at the final corner, and suddenly Ganji's going to have to think defensively. Schofield very smartly takes a wide line through the final corner, trying to prioritise the exit.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what Ganji was thinking there. That's not really a place you can make an overtake going into the final corner at turn 14. Lost a little bit of momentum that they could have possibly used to get up this hill to get into turn 1. That gives a bit of a breather for Rogers, and the key word of the day, breathe. That's what Rogers has to do right now. I know it's tough with 3.5 minutes to go, with 2 cars breathing down your neck. He's safe. A mistake, though, he's not safe. Ganji's the one that's in trouble right now, but the pressure Rogers is on ever since that move, you wouldn't think that Rogers isn't the man in danger.
No, you'd have thought here that this is going to be a case of who wants to run away. You look around, Darren Ganji is the one who's under the biggest threat right now from David Schofield, who has not offered a single source of a move down the inside. He pushes a little deep again. We're down to 3:10 on the clock. We're staring down the barrel of a lap and a half to go, and suddenly that gap extends out again to about 4 car lengths here. And this is tough for David Schofield to try and deal with, trying to get this Porsche to sing to a tune. It's not a car that everybody gels with.
Not a car that everyone deals with, and at the moment, not a car that a lot of drivers are dealing with, but it's still the same for everybody. Using that Marconi setup, chop setup. Everyone's got to use that set. Everyone's got the same conditions, same car. So it just comes down to your driver skill and your racecraft. And I feel Schofield really has been struggling again with that dirty air. Really has the opportunity to make moves, but just can't get there. The final temps are the toughest temps to make an overtake. And every time he gets so close, he can't find those temps to look for it. And he's just seeing Ganji and Rogers have this tough tussle for 8th and 9th. He'd love to be there to try and put a spanner in the works.
He's going to have to hope for some side-by-side running here for 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th, because Kyle Cobbler is on the scene right now. White flag waving for Jordan Johnson at the front of this field. But it's all about these drivers right now for the transfer spot. Darren Ganji, -2 in this race. It's currently on that transfer bubble in 9th spot. You've got Schofield and Cobbler wanting to get themselves into the dance, and Ganji gets in the mirrors trying to scare DeMarcus Rogers. They're out there to try and go through. Oh, I'm going to double dribble with that sort of wording out there. But Darren Ganji now realising what he's got to do. Down the hill into turn 3, pick up a good run, and you've staved off the greatest place to go and get a pass. And now you look around at DeMarcus Rogers and you start thinking, have you got a case of, okay, can you go to Boogie Wonderland and get this pass sorted down through? It alleviates your stress in the situation. How's the look down the hill into the Moraine Sweep and turn 5? Answer is, it's good enough for the moment here as they all work through. Schofield, though, back at 2 car lengths, and he struggled with this corner here. Corvette Hill, turn 6, and he looks for the drive off the exit, and again, it's not quite heir apparent that he can get what he wants. He's closer than he's been on previous laps, but he needs a really strong carousel if he wants to go and get this back in the final stages of this race. For the moment, it looks pretty nailed on everywhere else in this field as far as position is concerned. So it's all about Canada Corner coming up. Darren Ganji still has help from the slipstream of DeMarcus Rogers. Rogers pulling out a little bit more of a gap. The kink comes along next, and now suddenly off the back is Kyle Koppler, who can't quite hold the same level of speed. Look at the way that Darren Ganji is starting to close on in. It's final corners for Jordan Johnson, but this might be the move. DeMarcus Rogers has to defend, and that's opened up the door then for a last corner gasp here for David Schofield. Jordan Johnson comes to the line. Job well done for him. A big fist pump says he gets the win. Rosen Aldea. It's then going to be Stadola then who's going to be looking around at it saying, great job Gonçalves as well. The drive up the hill though, Ganji's got it covered. DeMarcus Rogers will take 8th. And the last man in the dance, Darren Ganji.
Ganji gets it stuck, and David Schofield, you've got to feel for him. Just 3 drivers finished where they started, and that was the drivers at the front of the field and the driver in 10th, the last man. And for the 3rd race in a row, P10 feels the unfortunate man just a few tenths away from finding that ticket to punch 2 of the Sim Gaming Expo in Illinois. Got to feel for Schofield, did what he could. Ganji held off the pressure. Great drive from Rogers there to get that P8. And as the rest of the drivers come through, Lisa Solis will come on by. Some drivers will be happy enough to know that they are the last drivers to punch their ticket to the main dance.
There will be 9 final drivers who will have a ticket to ride, and they don't care. Jordan Johnson gets a mega result then here, wins in 24 minutes and 59 seconds, .991. God, you could have saved a little 9,000ths of a second, couldn't you, Jordan? Be on the money. Tyler Rosen then in second with Alan Aldea. 3rd position outright. Helder Gonçalves then takes 4th ahead of Bryce Stadola and Charles Sasea. Sam Hinchy will end up in 7th ahead of DeMarcus Rogers, who had to work the hard way to get the result necessary. Your top 9 rounded out by Darren Ganji, as David Schofield would miss out by 0.3 of a second coming over the line. It would also be close then in 11th position as they finished, as Kyle Koppler would find himself there with Dave Durr then at 12th, and Todd Beyer then in 13th position overall. Vincent Viscioni will end up in 14th spot ahead of Logan Scaparadine there in that 15th spot. Christian Lotion will then end up in that 16th position ahead of Kelly McQueen, who probably had the best save of the day. Lisa Solis, she would find herself 18th ahead of Samuel Reek and Kenneth Lavoie, making up the field out there overall. So some wonderful running that has come on through. And Craig, that's it. That is 45 drivers all sorted out for Schaumburg. They will get their tickets for September 18th to September 20th, where they've got a semi-final to get through and a grand final to claim their rung, so to speak here, of champion.
We've seen such a mixture of drivers in the good way. We've seen the top sim drivers, we've seen top creators, we've seen VTubers, and they have all punched their ticket. It's a lovely mixture of drivers, and 45 drivers will be able to see each other face to face. And then the gloves come off once they have said hello to each other. You don't want to miss the finals when it comes to the Sim Gaming Expo.
You absolutely don't. Jordan Johnson is here with me right now. Jordan, we took notice that you didn't quite know the start procedure out there. You hadn't been following along with everything. Was that planned? Had you been busy with other races? Or was this something that you just wanted to settle yourself down in and go in with no nerves?
I mean, it was a bit of just making sure I knew what was going on. I had scanned through everything, but I've been in a lull for kind of competitive pace and making sure that I'm on top of things. So I just wanted to kind of use that to ground myself and make sure that there was no questions when I started the race and just I could focus on myself.
And that focus clear because you built yourself out a pretty strong margin to begin with, and that ultimately extended itself out to a 4.4 second margin by the end of the race. I'll tell you something now, that your pace has probably been out there top 2, top 3 over the course of today. Are you feeling comfortable with this Porsche 992 GT3?
Yeah, I feel really, really comfortable. I think the Makoni set that they provided us is really fun. Pretty good balance and really enjoyable to drive the car around it. So yeah, I've been really enjoying it. Spent a couple hours just getting on top of things, but it felt really good. And yeah, it's really, really confidence inspiring to go into the finals and semifinals in Schaumburg.
And let's talk about Schaumburg for a moment. What's the difference for you when you feel like you're joining an event and it's a LAN rather than it is just racing from the competitive scene at home?
Yeah, so I've been fortunate enough to race at a couple different live events, and it's tricky. You kind of lose that ability to ground yourself, the comfort of your own rig, and you always have the noises and other people directly next to you. You can hear them, or you can kind of just sense that someone's watching you. So it's tricky. It's hard to keep your focus. It's hard to kind of keep yourself on top of the task at hand. But at the same time, it's that much more rewarding when you're able to kind of hook things up, get comfortable with your setup, and really kind of hit the ground running with your car. It, of course, makes any kind of victory, if we're all looking forward to try to get to that much more rewarding.
Well, we hope there's a treasure chest full of victories for you in Schaumburg. Jordan Johnson joining us here today. A victory here in heat number 5. Down the paddock has gone Craig King. He finds himself with the driver second overall, Tyler Rosen.
Yeah, first of all, iRacing doesn't matter. Jordan Johnson, 9K. Tyler Rosen, just under 3K. And Tyler, I think that was set up by a fantastic qualifying by you. And then it was just a case of trying to hit your marks following a very tough driver in Jordan Johnson.
Yeah, it was definitely pretty tough. He is very, very quick, making some mistakes, especially at the beginning of the race. It just kind of started losing time pretty quickly. But, you know, overall, I am pretty happy with the race that I had, so...
Now, you unfortunately have been in the last race. It's not been the first race, not been the second race. There's been 4 other races. You've had to wait over 4 hours almost to get to this. What has been your preparation? Have you been able to watch, or have you just been focusing on getting some last practice? Because that is a long time to wait compared to those drivers that punched their ticket in the first race.
Yeah, definitely. I was watching some of the other races, seeing how people were kind of racing, seeing what moves that they were kind of going for. In the end, I didn't have too much to deal with in that sense, so I was really just focusing on, hitting my marks and making sure that I was keeping my tires in check.
You've made it to the dance. You're one of the 45 to make it to Illinois for the Sim Gaming Expo. What is your goal now? You're in that final 45. Is there a target you're looking for? Are you looking to definitely get to the final? Or are you just there to just say, I made it?
Well, being in the finals last year, I think I finished P10, and I had some mistakes in that race, which put me back quite a bit. So honestly, I am hoping to kind of capitalize on my performance and hopefully finish above P10 in the finals.
Well, if you get past P10, you can say you've done better than last year. We hope that you're able to get better than last year. Tyler Rosen coming home in P2 with a lovely Sunday drive there today, Jake. But somebody who didn't have an easy drive. It was very hot battling for P3, and you're there with the eventual P3 winner.
Yeah, Alan, a really important day for you because you started in that 4th place and you had to get your elbows out straight away into the battling.
Didn't have too many chances there, but had some mistakes in quali, ended up putting us back into a decent spot. I wanted to make sure no one was going to come back from the rear of the pack, and that, yeah, I'm still speechless.
So for you, putting yourself in a category of field like this, you've got esports professionals like Jordan Johnson out there in this field. You've already seen people like Tyson Meyer make their way through and book their place in Schaumburg. You're looking down the list of names, and your name is now one of them. How excited are you to go out there and race with some of the sim racing royalty that we have here over in Schaumburg?
I'm super excited, but there's that fear, you know. I'm just, the pressure is going to be insane. Just gonna go in without an expectation. Is the first time doing any of this, so we're just gonna see how it goes.
Well, I tell you what, on the basis of the way that you made your move on Helder Gonçalves there in the middle of the race, I don't think you've got anything to worry about. Just talk us through how you were looking to build that overtake and try and utilize your pace.
Mostly was waiting for a mistake, and then my spotter informed me that pace was way different, and just tried to look for a little gap that I can make work.
Well, you've clearly got all of the pieces around you of the puzzle. Alan Aldea getting the job done for third place in that number 11 Porsche out there overall. Critically, though, it's going to be all about Sim Gaming Expo and the Sim Gaming Expo Challenge Series presented by SimLab, with all of what is to come now with just the running of the event itself to go. That will be next month then, in about 3.5 weeks time. So make sure that you want to, or 3 weeks time, sorry, make sure you want to jump in and catch yourself in with all of that amazing action, as well as the work that was done from the entire team here today over the course of some amazing racing that we have had, and some clean and respectful racing from Craig King, from Hugo Luis Calmon, who has been on the cameras for us. My name is Jake Sperry. That's it. All set. 100 whittled down. The wheat are separated from the chaff. We have 45 drivers who want to prove what they are capable of doing. Some are VTubers. Some are content creators. Some are the very best esports professionals out there in the world. The one thing that conventions do, they bring all walks of life together to come and celebrate the joys of sim racing, and we are about to get that into play. We'll see you in Schaumburg for racing action that will come along in your wonderful Sim Gaming Expo Challenge Series presented by SimLab.
Before anyone else was talking about it, we were building it. Sim Gaming Expo, America's original, community-driven, multi-genre simulation gaming event. Experience the latest hardware and tech, meet creators, watch live competitions, and celebrate your passion with fellow sim enthusiasts. Join us September 18th to 20th, 2026 at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois. Be a part of history.